I still can't believe we made it out alive that night. Honestly, I don't think I ever will. It was supposed to be just another adventure. Us and the wilderness, filming for our YouTube channel. Our plan was simple: build a small cabin deep in the forest, set some traps, and spend the night out there. We'd show our viewers the beauty and danger of nature, the thrill of surviving off the land. We arrived early in the morning, the air crisp and cold but clear. The forest was dense, tall pines and thick underbrush all around us. We worked through the day, building the cabin, laying traps, joking around, just soaking in the wilderness. The mood was good, excitement buzzed in the air. Then, as dusk approached, we decided to go hunting with our gear, just to gather some fresh meat for the night. We moved quietly, hearts pounding a little. This was what we loved. But then, Mark stopped suddenly, crouching low, pointing to some fresh tracks. "Look at this," he whispered. "Deer tracks, but they're fresh." I nodded, feeling that familiar thrill. "Let's follow them," I said. We crept through the woods, trying not to make a sound, listening to every rustle and snap of branches. But then Mark froze, eyes narrowing. "Do you hear that?" A deep guttural growl echoed through the trees. It was distant but unmistakable. My stomach sank. "Probably a bear," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Big one," Mark replied, eyes scanning the shadows. Suddenly, from the darkness, the beast appeared. It was massive, a hulking brown bear, at least twice the size of any bear I'd ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a feral, almost human-like rage. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. "Run!" Mark shouted, and we took off like our lives depended on it. Because they did, but the bear was fast. I saw Mark trip over a root, fall hard, and I yelled for him to get up. I couldn't look back, but I knew I had to keep moving. My legs were burning, lungs gasping for air. The bear was gaining, pounding after us, heavy paws crushing the ground. We reached the clearing where our half-built cabin stood. Without hesitation, we burst inside, slamming the door shut behind us. We leaned against the thin walls, panting, listening to the beast's furious roars just outside. "We're not going to make it if it breaks in," Mark gasped, clutching his injured leg. His face was pale, bleeding from a nasty gash. "Keep quiet," I whispered, voice trembling. "Help has to be coming. We just have to hold out." We looked around desperately, our rifles, some makeshift weapons, anything that could help. Outside, the bear was circling, pawing at the walls, trying to find a way in. Its growls echoed through the small cabin, deafening. Minutes felt like hours. Mark was coughing, blood darkening his shirt. I felt helpless, staring at the door, knowing any second it might give way. Then I heard the scraping, the claws on the roof. My stomach clenched. "It's trying to tear through," I muttered. "Don't give up," Mark rasped. "Help's got to be nearby." Just then, I heard shouts and flashlights piercing through the trees. Relief flooded me, but the bear was relentless. It rammed the door, splinters flying, the entire structure trembling. I knew we had seconds. I grabbed a heavy branch nearby and told Mark to do the same. When the door finally burst open, the beast's huge head peeked inside, its eyes blazing, teeth bared. We attacked with whatever we had, swinging, stabbing, fighting for our lives. It roared and thrashed, but we didn't stop. Somehow we managed to drive it back, wounded, furious, but retreating. The gunshots from the rescue team finally hit the mark, and the bear, bloodied and battered, disappeared into the woods. When the rescuers arrived, we were battered, bleeding, exhausted. They took care of our injuries, and later, the authorities confirmed the bear was an abnormally large and aggressive specimen, possibly sick or injured itself. We survived that night, but it's haunted me ever since. The wild showed its dark side that night, and I know I'll never forget the feeling of that beast's shadow looming over us, ready to pounce. We were lucky. I don't think I'll ever take nature's power lightly again.
I still can't believe how quickly our dream winter getaway turned into a nightmare. It was supposed to be perfect. Just the two of us, secluded in a beautiful mountain resort, surrounded by snow and silence. We'd booked a small rustic cabin with a hot tub outside, a place far from the chaos of the city, a place to relax, reconnect, and forget the world. The resort was isolated, nestled high in the mountains, accessible only by a narrow, winding road that disappeared into the whiteness. It wasn't luxurious, no fancy amenities or glitz, but it was expensive, and that exclusivity made it feel special. We arrived just as the first snow of the season fell, coating everything in a thick blanket of white. Our first few days were idyllic. We soaked in the hot tub, watched the snow fall softly around us, and explored the wilderness. The silence was peaceful, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the distant call of winter birds. But somewhere inside me, I felt uneasy, a prickling sense that we weren't entirely alone. It started subtle. We'd see him, the janitor, around the resort. He was a tall, gaunt man with hollow eyes and a strange, unsettling smile. He always appeared just as we finished our dinner or were about to step outside. I remember the way he looked at me sometimes, lingering just a little too long, as if he was waiting for something. On the third night, after a long day of hiking, we returned to the cabin exhausted. I went outside to check the hot tub, which was steaming invitingly in the cold air. That's when I saw him, standing by the edge of the trees, watching us. His face was shadowed, but I saw enough. A crooked smile, eyes glinting with something dark. I called out to my husband, but when I looked back, he was gone. I shrugged it off, telling myself I was imagining things. Maybe he was just the maintenance guy, doing his rounds. But the next night, I was alone in the cabin. My husband had gone to bed early, and I was sitting by the fire, scrolling through my phone. I kept feeling that familiar gaze on me. I looked up, and there he was, standing just outside the window, staring. I froze, heart pounding. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. Instead, I grabbed a flashlight and shined it out, but he was gone when I looked again. That's when I started to feel truly afraid. I told my husband, but he brushed it off as paranoia. It's just the cold, or maybe someone else from the staff, he said, but I knew better. Something about that man felt wrong. Over the next couple of days, he appeared more often, always watching, always lurking just out of sight. I catch glimpses of him in the shadows, always nearby. I started to lock the door whenever I was inside, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was waiting for us to let our guard down. The night of the showdown came unexpectedly. My husband was out in the woods, trying to get reception on his phone to call for help. I was inside, nervous but trying to stay calm. Then, I heard the door creak open. My stomach clenched. I froze, listening as someone stepped inside. It was him, the janitor. He was tall, thin, with a crooked smile stretched across his face. His eyes gleamed with something sinister. "You shouldn't be here," he whispered, voice rasping. I backed away, trembling. "Who are you? What do you want?" He took a step closer, and I could see the desperation in his eyes. "You're not supposed to be here," he repeated. "You're trespassing. But I can make sure you leave permanently." I knew I had to act fast. I grabbed the nearest heavy object, a candlestick from the fireplace, and swung at him. He dodged, but I kept hitting, screaming for him to get out. My heart was racing, adrenaline pumping through me. I was terrified, but I knew I couldn't let him get the upper hand. Suddenly, he lunged at me, grabbing my hair, trying to pull me down. I fought back with everything I had, kicking and clawing. Just then, I heard my husband's voice outside, calling my name. The janitor's eyes flicked toward the door, and in that moment, I found my strength. I pushed him away, sprinted toward the door, and shouted for help. My husband burst in just as the man was lunging at me again. Without hesitation, he tackled him, pinning him to the floor. The janitor struggled, snarling like an animal, but my husband held him down until the resort security arrived. Later, when the police came, they questioned us and inspected the cabin. The janitor was taken away, but I never found out what his intentions really were. All I know is that he was up to no good, and I was lucky to escape. Now, I can't shake the feeling that he's still watching us, even from afar. Maybe he's the reason I wake up in the middle of the night, hearing footsteps outside the window, or catching a glimpse of a shadow in the snow. Sometimes I wonder if he's still lurking in the dark, waiting for his next chance.
I've always loved exploring the wilderness at night. There's a certain thrill in the darkness, a silence that feels alive, almost waiting. I'm almost in my 60s now, still a survivor, still curious. That night, I decided to go deeper than I ever had before. Just a few miles into the forest, away from my usual camp. No one else was around, just me and the trees, and I was determined to see what I could find. It was well past sunset when I arrived, the last light fading behind the mountains. I set up a small camp, took out some leftovers from dinner. Nothing special, just enough to keep me going if I stayed out overnight. I made sure to leave a few yards between my tent and the food, knowing the wildlife's curiosity. That's when the real adventure began. At first, I heard it. The faint snap of branches, distant at first, then growing closer. I paused, listening. The woods around me were still except for those sounds, something heavy, deliberate, moving. I thought it might be a bear, or maybe a person. Bears can walk upright sometimes, and I've seen that before. But this wasn't quite right. The footsteps were steady, bipedal, but heavier. They echoed through the trees, close enough now that I felt the vibrations in the ground beneath my feet. My heart started pounding. I kept quiet, trying to stay calm. That's when I noticed something strange. The forest was going completely silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, just silence. An unnatural silence, like the woods were holding their breath. I knew then I wasn't alone. I had a suspicion. I'd read stories, seen pictures. Some folks say it was Bigfoot. Others say it was just a very large bear, maybe a grizzly. I don't know, and honestly, I don't care what you call it. I just knew I was looking at something that didn't belong here. The footsteps circled around the area where I'd left my leftovers. I stayed still, watching through the darkness. Whatever it was heavy, deliberate, and it was coming closer. I kept my breath steady, trying not to reveal my position. I didn't want to show fear, but I could feel my hands trembling. Then, in the briefest of moments, I caught a glimpse of it from behind. A tall, dark figure just beyond the trees. It was broad-shouldered, towering over the bushes. Its shape was humanoid, but massive, impossibly so. I only saw it from the back, but I could tell it was huge, bigger than a grizzly, bigger than any man. It moved slowly, deliberately, heading toward my leftover food. I felt a strange mix of fear and curiosity. Was it just a very large bear, or something else entirely? My mind raced, but I kept my composure. I knew I couldn't stay long, especially if this thing was watching me. Without making a sound, I grabbed my gear and started retreating toward my tent. I didn't want to spook it, almost like it was waiting. Once inside my tent, I zipped it shut. I stayed awake through the long night, listening to every sound. The wind, the occasional distant call of an owl, and the faint, heavy footsteps that had circled around but never came closer again. When dawn finally broke, I packed up quickly and left. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know what I'd really seen. All I knew was that whatever it wasn't just a bear or a man. It was something bigger, something that belonged to the woods, and I had the sense that I'd just encountered something ancient. I've gone back to that area since, but I've never seen it again. Still, I can't shake the feeling that I was watched that night by something that doesn't quite belong in this world. And I know I'll never forget that dark, towering shadow lurking behind the trees.
I remember it like it was yesterday. It was a tragic event, and even today I still have trouble falling asleep or being alone at home at night. It happened during my teenage years, around the age of 13. It was a normal Friday night, like many others. My mother was working a double shift at a nursing home. She didn't like leaving me alone, but we had no other choice. With bills, rent, and other expenses, there was no money left for a babysitter. Still, we managed to have a good life, given the circumstances. Anyway, as I was saying, it was a Friday night. I was alone in the living room, watching some of my favorite shows. The night was quiet until, at a certain point, I started hearing noises at the door, like wood creaks. We had a wooden porch, so that could mean someone or something was outside. I could hear the noises coming from right behind the door. The door had no screen, just a regular wooden door with a peephole, and I was trying to gather the courage to look through it. I got up slowly, trying to avoid making any noise. When I peered through the peephole, I saw nothing, just the darkness of the night. There was nothing there. So I went back to the couch and continued watching television, but I was still suspicious of what I had heard. From that moment on, I couldn't really enjoy the show. My mind was racing, and I was on the verge of going to my room, locking myself in and staying there. But I was afraid that if I went to bed, whatever was outside would come inside immediately. Like the door was protecting me, I guess. I didn't know. Then, in the midst of these thoughts, I heard it again. This time the noises were louder and more persistent, like footsteps in front of the door. I first looked out the window and peeked from there, but I didn't see anything. So I went back to the door. Before peeking again, I put my hand on the light switch because I didn't remember turning it on before. It's the outside light, just above the door. I turned it on, and that's when I saw him. There was a man standing right in front of my door, wearing a white tank top with messy hair and looking very thin. I don't think he realized the light was on. He looked really out of it, like he was on heavy drugs, almost unable to keep his eyes open. That's when he knocked on the door and said, "I know you're in there." That sentence sent chills down my spine. I froze behind the door, trembling, terrified, and puzzled. Who was this man? What did he want? Then I remembered. Before working at the nursing home, my mother was at a drug rehabilitation center, and maybe this guy had met her there. But his tone was scary and menacing, despite his eyes being almost fully closed. I peeked again, and this time, his face had a different expression. He looked pissed. He started knocking again, angry and shouting for me to open a door. I still remember the shouting vividly. Luckily, some neighbors must have heard too because I saw lights on in their windows and heard voices shouting from different directions. I think some of them shouted at him from their homes, trying to scare him off. When I looked again, the man was gone. I stayed awake until my mother arrived the next morning. I didn't sleep or go to bed. I just sat on the couch, shaking and terrified. When she got home, I told her what happened. She said she had no idea who could have been at the door that night. Maybe he was mistaken and looking for a different house. Still, whatever his reasons, I knew his intentions could not have been good. I hike alone a lot. It clears my head. No noise, no notifications, just trees and whatever thoughts I've been avoiding. About 6 months ago, I decided to try a trail in a national forest about 2 hours from where I live. It wasn't extreme, just a long loop that cuts through thick woodland before reconnecting near a ranger station. Before I left, I grabbed a small emergency radio from my garage. It's one of those crank-powered weather radios. I'd never actually needed it before, but I liked the idea of having it just in case. That detail matters. The first few hours were normal. Quiet trail, no other hikers. The sky was clear, but the trees were dense enough to block most of the light. Around midday, I realized I hadn't seen a trail marker in a while. I wasn't panicking yet. I had water, I had time. I figured I'd just retrace my steps if needed. That's when I heard the radio. Static. It was clipped to the side of my backpack. I hadn't turned it on. I stopped walking. The static grew louder for a second, then softened, like someone adjusting a dial. Then a voice came through. Calm, clear, almost conversational. Daniel. I froze. That's my name. I stared at the radio, convinced I must have bumped it on somehow. I unhooked it and looked at the switch. It was still in the off position. The voice continued. You've gone farther than you meant to. My heart started pounding, but I tried to think logically. Maybe it was picking up a nearby emergency frequency. Maybe someone else named Daniel was in the area. Then the voice said, You just looked over your shoulder. I hadn't realized I had. But I had. Slowly, the forest was completely still. I held the radio up like it might explain itself. This isn't funny, I said, half expecting someone nearby to start laughing. Nothing. Then the voice again. Do not take the path to your right. I looked down. There was a narrow split in the trail I hadn't noticed before, one side slightly wider, the other barely visible. I swallowed. Why? I asked, before I could stop myself. There was a pause. Not static. Just silence. Then, because you won't like where it leads. That's when something shifted in me. Not fear exactly, more like awareness. The voice wasn't loud. It wasn't distorted. It sounded like someone sitting calmly in a quiet room, and it knew exactly what I was doing. You're thinking about turning around, it said. I was. You're calculating how much daylight you have left. I checked the sky. You're wondering if this is some kind of ranger prank. It wasn't wrong. My breathing had gotten shallow. I could hear it in my ears. Take 3 steps back, the voice said gently. I hesitated. Then I did it. 1, 2, 3. The ground where I had been standing shifted slightly, just enough for loose dirt and pebbles to slide downward into a shallow dip I hadn't seen before. It wasn't dramatic. Not a cliff, not a trap, just unstable ground. If I'd stepped forward instead of back, I probably would have twisted an ankle at best. The voice didn't sound proud. It just said, continue straight, slowly. And I did. For the next 20 minutes, it guided me in short, simple instructions. Stay left. Step over the fallen branch. Stop. Each one made sense seconds after it said it. Eventually, I saw something through the trees. The edge of a clearing. Then, in the distance, the wooden sign near the ranger station parking lot. Relief hit me all at once. When I stepped fully into the clearing, the radio went silent. No static, no click. Just silence. I stood there for a long time, waiting. Nothing else happened. I got in my car and drove home without telling anyone what happened. I convinced myself there had to be a rational explanation. Some weird signal interference. A coincidence. That night, I took the radio out of my bag. I wanted to test it. I flipped the power switch on. Nothing, no static, no signal. I frowned and opened the battery compartment. It was empty. No batteries. Not dead ones, not corroded ones. Empty. I just stood there staring at it. Because I have never, not once, used that radio without batteries in it. And I never put any in that day. I still hike, but I don't bring the radio anymore. Sometimes, when it's very quiet in the trees, I catch myself listening anyway.
My husband and I were renting an Airbnb in another state. We were both attending a work convention, but we didn't want to stay at the hotel provided by the company. We knew if we did, we'd spend the entire weekend talking about work with the same people. So we chose a local Airbnb instead. It was cheaper, had great reviews, and looked comfortable in the photos. We arrived Friday night. The convention started Saturday morning, so we just wanted a good night's sleep before a long day. When we pulled up, I immediately noticed the house directly across from ours. It was a typical suburban home, except it was clearly abandoned. The paint was peeling, the garden was overgrown, bushes had grown wild around the windows. Nature was slowly reclaiming it. I didn't think much of it at first. I just found it strange that in such a nice neighborhood, there was a house in that condition. My husband, Peter, shrugged and said, "Probably too expensive to renovate." Maybe, but something about it felt off. That night, just before bed, I was walking back from the kitchen. Peter was already lying down. I glanced out the bedroom window toward the abandoned house. And then, a light turned on, downstairs. It was a 3-story house with what looked like an attic, but this was clearly the lower floor. The light had definitely not been on before. I told Peter immediately. He barely reacted. "It's probably teenagers," he said. "Or maybe someone using it for shelter. We're safe. The doors are locked." But I didn't feel safe. I don't know why. It wasn't logical. It just felt like if I fell asleep, something would happen. I barely slept that night. Peter slept peacefully beside me. In the morning, the first thing I did was look outside. The house looked exactly the same as before. No light. No signs of life. I tried to convince myself I had overreacted. We went to the convention. That night, we returned around 9 p.m. We had already eaten and just wanted to shower and rest. Out of habit, I checked the window again. The light was on. Same room, same floor. I felt a tightness in my chest. I went to Peter. He sighed. "It's just kids," he repeated, "or someone staying there temporarily." But that didn't make me feel better. Our Airbnb was only 1 floor, and our bedroom window directly faced that house. If someone was inside, they could see us clearly. That night, I couldn't sleep again. Around 2 a.m., I got up for water. I looked outside. The house was dark. That reassured me, but only slightly. When I returned to the bedroom, I checked again. The light was back on, and this time, there was a silhouette in the window. A person. Standing still. Facing directly toward our house, toward me. I froze. The figure didn't move, it just stood there. I rushed into bed and pulled the covers over my head like a child. My heart was pounding so hard it made my stomach hurt. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell asleep. The next morning, during breakfast, I told Peter everything. He rubbed his face and said, "If it happens again tonight, I'll go over there." That made me feel slightly better. It was our last day at the convention, but we had booked one more night at the Airbnb since we finished late. The thought of that house stayed in my mind all day. We got back around 11 p.m. First thing I did, I checked. Dark, completely dark. Relief washed over me. I took a shower. When I came back into the bedroom, Peter was standing by the window. He wasn't moving. "Peter?" I asked. He didn't turn around. Then he said quietly, "It's on again." I walked slowly toward the window. The downstairs light was glowing again. The room was empty. No furniture, no movement. Just bare walls and a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. We stood there for a long time, waiting for the silhouette to appear again. Nothing happened. Peter finally said, "That's it. I'm going over there." Before I could stop him, he grabbed his jacket and stepped outside. I watched from the window as he crossed the street. The closer he got, the more wrong it looked. The front door was boarded up. The windows were dusty. No signs of entry. He walked around the side of the house. Then he stopped. He turned back toward me and shook his head. Confused, he came back inside a minute later. "There's no power line connected to that house," he said. I felt my throat go dry. "What do you mean?" "There are no cables. No meter. Nothing. It's been cut off. We both turned slowly toward the window. The light was still on, steady, warm, silent. The next morning, before leaving for good, I checked one last time. The house was dark. When I looked closer, there were no light fixtures in that room at all. Just an empty space behind the glass. We never found out who, or what, was standing in that window. And sometimes I still wonder if it wasn't watching us, but waiting.
Lena glanced at the clock. 8:15 p.m. The office had cleared out hours ago, leaving her alone in the vast silent building. She packed her things quickly, eager to escape the empty corridors and return home. As she pressed the elevator button, the doors slid open gently, revealing the quiet interior. She stepped in, pressed the lobby button, and the elevator began its descent. The hum of machinery was the only sound. Everything seemed normal until, suddenly, the elevator lurched to a halt between floors. The lights flickered, then stayed steady, casting a soft glow. The display panel blinked out, blank. Lena pressed the buttons, but nothing responded. She was about to panic when, softly, a familiar melody filled the cabin. It was a lullaby from her childhood. Her mother's favorite song, played on an old radio. The elevator music was soothing, almost nostalgic. But then, a calm, measured voice whispered over the speaker, "Are you sure you want to leave?" Lena's heart skipped. It was a strange question, gentle yet unsettling. She looked around, but there was no one in sight. The voice continued, softer now, "Think carefully. Sometimes what you seek isn't what you need." She hesitated, her hand hovering over the door controls. Was this some kind of malfunction? A prank? Or something else? "Please," the voice urged, "are you sure you want to leave?" Lena's fingers trembled. She pressed the emergency button, but it only emitted a static hiss. The music played on, as if serenading her into submission. Minutes felt like hours. Her mind raced with questions. Was this real? Could she stay quiet, or should she fight it? Suddenly, the elevator jolted again, and the doors slowly opened. She stepped out into the lobby, but something was wrong. The clock on the wall read 9:13. An hour had passed, yet she remembered arriving only moments ago. She looked around, but the lobby was eerily empty, just like before. No one was there to notice her. She hurried to the front desk, but the receptionist station was deserted. Her phone showed no missed calls or messages, no signs of anyone being there at all. Confused, she stepped outside. The night was quiet, the streets empty. She looked back at the building. The elevator was gone, as if it had never stopped. The doors closed smoothly behind her. Later, she checked the security footage. The elevator's camera showed her stepping in, then stopping mid-floor. But strangely, it cut out just before the doors opened again. No sign of the mysterious voice or music. Days passed. No one believed her story. The building's records showed she left at her usual time. No delays, no malfunction. The elevator had never stopped. But Lena knew what she experienced wasn't a malfunction. It was something else, something watching, waiting, and sometimes, late at night, she swears she can hear that lullaby echoing faintly in her mind, urging her to stay.
I still don't know how to explain what happened that day. It was about a year ago, late afternoon, and I was driving alone through the countryside. I'd taken the trip dozens of times before. Long, empty roads, farmland, nothing unusual. But that day, my GPS suddenly froze. The screen went blank, then restarted, and when it came back, it kept repeating, recalculating. I didn't panic. I figured I'd just follow the road until I hit a bigger town. Then I saw a turn I didn't recognize. A narrow side road, no sign, just a break between the trees. For some reason, I took it. The road curved for maybe 10 minutes, and then the trees opened up. And there was a town. Not a village, not a few houses. A proper town. Clean streets, lampposts, a diner, a small post office, even a courthouse-looking building in the distance. It looked normal, but strangely quiet. No music, no traffic, no voices carrying through the air. I drove slowly, expecting to see kids playing or people walking dogs, but there was no one outside. I parked near the diner and stepped out. The air felt still, like the town was holding its breath. Inside the diner, a few people sat at tables. Older, mostly. They all looked up at the same time when I entered. Not aggressively, just together. A waitress smiled politely. "Passing through?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "Can you tell me what town this is?" She paused, then said, "Oh, just a quiet place." That was her exact answer. I laughed awkwardly. "No, I mean, what's it called?" She tilted her head slightly, like she didn't understand the question. "We don't get many visitors." The menu had no logo, no town name, no address. I ordered coffee just to feel less awkward. While she poured it, I glanced around. Everything was clean, but there were no decorations, no posters, no newspapers, no local ads, just blank walls and the soft sound of utensils. I tried again with a man at the counter. "Sorry, I'm a little lost. What's this town called?" He smiled, friendly, and said, "You'll find your way." That was it. Every answer felt like that. Not rude, just empty. I stayed maybe 15 minutes before deciding to leave. As I walked back to my car, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were no street signs, none. Not a single name, just roads leading into more roads. I drove out the way I came, and within minutes the trees closed in again. Then suddenly, I was back on the main highway. My GPS turned on instantly, like nothing happened. That night I told myself it was just a small, unregistered town, maybe one of those places people forget about. But curiosity got the best of me. I searched online. I checked the map. Nothing. I zoomed in on the exact area where I turned. Just forest. No streets, no buildings, no town. A week later, I drove back, convinced I could find it again. I took the same highway. I watched for the same break in the trees. But it wasn't there. I drove up and down that road 3 times. Nothing. It was like the turn had never existed. I eventually convinced myself I was imagining it. Until 2 weeks later, when something arrived in my mailbox. A postcard, no envelope, no return address. Just a simple photograph of a quiet street under lamplight, and 4 words written neatly on the back. "Glad you made it home." The stamp was the strangest part, because it wasn't from my city. It wasn't even from my state. It was stamped from a town name I had never heard before. The same town I couldn't find on any map, and to this day, I still don't know where I went or how something from there found me.
I've never told this story out loud before, mostly because I still don't know how to explain it without sounding insane. But it happened. 2 years ago, I was driving alone for work, crossing the state late at night. It was supposed to be a simple trip. Just highways, small towns, nothing memorable. Then the storm hit. Rain came down so hard, I could barely see the road. My phone lost signal. GPS stopped loading. After an hour of white-knuckle driving, I saw a flickering neon sign through the sheets of rain. Harper's Lodge, vacancy. I didn't even think. I pulled in. The place looked old. Not abandoned, just forgotten. Like it hadn't been renovated since the early 90s. Warm yellow lights glowed behind the lobby windows. Inside, the air smelled like carpet cleaner and dust. A man at the front desk barely looked up. He slid a keycard toward me and said, "Long night?" I nodded. He told me my room number. Room 514. Normal. I took the card, thanked him, and went upstairs. The hallway was quiet. The kind of quiet you only notice when you're completely alone. My room was at the end. I went inside, dropped my bag, and collapsed onto the bed. I didn't sleep much. The storm kept pounding the windows, and something about the building felt too still. Around 9 p.m., I realized I hadn't eaten since noon. So I went back down, drove to a diner nearby, grabbed something quick, and returned about an hour later. That's when the first strange thing happened. I reached into my jacket pocket for the key card, and I froze, because it wasn't the same card. This one was black, and written across it in faded silver numbers was 611. I actually laughed under my breath, thinking maybe the front desk had made a mistake. But I was in room 514. I was sure of it. I checked my other pockets, my wallet, my bag. The original card was gone. Only this one remained. Room 611. I went back to the lobby. The man at the desk was still there, watching something on a tiny television. I held the card up. "Hey, I think you gave me the wrong key." He barely glanced at it. Then his face changed. Just slightly. Like someone trying not to react. "That's not yours," he said. "It was in my pocket." He stared at me for a long moment. Then he said quietly, "We don't have a room 611. I waited for him to smile, to tell me it was a joke. But he didn't. I forced a chuckle. "What do you mean you don't have it?" He leaned forward. "This building has 5 floors. I swallowed. But then why does this exist?" He didn't answer. Just reached out his hand. "Give it to me." Something about his voice made my skin prickle. I pulled the card back. "No. I want to know what it opens." His eyes sharpened. Then, after a long pause, he said, "If you're smart, you'll go back to your room and lock the door." That should have been enough. It should have ended there. But curiosity is dangerous. I went to the elevator. The buttons lit up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was it. I stood there, staring. Then, as the doors began to close, I saw it. For half a second. A faint flicker behind the panel. A number. 6. Not lit. Not printed. Just there. Like it was hiding. My heart started pounding. I did something I still regret. I pressed where the 6 should be. At first, nothing happened. Then, ding! The elevator jolted. And it began to rise. Higher than it should. The air inside felt colder. The music that had been softly playing warped. Like an old tape slowing down. The floor indicator went blank. And then, the doors opened. I stepped out. And I swear to you, there was a hallway. Longer than any hallway should have been. The carpet was darker. The lights were dim, buzzing weakly. And the air smelled stale. Like a room that hadn't been opened in years. At the far end, a single door. With a plaque. 611. My hands were shaking. I told myself I would just look. Just prove it was some maintenance floor or storage level. I slid the card. The lock clicked. The door opened. Inside was a hotel room. But not like mine. This one felt wrong. The furniture was covered in sheets. The mirror was turned toward the wall. And the television was on. Just static. I took one step inside, and the door behind me shut. Not slammed, just closed. Then I heard it. Footsteps, not mine. In the hallway outside. Slow. Deliberate. Stopping right in front of the door. A pause. Then, a soft knock. 3 taps. I couldn't breathe. I backed away, staring at the handle. Then a voice spoke through the wood. Calm. Almost amused. "Are you supposed to be here?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. The handle twitched slightly, like someone testing it. Then the voice whispered, "You shouldn't have taken that key. I don't remember leaving. I don't remember opening the door. I just remember running." The elevator was already open when I reached it, like it had been waiting. I hit the button for the lobby over and over. When the doors finally opened downstairs, I stumbled out, gasping. The lobby was empty. No clerk. No TV. Just silence. I left that night. Drove through the storm until morning. I never looked back. But here's the twist, the part that still makes my stomach turn. A week later, I checked my phone gallery, and buried between normal travel photos were 3 pictures I never remembered taking. Blurry, dark, taken inside room 611. And in the last one, in the reflection of the static TV, there was someone standing behind me. Tall, smiling, watching. And the worst part? When I searched for Harper's Lodge online, there was no address, no reviews, no record it ever existed. Just an empty stretch of road.
I never thought the quiet suburban street I moved into would turn into a nightmare. My wife and I had been living in the house for a few months when we first noticed her, the old lady next door. She was always kind, always smiling, and she seemed harmless. Her house backed up against the woods, and in front, the road simply ended at the trees. It was peaceful until nightfall. Every night around 10 p.m., we'd hear faint rave music from her house. Not loud enough to call the police, but enough that we couldn't ignore it. It went on until about 1 a.m. We shrugged it off at first, thinking she was just an eccentric old lady enjoying her music. But after a few nights, curiosity got the best of us. One evening, my wife and I saw her outside doing something strange. She was planting what looked like strange, dark plants in her yard near the woods. We couldn't see clearly, but it looked unnatural, almost ritualistic. I joked, "Hey, old lady, you throwing a rave or planting some new dance floor?" When I said it, her face suddenly changed. That warm, friendly smile vanished. Her eyes turned cold, blank, and emotionless. She ignored us and went inside without a word. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. I had a strange feeling, like something was wrong. And then I saw her, standing at the foot of our bed, holding a knife. Her face was twisted into a crazed smile, eyes wide and unblinking. She swung the knife at the foot of the bed, almost as if she was trying to attack something invisible. My wife and I froze in terror, then managed to scramble into the bathroom and bar the door. My wife grabbed her phone and dialed. When the police arrived, they found her still pounding the bathroom door and screaming weird and random things. During the investigation, I told them about the nightly music. They found strange symbols carved into her yard, and the dark plants she was planting. They looked like some kind of ritualistic herbs or fungi. Later, I learned that she had been listening to rave music every night because she was trying to summon or communicate with something from the woods, a malevolent presence, an ancient entity that feeds on chaos and fear. The music, with its repetitive beats and distorted sounds, was her way of calling it, a ritual meant to keep whatever lurked in the forest at bay, or perhaps to invite it closer. The police couldn't explain the night she attacked us, but I believe she was trying to either conjure something or keep it from reaching her. That night, her mind snapped, and she lost control. We never heard her again after that night, and the house has been empty since. But I still hear faint echoes of that bass line sometimes, late at night. A haunting reminder of what she was trying to summon and what nearly took us.
This story happened a long time ago when I was in my late teens. I had recently got my first car, and I would always drive my friends and I around, usually to a bar called Frank's Bar that our friend Peter's father owned. It had pool tables and darts there, so that's where we hung out most of the time. One night, like most nights, I was driving some friends to the bar. During the drive, a man started driving close to my car, beeping his horn and trying to overtake me. One of my friends said to not let him over in order to annoy him. I didn't let him pass. My friends and I laughed at the man's frustration. For some reason, the man slammed on his brakes, nearly crashing into a barrier on the side of the road. We continued to laugh. Then we arrived at Frank's Bar. We had dinner, played pool, and had a few drinks. As Peter's dad owned the bar, we would always stay late past closing time. My other friends had left a little earlier that night, so it was just me and Peter. It was midnight when I decided it was time to head home. I said bye to Peter and his dad, and I left the bar. When I got outside, I expected my car to be the only one in the parking lot, but there was another car parked near mine. A man was standing outside his car, sipping on a liquor bottle, watching me. I knew right away it was the man that nearly ran off the road. I kept my head down, trying not to make any eye contact, and I got into my car. When I got in and started my car, so did the man. I drove off down the road, and so did the man following me close behind. I barely got down the road when the man started aggressively tailgating me. He drove up beside me, waving his hands at me. It looked like he wanted me to pull over. I wasn't going to, and I continued driving and looked away. The man started beeping his horn, and when I looked back at him, he was holding a handgun, pointing it right at me. My instinct was to drive faster, and the man accelerated as well. I saw my mirror, and the man somehow lost control of his car, causing him to swerve. I didn't see what exactly happened as I was focusing on the road, concentrating to driving fast and to get away from this guy. I didn't see that man again that night, and from then on, I always worried when I went back to Frank's bar that I would see that man again. Thankfully, I never did.
2 years ago, something happened to me that still stands out as one of the most bizarre moments of my life. I wouldn't say it was scary, but it was definitely strange and very awkward. At the time, I was feeling a little lonely. I saw many of my friends getting into serious relationships, making plans for the future, talking about starting families. I realized that I wanted something like that too. So, I decided to try dating apps. I mean, why not? That's what everyone seemed to be doing. I signed up for a few of them just to see where it would take me. I did get quite a few matches, but most of them weren't really looking for the same thing I was, if you know what I mean. I wasn't looking for a perfect prince or anything unrealistic. I just wanted someone nice, someone I could talk to and maybe build something meaningful with. And then, I met someone who seemed exactly like that. For the sake of this story, I'll call him Jim. At the beginning, everything felt perfect. We talked for hours through messages before even mentioning meeting in person. Our conversations flowed easily, and we seemed to have a lot in common. Eventually, we decided to meet. Our first date was simple, coffee. It went great, so we met again for another coffee. Then, a few days later, we decided to have dinner together. That dinner turned out to be the weird one. We were sitting in a nice restaurant, having a glass of wine and talking comfortably. The conversation was going great, and I remember thinking to myself that this might actually turn into something serious. At one point, Jim told me he needed to use the restroom. He said he'd be right back. I smiled and told him no problem. While he was gone, I took up my phone and sent a quick message to my best friend, telling her that the date was going incredibly well and that Jim might actually be the one. I was genuinely happy in that moment. A couple of minutes later, Jim came back from the restroom, and that's when everything became unforgettable. Jim was now standing there in his underwear, just underwear, no pants, no explanation, nothing. For a moment, I couldn't move. It wasn't fear, it was pure embarrassment. I could feel everyone in the restaurant staring at our table. I remember thinking that if there had been a hole in the floor, I would have jumped into it immediately. The next few minutes are honestly a blur. I don't remember exactly what happened after that moment. I just remember standing up and quickly leaving the restaurant. Jim didn't try to explain anything. And honestly, at that point, I wasn't even sure I wanted to hear the explanation. Maybe something strange had happened in the restroom. Maybe he was sick. Maybe it was some kind of misunderstanding. I still don't know. Later that night, I blocked him on the app. After that experience, I decided I was completely done with dating apps. But here's the unexpected part of the story. After leaving the restaurant that night, I ordered an Uber to go home. I was still embarrassed and replaying the entire situation in my head. The driver was friendly and we started talking during the ride. It turned out we had a lot in common and the conversation felt surprisingly natural. We exchanged numbers before the ride ended, and believe it or not, the man who drove me home that night is now my boyfriend. So, in a strange way, I'm actually glad that dinner date didn't go well. And if Jim happened to be having some kind of bad day that night, I honestly wish him the best.
I'll keep this short. I had the strangest date of my life last week. I've been using dating apps for about 2 years. Not consistently, just hoping to eventually find someone and stop using them for good. Then I matched with a girl named Celia. We clicked instantly. The conversation felt easy, natural. So we decided to meet for lunch. Nothing fancy, just a small restaurant. When I got there, she was already waiting for me. We started talking, and it felt just like texting, effortless, comfortable. Honestly, it was going great, until it wasn't. Out of nowhere, she lifted one leg, leaned to the side, and let out the loudest fart I've ever heard. The entire restaurant went silent. Everyone turned to look at us, but that wasn't the worst part. She started laughing, not normal laughter. Her mouth stretched open, way too wide, wider than it should. It didn't look human. I didn't say a word. I just ran. I ran all the way home. I blocked her, deleted every dating app, and I'm never going back.
I got home one night, and I was exhausted and completely forgot about the wooden planks my landlord had installed on my windows for security. Around 4 a.m., I was jolted awake by loud, violent, and deliberate banging on my windows. I'm an extremely heavy sleeper, so the fact that I woke up at all still feels like a miracle. When I looked toward the window, I realized 2 men were outside, trying to force it open while yelling disgusting threats about what they planned to do to me. As they pushed and pulled, growing angrier, the window finally opened, but only partially. The wooden plank stopped it before opening all the way. Because of that plank, only half of one man's foot made it through the opening into my apartment. They kept trying to force the window wider, but the plank held firm. Seeing that foot inside my bedroom made everything feel unreal. I remember thinking that if the plank hadn't been there, they would have gotten inside while I was asleep, and I would have been completely defenseless. I immediately called the police. The man fled before they arrived. Officers came and took my statement, and later I learned the men were found. I chose not to press charges as I didn't feel capable of going through that process. I moved out within a week to a safer apartment building. Looking back, there were red flags I didn't recognize at the time. On several occasions, strangers approached me in the parking lot and asked about my boyfriend when he visited, and whether he was there on weekends. I realize now they were trying to figure out when I was alone. Another time, I walked into the laundry room and found a man sitting in the dark, just staring at me. After the attack, I realized he looked like the one man from that night. Ironically, I was working as a crisis counselor at the time. My job was literally to support survivors of violence, but my own sheltered upbringing made me slow to recognize the danger I was in. That morning, I had been angry about the wooden planks. That night, they actually saved my life. So this story began on a late 90s summer night in El Paso, under a heat so thick that it seeped into the adobe walls. A church block party was ending and a man slipped away from the crowd unnoticed. He followed my family home. The house was alive with its usual rhythm. Grandparents in their recliners, aunts on the couch, and the television was just murmuring. Everything was locked and sealed against the oven like the breath of a desert night. 10 minutes later, a soft, almost polite knock came at my door. My aunt opened it. A man stepped inside without an invitation, smiling an easy, wide smile that didn't feel right. He said, "Hi guys." Manny just wanted me to stop by and say hi. Everyone knew Manny. He was my dad. The name was a key turning in the lock, and for a brief moment, everyone's guard dropped. When my grandfather finally asked who he was, the man didn't answer. He just stood there, his eyes drifting slowly across the living room, memorizing every detail as if he was taking inventory. "You need to leave," my grandfather said, his voice steady but edged. The man turned and walked out, a tense, Listening silence settled over the house. Then the banging began. The front door shuddered in its frame as a knob twisted and rattled. "Is this how you treat family?" A loud, furious voice shouted through the wood. And then the voice changed. It slowed, deepened, and thickened, as if something heavy were uncoiling in the throat that was no longer entirely human. "Let me in," it said, calm, measured, almost gentle. "It's cold and rainy out here." The night sky was perfectly clear. "Come outside so I can carve your hearts out." "Show me your flesh. This is my domain." He repeated the word domain slowly, reverently, like a twisted prayer. He circled to the bedroom window where my grandfather was sitting and began pounding on the glass. A crack spiderwebbed outward before the window shattered. My grandfather bolted outside and picked up a rusted pipe from the yard. He swung it once, but the man was faster. The dull thunk of metal on bone echoed in the night. There was blood beneath my grandfather's eye, and he staggered back inside. He said, "Call the police." My grandmother froze, and she said, "Let's just see what happens." Outside, the man circled the house, his footsteps deliberate, his low voice still claiming his domain. Panic finally broke the spell, and my family spilled out into the street, pounding on neighbors' doors. The man walked back into the empty house. He opened the refrigerator and ate the leftovers straight from the foil. He drank from the milk jug. He jumped on the beds, spat on the mirrors, and touched everything, claiming it is all his. When the police arrived, they approached him like he was just a man, but he wasn't. He swung the pipe again, taking 2 officers down before 4 more could wrestle him down to the ground. All the while, his low voice kept murmuring, unhurried and certain. Years later, they said it was drugs, PCP or meth, something that burns the person away and leaves only a furnace of limitless strength and delusion. But in the retelling, it never quite settles on chemicals alone. Even now, my family checks the locks twice, glances at the windows after dark, and still hears, in the back of their minds, that calm, thickened voice repeating the word that never quite left them, and they kept hearing, domain. This is one of those stories that happened in my family that they just continue to tell throughout the years.
I have been suffering from something I can't really explain, something I haven't found a solution for, and honestly, I don't know who I could even talk to about it. About a month ago, I fell asleep on the couch while watching television. That's normal for me. I get home tired from work, have dinner, and then unwind for a bit. Falling asleep there has become part of my routine. I do have a girlfriend, but we don't live together yet. And after what's been happening, I'm not sure she would want to. She doesn't know about any of this. I haven't told her. But eventually, I'll have to. Anyway, that night was like any other. I woke up on the couch around midnight and dragged myself to bed. The apartment was quiet. I remember barely making it under the covers before instantly falling asleep again. Then, around 2 a.m., I woke up. At least, I think I did. I couldn't move. I couldn't feel my legs. I couldn't lift my arms. I couldn't even turn my head. The only thing I could move were my eyes. It felt like I was trapped inside my own body. At first, I thought I was still dreaming. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself this had to be some kind of sleep issue. Then I looked toward the corner of the room, next to my closet, and I saw something. It wasn't clear. It wasn't detailed. Just a darker shape against the darkness, like a person standing still. It didn't move, but it was there. My heart started pounding so loudly I was sure I would wake myself up. I remember thinking, is someone in my apartment? Had I locked the door? Was I imagining this? I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to sit up, but nothing responded. I just stared at it. After what felt like several minutes, I blinked, and it was gone. At the exact same moment I could move again, I shot up in bed, turned on the lamp, and scanned the room. Nothing. The closet door was closed. The corner was empty. I checked the entire apartment. Everything was locked. I barely slept the rest of that night. The next morning, I convinced myself it was sleep paralysis. I looked it up online, and the symptoms matched almost perfectly. Inability to move, hallucinations, shadow figures. It made sense. For a few days, nothing happened again. Then, it happened a second time. Same routine. Fell asleep on the couch, went to bed, woke up around 2 a.m., frozen. This time, I didn't look at the corner right away. I didn't want to. But eventually, my eyes drifted there, and it was back. Same shape, same place, standing beside the closet, watching me. It felt closer somehow. Not physically closer, just more defined. Again, it didn't move. It just stood there. And again, after a few minutes, it disappeared the moment I regained control of my body. That's when I started changing things. I stopped sleeping on the couch. I made sure to go to bed fully awake. I left a lamp on at night. I even started playing quiet music in the background, thinking maybe silence was triggering something in my brain. For a week, nothing happened. I almost felt relieved. Until 3 nights ago. I woke up again, 2:03 a.m., frozen. But this time, I wasn't lying on my back. I was facing the wall. I couldn't see the closet corner, and I felt something I hadn't felt before, the sensation that I wasn't alone behind me. You know when someone stands too close and you can feel their presence without touching you? That's what it felt like. My entire body was tense, but I couldn't move. Slowly, with just my eyes, I tried to look toward the reflection in the television screen across the room. The television was off, but the black screen reflected part of the bedroom, and in that reflection, I saw it. Closer than before, not in the corner, standing right next to my bed, facing me. I couldn't make out features. Just a tall outline. Still. Silent. Waiting. I don't know how long it stayed there. But this time, when I regained control, it didn't disappear immediately. I felt the mattress shift slightly, like weight being lifted from it. Then it was gone. I turned on every light in the apartment. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I checked the side of the bed. There was nothing unusual, except the indentation on the mattress, on my side, like someone had been standing there for a while. Here's the part I haven't told anyone. Last night, I didn't fall asleep on the couch. I didn't even feel that tired. I went to bed fully awake. I remember staring at the ceiling, wide awake, no dreams, no drifting. And at exactly 2:03 a.m., without warning, I couldn't move, which means whatever this is, it's not waiting for me to fall asleep anymore. So, 2 years ago, something happened to me that still echoes in my life today. I still have bad dreams about it. I'll keep personal details hidden and I won't reveal where this took place. Like I was saying, until 2 years ago, I used to kayak alone at night in a nearby lake. The location was pretty hidden. It wasn't popular, but a few locals knew about it. Most of the time you could find it completely empty, especially at night. That was actually my favorite time to go on this particular night. Something happened that made me never go back into a boat, a lake, or open water again. I followed my usual routine. I parked a bit away, carried my kayak down a narrow path. It wasn't very heavy, and placed it gently into the water. The night was calm. There was some fog, not too thick, but enough to blur the shoreline. That never bothered me before. The lake wasn't huge. Even with fog, you could always spot the darker line of trees around the edges. At least, that's what I thought. I'd been paddling for maybe 15 minutes when I noticed something strange. Along the shoreline, through the fog, I could see what looked like people. Shadows. Several of them. They were spaced apart from each other, standing still, facing the water. At first, I assumed it was a group of night fishermen, or maybe friends hanging out quietly. It was unusual, but not impossible. What made me uncomfortable wasn't their presence. It was how still they were. No one moved, no one shifted, no one used a flashlight, just tall, dark outlines against the fog. I stopped paddling and let the kayak drift. I remember thinking that maybe the fog was playing tricks on my eyes. Depth perception gets strange at night on water. Shapes stretch, shadows double. So I blinked. I rubbed my eyes. They were still there. And then I realized something else. The spacing between them was too even. Like they had measured the distance. I felt a small wave of unease, but told myself I was overthinking. I dipped my paddle back into the water and turned slightly, just to change my angle and confirm what I was seeing. That's when it happened. The shoreline shifted, not physically, but the perspective changed in a way that didn't make sense. The figures that had been on my left were now directly in front of me. I hadn't turned that much. I froze. The fog thickened slightly, rolling across the surface of the water like slow smoke. And then I noticed something that made my chest tighten. There was no sound, no insects, no water against rocks. Not even the distant hum of wind in trees. The lake was completely silent. Even my paddle entering the water sounded muted. I suddenly felt exposed, like I wasn't observing them. They were observing me. I decided it was time to head back. Slowly, calmly, I began paddling toward where I believed the shore was. But after a minute, I realized something was wrong. The tree line wasn't getting closer. It looked exactly the same. The silhouettes were still there. Same distance, same spacing. My breathing got heavier. I tried paddling harder, this time aiming toward a darker patch that I was sure was the exit point. Nothing changed. The fog seemed to stretch the lake endlessly. Then, one of the figures moved. Not a step, not an arm. It simply shifted closer to the waterline. And then another did the same. No splashes, no footsteps, just a subtle change in position. That was the moment panic hit me. I turned the kayak sharply and started paddling in the opposite direction, hard. The water beneath me felt thicker, heavier, like I was dragging through resistance. I didn't look back, I just kept paddling. After what felt like several minutes, my paddle suddenly hit something solid. Sand. I had reached shore. I jumped out without even pulling the kayak fully up. My shoes sank slightly into wet ground. I stumbled forward through the fog until I reached the tree line. When I finally turned around, the lake looked normal, empty, no silhouettes, no movement, just fog slowly lifting from still water. I stood there for a long time, trying to steady my breathing. I told myself it was an illusion, fog distortion, light refraction, my imagination mixing with darkness. But then I noticed something that I still can't explain. My kayak was not where I had left it. It was pulled halfway onto the shore, much farther than where I had stepped out, as if someone had dragged it up for me. I was alone. I know I was alone. I didn't sleep that night, and I've never gone back. Even now, whenever I'm near open water at night, I get this strange feeling. Like I'm being measured. Like something is standing at an equal distance from me, waiting.
When I was about 10 or 12, I don't really remember, but I had an odd experience. At the time, I was sharing a room with my sister. We had lofted beds and I slept on the top bunk. We had this stereo. When you would press the button and turn it on, it would click and a red light would come on. Our beds were on one side of the room and the stereo was on a desk on the opposite side. One night I was woken up by the click sound that the stereo makes when the power button is pressed. I recognized the sound and I sat up in bed. I looked over at the stereo and the light was actually on. I look over at my sister and she is fast asleep. Her bed is under mine but perpendicular, so I could see the top half of her from my bed. The stereo is playing with the white noise sound. Suddenly I can hear someone saying, "Away," coming from the stereo. Just one word, away. First it starts off soft and gradually gets louder until it becomes a yell. Away, away, away. It took about 10 to 15 seconds probably to build up to that yell, and then it died back down to a whisper. I thought this was a dream. I was frozen out of fear, and I thought this had to be my imagination, and I tried telling myself that during the whole time. I had almost convinced myself of it until it stopped. After the voice died away, the stereo went back to static. Then I heard the familiar click, and the light turned off. I was positive I wasn't dreaming the ending click. I stared at the stereo for a few more moments, and I was too freaked out to move. I looked back at my sister and I saw that she was still asleep, and finally I laid back in bed, covered myself in my sheets, and I willed myself back to sleep. I consider myself a rational person, but I had no rational explanation for this. This is the freakiest shit that has ever happened to me. This story is about my friend and her 6-year-old son. One day, she brought a new phone. When she came home from work, she started cooking dinner and left her phone down on the kitchen table. Her son came into the kitchen and saw the phone. He asked his mother if he could play with it, and she actually told him yeah, as long as he did not call anyone or delete any text messages. So of course, the boy agreed and went off to his bedroom, well actually his mother's bedroom, to play with the phone. Around 10 p.m. that night, she went upstairs to tuck him in, and she found him fast asleep on the bed. The new phone was lying on the ground beside the bed. She picked it up and began browsing through the settings to make sure he had not deleted anything. She noticed some minor changes. He had changed the theme, the background, and had given her a new ringtone. She noticed that he had taken some pictures with the phone. She opened the images folder and browsed through the phone. How cute, she thought. He had been taking selfies. Then she came across the last photo in the folder. When she first saw it, she couldn't quite believe it. Were her eyes playing tricks on her? It was a photograph of her son, lying asleep on her bed. But the disturbing thing was that there was someone lurking in the far left corner of the picture. It seemed to show the left side of a creepy old woman's face. Until this day, her son could never answer the question about who that woman was and how she got in there.
I have been suffering from something I can't really explain, something I haven't found a solution for, and honestly, I don't know who I could even talk to about it. About a month ago, I fell asleep on the couch while watching television. That's normal for me. I get home tired from work, have dinner, and then unwind for a bit. Falling asleep there has become part of my routine. I do have a girlfriend, but we don't live together yet. And after what's been happening, I'm not sure she would want to. She doesn't know about any of this. I haven't told her. But eventually, I'll have to. Anyway, that night was like any other. I woke up on the couch around midnight and dragged myself to bed. The apartment was quiet. I remember barely making it under the covers before instantly falling asleep again. Then, around 2 a.m., I woke up. At least, I think I did. I couldn't move. I couldn't feel my legs. I couldn't lift my arms. I couldn't even turn my head. The only thing I could move were my eyes. It felt like I was trapped inside my own body. At first, I thought I was still dreaming. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself this had to be some kind of sleep issue. Then I looked toward the corner of the room, next to my closet, and I saw something. It wasn't clear. It wasn't detailed. Just a darker shape against the darkness, like a person standing still. It didn't move, but it was there. My heart started pounding so loudly I was sure I would wake myself up. I remember thinking, is someone in my apartment? Had I locked the door? Was I imagining this? I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to sit up, but nothing responded. I just stared at it. After what felt like several minutes, I blinked, and it was gone. At the exact same moment I could move again, I shot up in bed, turned on the lamp, and scanned the room. Nothing. The closet door was closed. The corner was empty. I checked the entire apartment. Everything was locked. I barely slept the rest of that night. The next morning, I convinced myself it was sleep paralysis. I looked it up online, and the symptoms matched almost perfectly. Inability to move, hallucinations, shadow figures. It made sense. For a few days, nothing happened again. Then it happened a second time. Same routine. Fell asleep on the couch, went to bed, woke up around 2 a.m., frozen. This time, I didn't look at the corner right away. I didn't want to. But eventually, my eyes drifted there, and it was back. Same shape, same place, standing beside the closet, watching me. It felt closer somehow. Not physically closer, just more defined. Again, it didn't move. It just stood there. And again, after a few minutes, it disappeared the moment I regained control of my body. That's when I started changing things. I stopped sleeping on the couch. I made sure to go to bed fully awake. I left a lamp on at night. I even started playing quiet music in the background, thinking maybe silence was triggering something in my brain. For a week, nothing happened. I almost felt relieved. Until 3 nights ago. I woke up again, 2:03 a.m., frozen. But this time, I wasn't lying on my back. I was facing the wall. I couldn't see the closet corner, and I felt something I hadn't felt before, the sensation that I wasn't alone behind me. You know when someone stands too close and you can feel their presence without touching you? That's what it felt like. My entire body was tense, but I couldn't move. Slowly, with just my eyes, I tried to look toward the reflection in the television screen across the room. The television was off, but the black screen reflected part of the bedroom, and in that reflection, I saw it. Closer than before, not in the corner, standing right next to my bed, facing me. I couldn't make out features. Just a tall outline. Still. Silent. Waiting. I don't know how long it stayed there. But this time, when I regained control, it didn't disappear immediately. I felt the mattress shift slightly, like weight being lifted from it. Then it was gone. I turned on every light in the apartment. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I checked the side of the bed. There was nothing unusual, except the indentation on the mattress, on my side, like someone had been standing there for a while. Here's the part I haven't told anyone. Last night, I didn't fall asleep on the couch. I didn't even feel that tired. I went to bed fully awake. I remember staring at the ceiling, wide awake, no dreams, no drifting. And at exactly 2:03 a.m., without warning, I couldn't move, which means whatever this is, it's not waiting for me to fall asleep anymore.
When I was 11 years old, I spent the night hanging out with my closest friend at the time. I left around 7 o'clock. He was about 15 to 20-minute walk away from my house. It was the month of December, so it was icy and dark outside. While I was walking down the long sidewalk, I had to make a turn halfway. Across the turn down the sidewalk, I noticed a man way further down. He was alone at the moment. 10 seconds later, a 4-door car drove up to him. It was a long street till my turn, so I watched him talk to whoever was in the car. It sped off, and he just stopped, watching me as I walked. As I kept walking, all I heard was, "Hey you, come here, stop, hey you." So I freaked out. I started walking faster and then noticed he started running toward me. I started running for my life. Since the ground was covered in snow and ice, all I literally thought was, "Please, God, don't let me slip." I was crying and I was running. He caught up extremely fast. I kept looking back and noticed the car slowly driving behind him. As I ran, I felt his arm reach out and try to grab the hood of my sweatshirt. By God's grace, his hand slipped, and I ran a block trying to find a house with the lights on. I finally found one and banged at the door, almost ready to break it down. This older couple finally answered, and I ran inside explaining what happened. The husband then went outside to try to find him. When he went out, he saw the man standing at the end of the street staring at him. Then he ran off. My mom called the police and pulled me out of school for 4 days afterward, and this guy was never found. For a while after, I would buy flowers and a card and leave it on the couple's step, thanking them for saving my life. God only knows what would have happened if he got me and dragged me to the car.
A man shared a story online about something strange happening inside his house after moving into an old rental property with his dog. At first, it seemed harmless, but at some point, every night around the same time, the dog would suddenly stop whatever it was doing and stare into the corner of the kitchen. Then it would start barking. Not playful barking. Not the kind dogs do when they hear a noise outside. The dog stood completely stiff while barking, ears lowered, tail down, eyes locked onto the exact same corner every single night. The owner assumed there had to be mice inside the walls or maybe sounds coming from the pipes. He ignored it for weeks, but eventually the barking started spreading to other parts of the house. First the kitchen, then the hallway, then the living room. Within a month, the dog had developed a disturbing habit. Every night, it would walk through the house as if following something invisible from room to room. And every time it stopped, it stared directly into a corner before barking aggressively at empty space. The owner tried everything. He brought in an exterminator. Nothing was found. He checked for mold, electrical problems, loose vents, even hidden animals in the attic. Nothing. But the dog's behavior kept getting worse. According to him, the animal started refusing to enter certain rooms during the daytime. Sometimes it would stand outside a doorway growling softly, refusing to cross into the room unless the owner walked in first. The worst place was the bedroom. Every night around 3 a.m., the dog would wake up suddenly and stare toward the corner directly across from the bed. Then the barking would start. The owner described it as panicked, not angry, not territorial. Terrified. One night, he finally decided to see what the dog was reacting to. Instead of turning the lights on, he pretended to stay asleep while watching the corner through half-open eyes. The room was almost completely dark except for faint streetlight coming through the curtains. The dog was staring into the corner again. Then it began growling, low at first, then louder. The owner said that's when he noticed something move, not clearly. Not enough to understand what he was seeing, but he swore the darkness in the corner looked wrong somehow, like part of it shifted, as if someone had slowly leaned backward into the wall. The moment he focused on it, the dog exploded into frantic barking. The owner jumped up and turned on the bedroom light immediately. Nothing was there. The corner was empty. But the dog kept barking for nearly 10 minutes straight while backing away from that side of the room. After that night, things became unbearable. The dog no longer barked at only one corner. It started reacting to random parts of the house, sometimes tracking something across the ceiling with its eyes. Other nights, it would suddenly wake up and bark into complete darkness as if something had entered the room. The owner stopped sleeping properly. He started leaving lights on all night. None of it helped. Eventually, he installed a small camera in the bedroom, hoping to catch whatever was causing the behavior. For several nights, nothing unusual appeared in the recordings. Just the dog waking up and barking at empty corners. But on the 7th night, the footage captured something strange. At exactly 3:13 a.m., the dog suddenly stood up from the floor and stared toward the corner near the bed. Then, very slowly, its head tilted upward, as if it was following something rising along the wall toward the ceiling. A few seconds later, the dog began screaming, not barking, screaming. The owner said he had never heard anything like it before in his life. The next morning, he unplugged the camera, packed his things, and left the house with the dog that same day. According to him, the dog never barked at corners again after they moved out. In July of 2023, an old fisherman opened his small beach kiosk at 5 in the morning, just like he had done every day for the last 30 years. A security camera facing the pier captured something strange. At the very end of the dock, a man was sitting alone with a fishing rod, slowly smoking a pipe. It was the exact same spot where his friend used to fish every single morning for over 40 years. His friend had drowned back in 2016 at the age of 60. The body was never recovered. The fisherman recognized the silhouette immediately. The straw hat, the pipe, even the way he cast the line into the water. He stood frozen behind the counter for nearly 20 minutes, waiting for the figure to finally turn around. But when he worked up the courage to walk down the pier, there was nobody there. Only a wet mark on the wooden boards. A perfect outline, exactly where someone had been sitting for hours. Later that day, he showed the footage to his friend's widow. She watched the video 3 times in complete silence. Then she looked at him and quietly said, "He promised me he would keep fishing, even after he was gone." In November of 2016, a coastal weather station began reporting something impossible. An abandoned lighthouse had started working again. The lighthouse had officially been shut down in the 1950s, replaced by a newer automated system built miles away. For over 60 years, the tower had stood empty. No electricity, no fuel, no functioning machinery, but surveillance cameras captured the light turning on every single night between 3 and 4 in the morning. Exactly the same schedule had followed when it was still operational. Authorities sent technicians to investigate. They inspected the entire structure and confirmed there was no active power source connected to the lighthouse. Nothing should have been capable of turning the lamp on. The last lighthouse keeper died 1 year before the tower was permanently decommissioned. According to locals, he never missed a single night of work. Every evening at exactly 3. He climbed the spiral staircase and lit the beacon himself. When his granddaughter watched the footage decades later, she immediately recognized the pattern. Not just the timing, but the ritual. In June of 2018, a priest installed security cameras inside an old church after several residents claimed they kept seeing lights turn on during the middle of the night. For days, nothing unusual appeared on the recordings. But on the 4th night, the cameras captured something no one could explain. A young woman, wearing a wedding dress, slowly walked down the center aisle completely alone. She stopped directly in front of the altar and stood there in silence for 7 full minutes. Then she vanished. No doors opened, no footsteps were heard. She was simply gone. The footage eventually reached an old family in the town. They immediately recognized the dress. It belonged to a woman who died from pneumonia in 1978, only 3 days before her wedding ceremony. Her fiancé had kept the dress stored inside his house for decades. He passed away earlier that same year at 87 years old. According to the family, the woman had finally returned to finish the wedding they never had in life. Here in December of 2017, a family in a remote mountain village installed a security camera outside an old countryside home that had recently been sold after the owner's death. The new owners had planned to move in immediately, but kept delaying it. Every night, they heard footsteps around the house after dark. At first, they blamed the wind, then the wooden floors, then stray animals outside. But after weeks of hearing the same sounds at the exact same hour, they decided to install a camera facing the front entrance. 3 weeks later, the footage captured something they still can't explain. At exactly 10:48 p.m., an elderly man wearing a flat cap and a dark coat walked up to the front door and calmly tried to unlock it. The family recognized him instantly. It was the former owner's husband, who had died 6 years earlier. For over 40 years, he had followed the same routine every single night. He would leave the local cafe and arrive home just before 11 p.m. without fail. According to the family, the figure in the footage moved exactly like him. Same posture, same clothes. Even the same habit of checking his coat pocket for the house keys. The new owners put the house back on the market the following month and returned to the city. Security cameras have reportedly captured a series of disturbing incidents that circulate as modern urban legends. In several unrelated cases, footage appears to show strangers entering private homes during the middle of the night, behaving as if they belong there, and then leaving quietly before sunrise without waking anyone inside. In some recordings, the individuals move slowly through hallways, pausing in doorways or standing still in living rooms for long periods of time, as if observing the house rather than intruding on it. What makes these reports even more unsettling is the consistency. The behavior is calm, deliberate, and almost routine, with no signs of forced entry or panic. In a few cases, families only discover the footage weeks or even months later, after reviewing old recordings due to unrelated security alerts or technical checks. By then, there was no evidence left behind, and no clear explanation for how the individuals entered or left without triggering alarms. Some versions of the story claim that objects are subtly rearranged afterward. Chairs slightly shifted, doors left ajar, or personal belongings moved just a few centimeters from where they were last seen. Nothing obvious enough to be immediately noticed, but enough to feel off once pointed out. Over time, these accounts began to merge into a shared legend passed between homeowners and security technicians. The idea that some houses are briefly visited at night by people who seem to know the layout too well, and who leave before anyone realizes they were ever there.
A few months ago, I was just an ordinary guy, winding down after a long day. It was late, probably around midnight, and I was sitting in my living room, the television flickering in the dim light. I had a routine: flip through a few channels, watch some news, maybe catch a sitcom or two. But that night, something felt off. I remember it clearly. I was half watching a documentary when suddenly, the picture on my screen flickered like static, then settled into something strange. At first, I thought it was a technical glitch, but then I realized no station ID, no logos, no sound, just strange images flashing rapidly across the screen. It was like a slideshow, but not the kind you'd see in a museum. It was unsettling, almost hypnotic. I tried turning the television off, but it wouldn't. I unplugged it, waited a few seconds, plugged it back in. Still there. The images kept flickering. Then, slowly, they started to form patterns. Symbols, shapes, numbers. It was like someone was trying to communicate, but I couldn't understand what. My first instinct was that it was a glitch, maybe a corrupted signal from some nearby station. But as the minutes passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was something more. It was deliberate. The images seemed to be telling a story or hiding something. I stared at the screen, trying to decipher the strange messages. A string of numbers, then a sequence of symbols that looked like a code. I felt a strange mix of curiosity and unease. I started to jot down what I saw, the symbols, the numbers, even some of the images. Then, suddenly, the broadcast shifted. The images changed to a familiar location, a park near my house, one I passed by often but never paid much attention to. And then, a message appeared. Look closer. That's when I realized I was being pulled into something I didn't understand. I wasn't just watching television anymore. I was part of a puzzle. It was like someone wanted me to see this, to notice something I'd been missing. I kept watching night after night, waiting for the next message. Over the next few weeks, the broadcast appeared periodically. Sometimes it would show snippets of old photographs. Other times, strange symbols that looked like an alphabet I'd never seen before. I started to notice patterns, clues hidden in the chaos. The symbols, the numbers, the images, they seemed connected. One night, I saw a sequence of numbers that matched the date of an event in my past, something I'd long buried. Then, I saw a shape that looked like my childhood house. I started to wonder if whoever was behind this had access to my memories, or knew things about me I'd never shared. I reached out to some friends, but they just thought I was overthinking it, or that I was imagining things. Maybe I was. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone wanted me to find out something important. The most unsettling part came when the broadcast showed a figure. I couldn't see their face, but the outline was clear enough. Someone was trying to communicate with me directly. I felt a chill run down my spine. Was it someone I knew? Or someone I didn't want to know? Eventually, the broadcast stopped as mysteriously as they had started. I never found out who was behind it, or why they chose me. I kept the clues I gathered, but the trail went cold. Still, I often wonder, what if I hadn't seen it? Would I have gone on living my life, unaware of the secrets lurking just beneath the surface? To this day, I sometimes catch myself glancing at the television, half expecting that strange broadcast to return. And I wonder, was it just a glitch? Or was I part of something much bigger? Something I may never fully understand. This happened to me a few days ago, and I am scared to the bone with what may happen next. I was walking home from the movies at night, and my house is very close to the theater. My best friend had gone in the opposite direction, as she also lives nearby, but on the other side. So, like I said, while walking home, I realized someone was also walking behind me. Not too close, but close enough I could see his face. I turned a few times to look back because I wasn't comfortable with the situation. I am a very short woman with a very thin physique. He kept walking behind me, and I was reaching my apartment building. I didn't want to show him where I lived, but I was terrified of keep walking, so I took the chance and just entered the building and closed the door. I stayed on the entrance floor for a bit to see if the guy would pass in front of the building. I hid in the darkness of the corners just watching. The guy didn't pass in front of the door. Maybe he entered another building on the way here, but I was sure he was still walking behind me when I entered. After a few minutes of waiting, I just went home and went to sleep. I was tired but felt safe now that I was home, with the doors locked and the safety of living on the third floor of my building. The next evening, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept checking the windows, but everything looked normal. Still, I noticed something strange. When I looked out the living room window, I saw him. He was standing across the street, just outside the building, staring up at my window intently. My heart stopped. He was looking right at me. I froze, unable to look away. His face was cold, expressionless, but there was a sinister glint in his eyes. It was like he knew exactly which apartment was mine, like he had been watching me for days. I quickly ducked down and pulled the curtain shut. My hands shook as I grabbed my phone to call the police, but I hesitated. I didn't want to believe he'd be there again tomorrow. Waiting, I kept the door locked, trembling, wondering how he knew where I lived. I kept asking myself, was he just lucky? Or did he follow me somehow? That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face staring back at me. The third night, I was on edge. I kept the door locked and the lights on. I heard no footsteps outside, no strange sounds, so I convinced myself maybe he had given up. But then I saw it. Through the crack in the curtains, I spotted him again, standing across the street, looking up at my window. This time, he didn't move, just stared. I felt a cold sweat break out. I knew he was waiting for an opportunity, maybe to break in or do something worse. Suddenly, I heard a faint noise, the sound of a window opening or a door creaking. My heart pounded. I looked around and realized my front door was slightly ajar. I hadn't left it open. Panic set in. I ran to the bathroom, locking the door behind me. I grabbed my phone, trembling fingers. I whispered everything, describing the man outside and the open door. As I spoke, I heard footsteps inside the apartment, slow, deliberate. Someone was inside. I pressed my back against the shower wall, trying to stay quiet. The door handle jiggled, then stopped. For a moment, silence. Then, footsteps retreating. The man ran out as quickly as he had entered. I stayed hidden in the bathroom, tears streaming, until the police arrived. They searched my apartment and the building but found no one. The intruder had vanished, leaving behind only fear. Now, I'm terrified. The police haven't caught him. I don't know what he wanted or what he's capable of. Every night, I hear footsteps outside, and I keep looking over my shoulder. I'm sharing this story because I'm afraid he might come back, and I don't want anyone else to go through this. If you're out there and you're listening, be careful. Because sometimes the shadows are watching. I never thought a simple hike could turn into a nightmare. My wife, Lisa, and I are passionate about exploring new trails. We've spent weekends wandering through forests, chasing that thrill of discovery. So, when we found a faint, unmarked trail deep in the northern woods, one that no maps showed and that nobody seemed to have walked in years, we were eager to see where it led. We packed light, eager for adventure. The air was crisp, the trees towering high above us, and the ground crunching softly under our boots as we ventured into the unknown. The woods felt alive, but peaceful. At first, the trail was narrow, winding through dense trees, their branches intertwining like fingers trying to hold secrets. About an hour in, we started to notice strange things. Broken branches, but not from animals. These were snapped cleanly, like someone had torn through them. A faint, putrid smell lingered in the air, unlike anything I'd ever smelled in the woods before. Lisa joked it was just the smell of decay, but I felt a shiver run down my spine. Suddenly, we heard it, a low, guttural sound that didn't belong to any animal I recognized. It echoed through the trees, deep and chilling, making the hairs on my neck stand up. I told Lisa to stay close, trying to brush it off as a bear or a moose, but neither of those sounds felt right. Then I saw it. In a small clearing ahead, standing motionless, was something I will never forget. A tall, gaunt figure with elongated limbs, hunched over, with skin that looked pallid and stretched tight over its bones and antlers. Its eyes glowed faintly, like embers in the darkness, piercing through the shadows. The creature's face was a twisted, elongated snout, and I swear I saw its lips curl into something like a grim smile or a snarl. I froze. My wife screamed as she saw it, clutching my arm. The creature took a slow step forward, its gaze fixed on us, and I felt every second stretch into eternity. I knew, without a doubt, that this was no ordinary animal. Its presence was wrong, unnatural. The stories I'd heard about Wendigos flashed through my mind. Beings of hunger, cursed with insatiable craving, feeding on fear and flesh. I grabbed Lisa's hand, whispering to run. We turned and sprinted back down the trail, the creature's heavy footsteps pounding behind us, echoing through the trees. I could hear its guttural growls, like a hunger that could never be satisfied. Branches whipped at my face, and I tripped once, falling to my knees, heart pounding so loud I thought it would burst. I looked back briefly, and I saw it again, standing there watching us retreat, its eyes burning with a terrible intelligence. It was fast, faster than I could run, but somehow we made it out of the woods. When we finally burst out onto the trailhead, we didn't stop, we didn't look back. We just ran, crashing through bushes and stumbling over roots until we hit the car. As we sped away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see it chasing after us. We don't talk about what we saw that day. Lisa refuses to believe it was real. But I know what I saw. The creature was no animal. It was something else. Something cursed and ancient, feeding on our fear. Since then, I haven't been able to shake the feeling that it's still out there, waiting in the shadows of those woods. Maybe it's still watching, hungry for the next visitor brave or foolish enough to wander into its domain. If you ever find yourself in those woods, stay on the trails. Don't stray. And if you see something that doesn't belong, something too tall, too gaunt, with glowing eyes, run. Because once it knows you're there, it won't forget. And I pray you never meet the Wendigo. It's been weeks since I found his body in that cabin. I still remember the way the woods whispered around us that night. My grandfather, the man who raised me, the man who loved these trees more than anything, was gone. They say it was a heart attack, sudden and quick. But I don't believe that. Not really. He told me stories. Stories I thought were just old tales to scare a curious boy. But now, I wonder if they were warnings. He always told me about how he'd chosen this place, how he was never meant for cities or crowds. He was a man of the woods, a part of the wild. After Grandma died, he said, he felt the woods calling him back, that the forest was his true home, where he could listen to the heartbeat of the earth and be at peace. I remember sitting beside him, listening, feeling the weight of his words. But there was one story he told that haunted me more than any other. It was about the rake. He said it was something from the darkness of the forest, a creature that lurked in shadows, unseen by most but felt by those who were sensitive enough. When he first encountered it, he was walking deep into the woods one evening, searching for firewood. The sky was darkening, and the trees seemed to close in around him. Suddenly, he felt it, like a cold breath on his neck, a presence that didn't belong. He described it as tall, taller than a man, with elongated limbs and a gaunt, featureless face. Its skin was pale, almost gray, like it was made of flesh stretched tight over bones. It moved with an unnatural, jerky gait, silent except for the faint rustle of leaves. He said he froze, heart pounding in his chest. The creature stared at him, its eyes empty, yet somehow piercing. He remembered feeling a terrible, primal fear, the kind that grips your guts and leaves you trembling. Somehow, he managed to turn and run, stumbling back toward his cabin. But he never forgot that encounter. He told me he survived that night, barely, that the creature vanished into the darkness, leaving him shaken but alive. He warned me to stay away from the deeper woods, especially after sunset, to respect what lurks out there, because not everything in the woods is just animals and trees. Over the years, he'd seen signs, shadows moving where they shouldn't be, Strange footprints in the dirt, too large for any animal. Sometimes he'd hear whispers, soft voices carried by the wind, calling his name, urging him deeper into the forest. He said he believed the creature was an ancient thing, maybe a guardian of the woods, or perhaps something darker, something that feeds on fear, and that it was always watching, waiting for the right moment. But it wasn't until recently that I truly believed him. One night, just a few weeks before he died, I stayed with him in the cabin. We sat by the fire, and I asked him if he ever saw the creature again. He looked at me, eyes tired but intense. He told me that he had felt it near the cabin that very night, that he'd heard the faint scrape of claws on wood and seen a tall shadow slipping between the trees. He said it was trying to get inside the cabin, to get him. I remember feeling a chill run down my spine. I asked if he was afraid. He nodded slowly, but then he looked at me with a strange, steady gaze. "Son," he said, "you can't run from it. You can't hide. It's part of this place, part of the woods. If it wants you, it'll come for you. The only thing you can do is respect it. Respect the woods and what lives in them." He paused, then looked out at the trees beyond the window. But I think it's already too late for me. That night, I stayed awake, listening to the sounds outside. I swear I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. Shadows flickered at the edge of the firelight. I thought about what he told me, about the creature from the darkness. I never saw the creature myself, but I felt it. That cold presence watching. And I kept thinking about what he said, that it was waiting. Then, the next morning, I found him dead. No signs of struggle, no wounds. Just his body, cold and still. The doctor called it a heart attack, but I saw the way his eyes were open, fixed on the ceiling, like he'd seen something he couldn't forget. And I wonder, was it the creature? Did it come for him in the end? Or was it something else? Since then, strange things have happened. I hear noises at night, twigs snapping, distant whispers, the faint scrape of claws. Sometimes I see shadows moving just beyond the trees, even in the daylight. I'm scared to go back into the woods, and I have this terrible feeling that whatever my grandfather warned me about, it's still out there. I think about his stories, about the creature he called the rake, and I can't help but believe that it's more than just a story, that it's real, that it's waiting for me too. And maybe, just maybe, it's the reason he's gone.
My name's Emily. I live alone in a small house on the edge of a quiet suburban neighborhood, just outside of Grayling, Michigan. The neighborhood is nestled right at the edge of the Huron-Manistee National Forests, vast, dark woods that stretch for miles, full of secrets and shadows. I always thought living so close to the woods was peaceful. Until that night. It started like any other evening. I was in my kitchen, making dinner, when I noticed something strange outside. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe a large dog or some animal wandering through the backyard. But then I saw it move. At first, I couldn't believe my eyes. Something large, something humanoid, but not quite, was lurking behind the trees. Its silhouette was tall and broad, with a strange gait, almost like it was walking on two legs, but with an unnatural, lurching movement. Its eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the moonlight, and I felt my stomach tighten. It was not a dog, not any animal I'd ever seen. I froze, watching from the window, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It seemed to notice me, but it didn't seem afraid. It just stared, that eerie gaze piercing through the glass. My heart pounded harder. I knew I needed to get out of sight, but I couldn't move. My mind was racing. What was that thing? Was it dangerous? Was it even real? Suddenly, I heard a loud crash outside. I looked over and saw the back door, my door, shattered, splintered wood and torn hinges hanging loose. The creature had entered my home. That's when the panic hit me. I ran, climbing the stairs as fast as I could, locking myself in my bedroom. I didn't see what it was inside the house, but I could hear it moving around. Heavy footsteps, scratching at the walls, claws scraping against the wood. I barricaded my door with furniture, trembling. My breathing was ragged, my mind was racing. What was that thing? How did it get in? What did it want? I was terrified it would come for me next. From my upstairs window, I looked down into the backyard. The creature was still there, just outside the broken door. Its silhouette was massive, hunched but somehow still tall, with a shape that was both animalistic and human. Its eyes flickered like fire in the dark, and I could see the faint outline of sharp claws scraping against the wood. I couldn't hold back the tears or the trembling. I was trapped inside my bedroom, barricaded, listening to every scrape, every shift in its weight outside. I kept telling myself to stay calm, to think, but my mind was spiraling. How could something like that exist? And how had it gotten so close to my home? Suddenly, I heard a loud thud, something heavy crashing against the door. I froze, clutching my phone, heart hammering in my chest. I considered calling, but I hesitated. What would I say? Would anyone believe me? Would they even come? The creature pressed against the door again, scratching furiously. The sound was deafening, like nails on a chalkboard, mixed with growls and guttural snarls. I could feel the wood splintering, the structure straining under its weight. I knew I couldn't stay in there much longer. I remembered the closet in my room, small, dark, and tucked away. I threw open the door, scrambled inside, and slammed it shut behind me. I pressed my ear to the closet door, trembling, listening. I could hear the creature outside, snarling, sniffing, pushing harder against the door. I felt a shudder run through me. Was this how it was going to end? Minutes felt like hours. I closed my eyes, praying, begging whatever was out there to leave me alone. I thought about my family, about my life, about how I never believed in monsters until that night. Then, suddenly, the noise stopped. Silence. Dead silence, broken only by my ragged breathing. I stayed in the closet, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. Outside, I could see nothing, hear nothing. It was like the creature had vanished into the night. Eventually, I gathered enough courage to peek out. The backyard was eerily quiet. The back door was destroyed, torn open, jagged wood and splinters everywhere. The creature was gone. No sign of it. No footprints, nothing but the wreckage and a lingering feeling that I'd just escaped something unimaginably dangerous. I slowly crept downstairs, turned on every light, and checked every room. My house was intact, but I knew that something had been inside, something that defied explanation. I called the police, but when they arrived, they found no evidence of the creature. No footprints, no hair, no blood, just the broken door and the shattered remains of my peace of mind. They told me it was probably an animal, a large dog or a wolf, something wild that got into my yard. But I knew better. That thing wasn't just an animal, it was something else. I saw it with my own eyes, the glowing eyes, the massive form, the way it moved with unnatural strength. I believe now that I faced a creature from local legends, a beast that's half man, half wolf, and all nightmare. And I survived. I don't know how I did it, but I did. I still hear noises sometimes, late at night, and I keep looking over my shoulder. I know it's out there, somewhere in the woods, waiting. If you ever live near the Huron-Manistee National Forests, or any wooded area, be careful. Keep your doors locked, your windows secure, and don't dismiss the stories. Sometimes, the monsters are closer than you think. And if you see something out of place, something that shouldn't be there, trust your instincts. Because once they come for you, there's no going back. Stay safe and beware the dark woods.
I never believed in skinwalkers before that weekend. Back then, I thought all those stories were just internet horror bait mixed with old folklore people exaggerated around campfires. I grew up hearing them, especially online. Don't whistle at night. Don't answer voices in the woods. Don't follow something calling your name. It all sounded theatrical to me. Now I can't even sleep if a window is open. This happened 2 years ago, during deer season. My friend Marcus and I rented an old hunting cabin deep in the woods near the mountains in northern Arizona. The place belonged to his uncle, who barely used it anymore. There was no signal out there, no nearby roads, no neighboring cabins, just trees and silence. Marcus was the kind of guy who laughed at everything. Loud, confident, always joking even when things got tense. We'd been friends since high school, and we'd gone hunting together plenty of times before. The first day was normal. Cold air, wet leaves, the smell of pine everywhere. We spent most of the afternoon hiking trails and checking tracks. We saw signs of deer, but nothing worth shooting. By sunset, we were exhausted, so we headed back to the cabin, cooked canned chili over the stove, and drank beer while the wind hammered the walls outside. That was when Marcus brought up the stories. "You ever hear the stuff locals say about these woods?" he asked. I laughed. Like what? Bigfoot? He shook his head. Skinwalkers. I rolled my eyes immediately. Marcus grinned. My uncle swears something used to walk around this property at night. Said he heard voices outside the cabin pretending to be people he knew. That's because your uncle drinks too much. Probably, he admitted. But after that conversation, the mood changed a little. Maybe it was just because the woods outside were so dark. There wasn't a single visible light for miles. When night fully settled in, it felt like the cabin existed in the middle of an endless black ocean. Around midnight, we heard the first sound. 3 knocks against the cabin wall. Not the door, the wall. Marcus looked up from his phone immediately. You hear that? Probably a branch. Then it came again. Knock, knock, knock. Slow, deliberate, not random. Marcus stood up and looked toward the window beside the table. Something's out there. I remember laughing nervously because I genuinely thought it was an animal. Maybe a deer brushing against the cabin. Then we heard footsteps circling outside. Heavy footsteps. Crunching slowly through dead leaves, Marcus grabbed the flashlight and moved toward the door. Probably a bear. I told him not to open it. I wish he'd listened. The second he cracked the door open, the footsteps stopped completely. No wind, no movement. Just silence. Marcus stepped onto the porch and swept the flashlight across the trees. Nothing. Then we heard it. My voice. Marcus. Not behind us, out in the woods, exactly my voice. Every hair on my body stood up instantly. Marcus turned and stared at me. Was that you? I couldn't answer, because I was hearing it too. The voice came again, from deeper between the trees. Marcus, help me. It sounded wrong somehow, like someone mimicking the way I talked without understanding emotion. The tone was flat, empty. Marcus whispered, "What the hell?" Then the thing laughed. Not loudly, just a short, broken laugh. Like it was practicing. Marcus slammed the cabin door shut immediately and locked it. Neither of us spoke for a while after that. We just sat there listening. The footsteps started again around the cabin, slowly circling us. Sometimes they sounded human. Other times they sounded like 4-legged movement. Scratching. Dragging. At one point, something brushed against the window. I forced myself to look. There was a deer standing outside. At least, I think it was a deer. Its body looked wrong. Too thin. Its legs bent strangely, and its eyes reflected pure white in the flashlight beam. It wasn't grazing or wandering. It was staring directly at us. Completely still. Marcus muttered, "That thing isn't right." Then it stood up. Not fully, but enough. Its front legs lifted awkwardly off the ground like a person trying to imitate an animal. I heard joints popping. The sound was wet and unnatural. Marcus actually screamed. The thing darted sideways so fast it disappeared from the window instantly. A second later, something slammed against the roof. Heavy footsteps thundered above us, back and forth, back and forth. The entire cabin shook. We grabbed our rifles, but neither of us wanted to go outside anymore. Every instinct in my body was screaming not to open that door. Then we heard Marcus's uncle's voice outside. "Boys?" Marcus froze. His uncle lived over 3 hours away. "Marcus, open the door." The voice sounded almost perfect. Then silence. A minute later came scratching at the front door. Slow, scraping sounds. I looked through the peephole. Something tall was standing on the porch. Too tall. Its head tilted unnaturally to one side. I could only see part of its face in the darkness, but the skin looked pale and tight, stretched over something that wasn't human underneath. And it was smiling. I stumbled backward so hard I fell. That thing outside started imitating me laughing. Exactly me. That was the moment Marcus lost it. He yelled and fired one shot through the door. Everything stopped instantly. No footsteps, no scratching, nothing. For maybe 30 seconds, there was complete silence. Then, from the woods all around us, we heard voices. Mine, Marcus's, his uncle's. Dozens of them, repeating random phrases, laughing, crying, calling for help. They moved between the trees impossibly fast, circling the cabin from every direction. We stayed awake until sunrise with rifles pointed at the windows. The moment daylight hit, the woods went silent again. We packed everything in under 5 minutes and left immediately. About a mile down the dirt road, Marcus suddenly grabbed my arm and pointed toward the trees. Something was standing there watching us. Tall, thin, half hidden behind a trunk. Even from that distance, I could see its smile. Marcus never went hunting again after that trip. And me? Sometimes late at night, I still hear knocking outside my apartment window. 3 slow knocks, exactly the same as before.
The worst part about that night is that nobody believes us. People hear the word rake and immediately think of creepypastas or fake internet stories. I used to think the same thing. Even after what happened, part of my brain still tries to convince me there was some logical explanation, but no normal animal moves like that thing did. This happened last October. My friends Lena, Sophie, and I rented a small cabin for a weekend in the woods outside of Oregon. We were all in college at the time, and the trip was supposed to be a break from everything. Phones off, no city noise, just 2 nights relaxing together. The cabin itself was old but cozy. 1 floor, surrounded by dense forest on every side. There were no nearby houses and barely any reception. We arrived late in the evening, just before sunset, and by the time we unpacked our bags, darkness had already swallowed the woods. I remember noticing how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, dead quiet. No crickets, no owls, nothing. At first we joked about it. Sophie even said, "This is exactly how every horror movie starts." None of us laughed very hard. Around 11 p.m., we made hot chocolate and sat in the living room playing card games while rain tapped softly against the windows. The cabin had this old yellow lighting that barely reached the corners of the room, and every now and then the lights flickered like the generator was struggling. That was when Lena noticed the footprints. There was mud leading across the porch outside, bare footprints, human-shaped. Sophie immediately assumed they were ours until Lena pointed something out. They only went toward the cabin, not away from it. I remember feeling this strange knot in my stomach when I looked out the window, beyond the porch light with complete darkness. The trees were packed so tightly together that it looked like a solid black wall surrounding us. Sophie tried to lighten the mood, probably some hiker messing around, but nobody sounded convinced anymore. Around midnight, the rain stopped. That's when we heard something moving outside. Not walking, crawling. Slow scraping sounds circled around the cabin. almost like somebody dragging their hands across the wooden walls. Lena muted the television immediately. We listened. Scratch. Scratch. The sound traveled along the side of the cabin toward the back windows. Sophie whispered, "Do you think someone's out there?" Before anyone answered, we heard a loud from the roof. The entire cabin shook. Lena screamed. Another thump followed, heavier this time, directly above us. Then came movement overhead, rapid scratching and skittering sounds racing across the roof impossibly fast. It didn't sound human anymore. It sounded like an animal trying to imitate a person. Sophie grabbed the fireplace poker while Lena locked the front door, even though it was already locked. Then everything went silent. Complete silence. I wish it had stayed that way. A few seconds later, we heard breathing outside the living room window, slow, wet, close enough that it fogged the glass. I turned toward the sound before my brain could stop me. Something pale was crouched outside. At first, my mind couldn't even process what I was looking at. It looked almost human, but too thin. Its arms were unnaturally long, bent at strange angles against the ground. Its skin looked gray-white under the porch light, stretched tightly over visible ribs. And its face? God, its eyes were huge and completely black. No blinking, no expression, just staring directly at us through the glass. Lena started crying immediately. The thing tilted its head slowly to one side like it was studying us. Then it smiled. Not a normal smile. Its mouth opened too wide, stretching almost ear to ear. Sophie shouted and threw the poker against the window. The creature vanished instantly, not ran, vanished. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone into the darkness. Then we heard it sprinting around the cabin. The sound was horrifying because of how fast it moved. Bare feet slamming against wet dirt, scratching against walls. Something heavy landing on the roof again. Thump, thump, thump. Lena kept repeating, "What is that? What is that?" Nobody answered because we all knew there wasn't an answer. Then came the voice. The creature slammed against the glass so hard the entire window cracked. Lena screamed louder than I've ever heard a human scream. The thing crouched outside the broken window frame, twitching unnaturally. Its limbs jerked in quick insect-like movements. I could hear clicking sounds in its throat while it stared at us. We locked ourselves inside the bathroom because it was the only room without windows. The three of us sat there shaking in the dark while we heard movement throughout the cabin for hours. Footsteps, scratching, occasionally that awful fake crying. At one point, we heard something dragging itself across the hallway floor outside the bathroom door. We stayed in that bathroom until sunrise. The second daylight started coming through the tiny bathroom window. Every sound stopped. The living room was destroyed. But the part that still keeps me awake at night was outside. More bare footprints circled the cabin. Dozens of them. Some human-sized, some much larger. And every single set ended abruptly at the tree line, like whatever made them simply disappeared back into the woods.
I've lived alone for almost 12 years now. After the divorce, I moved into a quiet suburban neighborhood outside of Cleveland. Nothing fancy, just rows of identical houses, trimmed lawns, streetlights, and the kind of place where people wave politely but rarely know each other's names. It was peaceful. That's why what happened still doesn't make sense to me. When people hear Dogman, they picture some fantasy creature from online stories. I used to think the same thing. But I know what I saw outside my house that night, and no normal animal stands upright and looks at you like a person. This happened last November. I remember the date because it was the same night a storm knocked out power across part of the neighborhood. The wind had been getting worse since late afternoon, rattling branches against the windows. By around 9 p.m., the entire street went dark except for occasional flashes of distant transformers blowing blue in the rain. I wasn't worried at first. I lit a few candles, poured myself a drink, and sat in the living room listening to the storm. My dog Baxter usually slept near the couch at night, but that evening he was acting strange from the start. He wouldn't stop staring at the backsliding door. Not barking, just staring, completely stiff. Every now and then a low growl rolled out of him, deep enough that I could feel it through the floorboards. I tried looking outside a few times, but the backyard was almost completely black. My fence bordered a narrow wooded drainage area behind the neighborhood. During the day, it looked harmless enough, but at night it became this solid wall of darkness. Around 10 p.m., Baxter suddenly backed away from the door whining. That scared me more than barking would have. Baxter was fearless. I'd seen him chase coyotes before, but whatever was outside made him afraid. Then came the first sound. I nearly spilled my drink. Baxter bolted into the hallway immediately, with his tail tucked between his legs. I remember sitting frozen on the couch staring at the door, waiting for someone to laugh or announce themselves. Nothing happened. Rain hammered the backyard. Wind howled through the trees. I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen and stepped closer to the sliding door. The beam reflected off rainwater, making it hard to see beyond the patio. At first, I thought there was a person standing near the fence, tall, broad shoulders, but something about the shape looked wrong. The posture. It was hunched forward unnaturally. The flashlight flickered once, too fast. 1 second it stood near the fence. The next it crossed half the backyard in a blur. I stumbled backward so hard I hit the kitchen counter. The thing stopped just outside the light spilling from the house. That's when I saw its eyes. Yellow, bright yellow, reflecting like an animal's, except they were much too high off the ground. At least 7 feet high. I couldn't breathe. The creature slowly straightened itself upright. Its head resembled a massive wolf, but leaner somehow, with pointed ears twitching independently in the rain. Wet fur clung to its body. Its arms were long, too long, and its hands ended in claws that flexed slowly against the patio concrete. But it wasn't the appearance that terrified me most. It was the way it looked at me. Calm, aware, like it understood exactly what fear was. Baxter began barking hysterically somewhere down the hallway. The creature's ears turned toward the sound instantly. I know how insane that sounds. Its lips pulled back slowly, exposing rows of teeth that looked almost human near the front and animal farther back. Then it stepped toward the glass door. One claw tapped against the window. Not attacking, testing. Grabbed my phone to call police, but there was no signal because of the outage. The thing tilted its head slightly, watching me panic. Then, to my horror, it stood fully upright. Its head nearly reached the top of the sliding door frame. No bear moves like that. No dog moves like that. Its legs bent backward slightly like a canine's, but the torso looked horribly human underneath the wet fur. Baxter suddenly ran back into the living room, barking wildly. The creature snapped its attention toward him instantly, and in a blur, it slammed against the glass. The entire door shook so violently I thought it would shatter. Baxter yelped and retreated. I screamed louder than I ever have in my life. The thing began pacing across the patio outside, breathing heavily enough that condensation formed on the glass. Every few seconds, it glanced toward the dark side yard beside my house like it was checking something, or waiting for something. That thought made my stomach drop. Maybe it wasn't alone. Then I heard movement on the roof. Heavy footsteps, slow, deliberate. My blood went cold. The creature outside looked upward too. I realized then that it wasn't reacting to the sounds. It expected them. Something scraped across the roof directly above me. Baxter started whining again. I backed into the hallway, clutching a fireplace poker like it would do anything. The noises above moved toward the front of the house. At the same moment, Baxter began growling toward the living room again. I turned. The thing was still standing outside the sliding door, meaning whatever breathed outside my front door wasn't the same creature. I locked myself in the upstairs bathroom with Baxter until sunrise. The sounds continued all night. Footsteps around the house, scratching along the siding, occasional growls from the backyard. Around 3 a.m., something huge slammed against the side of the house hard enough to shake picture frames loose from the walls. Then silence finally came with daylight. The storm had passed by morning, when I finally worked up the courage to go outside. I found muddy tracks across the backyard. Not paw prints, not footprints, something in between. And on the sliding glass door, at eye level, were long claw marks carved deep into the glass. About 7 feet off the ground. I sold the house 3 months later.
It's funny how I remember things from when I was so young, like a weird dream that sticks with you forever. I was only about 8 years old back then, but the memories are so vivid that sometimes I feel like it just happened yesterday. It was a night I'll never forget, when I met the creature they call the chupacabra. It was a hot summer evening in a small village in Mexico, where my family had a little farm. My dad was out working late in the fields, and my mom was inside cooking dinner. I was supposed to be asleep, but I was restless, staring out the window at the dark sky. The moon was full that night, casting a pale glow over everything. Suddenly, I heard a strange noise outside, like something snarling or growling softly. It wasn't like any animal I knew. My heart started pounding, but I was too curious to stay in bed. I quietly slipped out of my room and tiptoed toward the door, peeking outside through a crack in the curtain. That's when I saw it. Just beyond the barn, in the shadows, was a creature I'd never seen before. It was tall, probably around my height, but hunched over, and covered in grayish, almost leathery skin that looked rough and cold. Its eyes glowed red in the darkness, and it had sharp, pointed teeth that flashed when it snarled. Its claws looked long and deadly, digging into the dirt as it sniffed the air. I froze, not able to move or even breathe. I knew about the stories. Everyone in the village talked about the chupacabra, but I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes. I remember feeling a mix of fear and awe. It was like I was looking at something from a nightmare, but it was real. Suddenly, the creature turned its head sharply and looked directly at me. I swear, its eyes seemed to pierce right through me. My heart was pounding so loud I thought it would burst. I wanted to run, but I was too scared to move. The creature took a step forward, then another, slowly, almost cautiously. I thought it might attack, but instead, it just sniffed the air one last time, and then slowly disappeared into the darkness. I stood there, trembling, not knowing what I had just seen. I didn't wake my parents right away. I was too scared to speak. I just went back to my bed, pulling the covers over my head, hoping it was all a nightmare. But I knew better. I knew what I saw that night was real. The next morning, I tried to tell my parents, but I didn't have the courage. I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, or that they'd think I was just imagining things. But I could see the worry in my mom's eyes when I told her I'd been awake that night, and she told me to be careful, especially around the farm animals. Over the next few days, strange things started happening. The chickens and goats in the farm began dying mysteriously, drained of blood, just like in the stories. My dad found strange footprints outside the barn, claw marks that looked huge and deep. It was clear that whatever I saw that night wasn't just a story. It was real, and it was near. As I grew older, I learned more about the chupacabra. It's said to be a creature that feeds on livestock with a taste for blood. Some say it's a monster from another world, while others believe it's a mutated animal or a genetic experiment gone wrong. But all I know is what I saw that night. Something that shouldn't exist. Something that still haunts me when I think about it. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I look out the window and wonder if it's still out there, watching. Maybe it's moved on, or maybe it's still lurking in the shadows, waiting for another night to hunt. All I know is, I survived that encounter. But I'll never forget the night I saw the chupacabra with my own eyes. It changed me forever, and now when I hear strange noises outside or see the moon full and bright, I can't help but remember that night, when I was young and I met something from the stories. Something that's still out there somewhere. I've always been fascinated by stories about strange creatures and mysterious events. But the night I saw Mothman is one I'll never forget. I was only about 10 years old when it happened, but even now, I can still see those glowing red eyes and the huge wings in my mind. It's a story I don't tell everyone, but I think it's time I finally share what I saw that night. It was in West Virginia, near a small town called Point Pleasant. That place is famous for the sightings of the Mothman, an enormous creature with wings like a bat and glowing red eyes that seemed to stare right through you. My family had gone there on vacation, just to get away for a few days, and we decided to stay in a little cabin near the river. It was a clear night, with the moon shining bright and casting shadows all around. My parents were inside, talking and planning the next day, while I was outside, just looking up at the stars. I loved those quiet nights, feeling the cool breeze and hearing the sounds of crickets and frogs. But then I saw something that changed everything. At first, I thought it was just a bird or an airplane, but something about it didn't feel right. Out of the darkness, I saw huge wings stretching wide. So wide they looked like they could cover the whole sky. The creature was enormous, maybe taller than me, with a body covered in dark feathers. Its eyes glowed bright red, piercing through the night like two fiery lanterns. I remember freezing in place, unable to look away. The creature hovered silently, just above the trees, its wings flapping slowly but steadily. I could see the outline of its sharp, pointed head and the way its wings moved, almost like they were alive, like they were part of something ancient and powerful. I felt a strange mix of awe and fear. It was then that I realized I was looking at the legendary Mothman. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst from my chest. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I was too scared to blink. The creature's glowing eyes seemed to stare right at me, like it was studying me, trying to decide if I was a threat. I swear I could feel its gaze even from so far away. Then suddenly, it spread its wings wide and took off into the night sky with a deafening rush of wind. It was so fast, like a shadow disappearing into the darkness. I watched it fly away until it was just a tiny figure in the distance, then gone. I didn't run inside right away. I just stood there, trembling, trying to understand what I had just seen. When I finally went inside, I told my parents I saw a big bird, but I didn't tell them about the glowing eyes or the wings. I was too scared they wouldn't believe me or that they'd worry. I told my older sister what I saw, and she just laughed, saying I probably saw an owl or a big bird. But I knew it was more than that. I knew what I saw that night was something supernatural, something from the stories about Mothman, the creature that appears before bad things happen. And I was right. Within days, strange things started happening. There were reports of accidents on the highway, strange sightings, and a feeling that something was watching us from the shadows. I remember feeling like that creature was a warning, like it came to tell us something was coming. Even now, I wonder if that creature was just a bird or something more. Some say Mothman is a messenger, an omen of disaster or change. And maybe it was just passing through, or maybe it's still out there, flying above the mountains and forests, waiting in the darkness. I don't know for sure, but I do know that that night changed me. I saw something that defies explanation, something that still gives me chills when I think about it. Sometimes, I look up at the sky now and wonder if it's still watching, waiting to see if I'll see it again. That's my story, my childhood encounter with the creature they call Mothman. And even after all these years, I'll never forget those glowing red eyes shining in the dark sky. Growing up in the forests of Northern California, I always heard stories about mysterious creatures roaming the woods, but I never thought I'd witness something as incredible as Bigfoot myself. I was only 13 when it happened, and even now, I can't forget the moment that changed my view of the world forever. It was during the summer of my 8th grade year. My family loved camping, and that weekend, we decided to spend a few nights at a remote campsite deep in the woods. The area was known for its thick forests and wildlife, but I had heard rumors from locals about Bigfoot sightings. I always dismissed those stories as legends, until that night. That evening, after dinner, my dad and I sat around the campfire, telling stories and listening to the sounds of the forest. It was peaceful, but there was an underlying sense of quiet that felt a little off. Then, around midnight, I was woken up by a strange noise outside the tent. Something loud and heavy, like footsteps crunching on leaves. I sat up, clutching my flashlight, trying to listen. The forest was eerily silent for a moment. Then I heard it again, this time closer. My heart started pounding. I unzipped the tent carefully and peeked outside. Through the mesh, I saw something huge moving between the trees. At first, I thought it was a bear, but as it stepped into the moonlight, I realized it was much taller, probably over 8 feet. It was covered in dark, matted hair, and its broad shoulders looked powerful. Its stride was slow but deliberate, like it was calmly walking through the woods. The creature's face was partially visible, and I swear I saw a prominent brow ridge, and a kind of deep-set eyes that looked almost human, but not quite. I froze, trying not to make a sound. The creature seemed to sense something and paused, turning its head slightly in my direction. Its eyes reflected the moonlight with a strange glow. For a few seconds, we stared at each other, me trembling inside the tent and it just standing there, studying me. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, it disappeared behind the trees, moving so quickly I could barely follow it. My mind was racing. Was I really seeing Bigfoot? Did anyone else hear the footsteps? I kept thinking about how enormous and quiet it had been, almost like a ghost wandering through the forest. I told my parents about what I saw. They thought I was dreaming or overreacting, but I knew what I'd experienced. I even drew a picture of what I saw that night. Broad shoulders, thick limbs, and that dark, shaggy coat. Over the following weeks, I kept thinking about that night. I learned about other sightings in the area, stories from hikers and campers who had seen strange footprints or heard unexplainable sounds in the woods. It all added up to one thing. Bigfoot might really be out there. Even now, I wonder if it was just my imagination, or if I truly saw the legendary creature. But I'll always remember the night I glimpsed Bigfoot. The night that made me believe in the impossible. Sometimes I think it's still out there, watching from the shadows of the forest, waiting for someone brave enough to see it again. I was working late at the office that night. I hadn't finished everything I had to do that day, and I didn't want to leave it for the next day because it was Friday. So, there I was, finishing up my work. I think it all happened around 9 p.m. The office was completely empty except for me, in my cubicle. Even the lights were off. I only had my monitor and a small lamp illuminating the space, although it might sound scary to be alone in an office at night, full of empty cubicles. I found that environment quite calm, stress-free, to get some work done. Anyway, I was about to finish everything when I heard a knocking on the window. 3 gentle knocks, to be precise. Remember, I'm on the 10th floor of the building. I looked around and realized that the only windows here are the ones separating the outside from the building. I moved closer to see better and tried to find a rational explanation. There were no cleaning crew scaffolds, no maintenance workers nearby. No one was there, or at least, no one I could see. I tried to understand what it could be and grabbed my things to go downstairs. As soon as the elevator doors opened, my heart started pounding faster. Outside the building, leaning against the glass, there was someone. The person was facing me, leaning casually against the window. I froze for a second, not knowing what to do. The figure seemed to have been there for a while, just looking at me. I could tell it was someone wearing dark clothes, and although it was hard to see details in the low light, it appeared to be a normal person, not showing signs of distress or urgency. I hesitated, wondering if I should approach or just call security, but for some reason, my curiosity took over. I slowly started walking toward the entrance, trying to stay calm. When I got close, the person outside looked directly at me, and without a word, turned and disappeared around the corner of the building. That moment sent a chill down my spine. I stood there for a few seconds, trying to process what I had just seen. I looked around, but there was no one. The street was empty, no signs of anyone hiding or running away. I felt a strange mixture of relief and unease. I decided to go back inside, lock the doors, and call security just to be safe. Once inside, I checked the building's security cameras remotely. To my surprise, there was no footage of anyone outside. No one had been there at all. It was as if that person had just vanished into thin air. I sat at my desk, heart still pounding, and tried to brush off the incident as my imagination or a shadow trick. But deep down, I knew I had seen something strange. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing that figure outside the window. The next morning, I reported everything to building security, but they found no record of anyone outside, no cameras showing anyone lurking around. It was just gone. To this day, I still don't know what I saw. Was it a prank? Someone lost? Or maybe something else? Whatever it was, it made me realize how strange and unpredictable the night can be, even in the most ordinary places. And honestly, I'm just glad I was safe. But I'll never forget that night. And I always wonder, who was that person? And where did they go? It was a night like any other, quiet, cold, and eerily still. I had stayed late at the office to finish a project that was due the next morning. The building was almost deserted, the only sounds being the hum of the fluorescent lights and the distant echo of my typing. As the hours ticked by, the silence grew heavier, and an unsettling feeling crept over me. Just as I was about to pack up and leave, I noticed something strange. A shadow flickered at the edge of my vision, moving swiftly across the wall behind me. I froze, thinking it was just a trick of the light, but then I saw it again, dark, shifting, almost alive. It wasn't a shadow cast by anything nearby. It seemed to be something else, something supernatural. I turned slowly, my heart pounding, and stared into the empty corridor. I told myself it was just my imagination, but then I heard a faint whisper, almost inaudible, like a breath on the back of my neck. I looked around desperately, trying to find the source. The whispering grew louder, echoing through the empty halls, but I saw no one. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the office into darkness. A cold breeze brushed past me, and I could feel a presence, something unseen and ancient. The whispering turned into soft chanting, chilling and unintelligible, as if 1,000 voices were calling out from the shadows. I fumbled for my phone, trying to turn on the flashlight, but it wouldn't respond. The darkness felt alive, pressing in on me. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a fleeting glimpse of a figure, tall and shadowy, standing at the far end of the room. It had no face, only an outline, and it seemed to be staring directly at me. I bolted toward the door, heart racing. As I reached for the handle, the figure moved closer, sliding silently across the room, never making a sound. I could feel its cold gaze on me, and I knew I had to get out before it was too late. I finally burst into the hallway, the lights flickering back on. The hallway was empty, silent. I ran down the stairs, not stopping until I was outside, gasping for breath. I looked back at the building, but there was no sign of anything or anyone. Just an ordinary office building, silent and still. The next day, I returned to the office to retrieve my things, but everything seemed normal. No sign of the night's horrors, no shadows, no whispers. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there, watching me. To this day, I wonder what I saw that night. Was it a ghost? A spirit trapped in the building? Or was my mind playing tricks on me? Whatever it was, I know I won't forget that shadow, nor the chilling feeling of being watched by something beyond understanding. Yesterday, there he was again. I first noticed him about 3 weeks ago. I live in an apartment building, and directly across from mine is another building, older, worn down, with narrow windows and faded brick walls that look like they haven't been touched in decades. At first, I barely paid attention. I thought he was just another tenant standing by his window. But after a few days, I started realizing something strange. Every time I looked outside, he was there. An old man with a heavily scarred face stood perfectly still behind the glass, looking out over the street below. From my room, I could see him clearly. His face looked twisted from old injuries or burns, and even from that distance there was something unsettling about how expressionless he always seemed. The strange part wasn't his appearance. It was the fact that he never moved. Morning, late afternoon, middle of the night, it didn't matter. Every time I happened to glance outside, he was there in the same exact spot, staring through the same window. At first, I told myself I was imagining it. Maybe I just happened to keep catching him at the same time every day. But then, I started paying attention. I tested it. I looked before work. He was there. I checked again after getting home. Still there. At midnight, I peeked through my blinds. Still there. Always standing. Always staring. Sometimes I couldn't tell if he was looking down at the street or directly at my apartment. After a while, I became obsessed with watching him. I'd sit near my window longer than I should, waiting to catch him moving, scratching his face, turning his head, walking away, anything. But nothing. It was like he froze the moment he stepped into view. Then last weekend, I asked my neighbor if she knew who lived across from me. She looked confused. "Across from you?" she asked. "Nobody's lived in that unit for months." I laughed at first, thinking she was joking, but she wasn't. She told me the tenant in that apartment had moved out nearly half a year ago. According to her, the place had been empty ever since. That night, I barely slept. I kept looking outside every few minutes. And sure enough, there he was, standing in the same spot. The next morning, I couldn't take it anymore. I crossed the street, walked into the building opposite mine, and climbed to the floor where I knew his window had to be. The hallway was silent. When I reached the apartment door, there was a notice taped across it. Vacant. I stood there staring at it, trying to process what I was seeing. Then I noticed the dust around the door frame, thick enough that no one had entered in weeks. My stomach dropped. I walked back home in complete silence, and when I stepped into my room, I looked toward the window. The room across from mine was empty. No old man, no movement, nothing. I stood there for nearly 10 minutes just staring. Then, I started laughing to myself, trying to convince myself I had let my imagination get carried away. Maybe it had been shadows, maybe reflections. Maybe I had built the whole thing up in my head. That made sense. It had to. But later that night, while brushing my teeth in the bathroom, I happened to glance toward the mirror and froze, because reflected behind me, through my bedroom window, the old man was standing there again. Only this time, he wasn't in his window anymore. He was in mine.
A man shared a story online about something strange happening inside his house after moving into an old rental property with his dog. At first, it seemed harmless, but at some point, every night around the same time, the dog would suddenly stop whatever it was doing and stare into the corner of the kitchen. Then it would start barking. Not playful barking. Not the kind dogs do when they hear a noise outside. The dog stood completely stiff while barking, ears lowered, tail down, eyes locked onto the exact same corner every single night. The owner assumed there had to be mice inside the walls or maybe sounds coming from the pipes. He ignored it for weeks, but eventually the barking started spreading to other parts of the house. First the kitchen, then the hallway, then the living room. Within a month, the dog had developed a disturbing habit. Every night, it would walk through the house as if following something invisible from room to room. And every time it stopped, it stared directly into a corner before barking aggressively at empty space. The owner tried everything. He brought in an exterminator. Nothing was found. He checked for mold, electrical problems, loose vents, even hidden animals in the attic. Nothing. But the dog's behavior kept getting worse. According to him, the animal started refusing to enter certain rooms during the daytime. Sometimes it would stand outside a doorway growling softly, refusing to cross into the room unless the owner walked in first. The worst place was the bedroom. Every night around 3 a.m., the dog would wake up suddenly and stare toward the corner directly across from the bed. Then the barking would start. The owner described it as panicked, not angry, not territorial. Terrified. One night, he finally decided to see what the dog was reacting to. Instead of turning the lights on, he pretended to stay asleep while watching the corner through half-open eyes. The room was almost completely dark except for faint streetlight coming through the curtains. The dog was staring into the corner again. Then it began growling, low at first, then louder. The owner said that's when he noticed something move, not clearly. Not enough to understand what he was seeing, but he swore the darkness in the corner looked wrong somehow, like part of it shifted, as if someone had slowly leaned backward into the wall. The moment he focused on it, the dog exploded into frantic barking. The owner jumped up and turned on the bedroom light immediately. Nothing was there. The corner was empty. But the dog kept barking for nearly 10 minutes straight while backing away from that side of the room. After that night, things became unbearable. The dog no longer barked at only one corner. It started reacting to random parts of the house, sometimes tracking something across the ceiling with its eyes. Other nights, it would suddenly wake up and bark into complete darkness as if something had entered the room. The owner stopped sleeping properly. He started leaving lights on all night. None of it helped. Eventually, he installed a small camera in the bedroom, hoping to catch whatever was causing the behavior. For several nights, nothing unusual appeared in the recordings. Just the dog waking up and barking at empty corners. But on the 7th night, the footage captured something strange. At exactly 3:13 a.m., the dog suddenly stood up from the floor and stared toward the corner near the bed. Then, very slowly, its head tilted upward, as if it was following something rising along the wall toward the ceiling. A few seconds later, the dog began screaming, not barking, screaming. The owner said he had never heard anything like it before in his life. The next morning, he unplugged the camera, packed his things, and left the house with the dog that same day. According to him, the dog never barked at corners again after they moved out. In July of 2023, an old fisherman opened his small beach kiosk at 5 in the morning, just like he had done every day for the last 30 years. A security camera facing the pier captured something strange. At the very end of the dock, a man was sitting alone with a fishing rod, slowly smoking a pipe. It was the exact same spot where his friend used to fish every single morning for over 40 years. His friend had drowned back in 2016 at the age of 60. The body was never recovered. The fisherman recognized the silhouette immediately. The straw hat, the pipe, even the way he cast the line into the water. He stood frozen behind the counter for nearly 20 minutes, waiting for the figure to finally turn around. But when he worked up the courage to walk down the pier, there was nobody there. Only a wet mark on the wooden boards. A perfect outline, exactly where someone had been sitting for hours. Later that day, he showed the footage to his friend's widow. She watched the video 3 times in complete silence. Then she looked at him and quietly said, "He promised me he would keep fishing, even after he was gone." In November of 2016, a coastal weather station began reporting something impossible. An abandoned lighthouse had started working again. The lighthouse had officially been shut down in the 1950s, replaced by a newer automated system built miles away. For over 60 years, the tower had stood empty. No electricity, no fuel, no functioning machinery, but surveillance cameras captured the light turning on every single night between 3 and 4 in the morning. Exactly the same schedule had followed when it was still operational. Authorities sent technicians to investigate. They inspected the entire structure and confirmed there was no active power source connected to the lighthouse. Nothing should have been capable of turning the lamp on. The last lighthouse keeper died 1 year before the tower was permanently decommissioned. According to locals, he never missed a single night of work. Every evening at exactly 3. He climbed the spiral staircase and lit the beacon himself. When his granddaughter watched the footage decades later, she immediately recognized the pattern. Not just the timing, but the ritual. In June of 2018, a priest installed security cameras inside an old church after several residents claimed they kept seeing lights turn on during the middle of the night. For days, nothing unusual appeared on the recordings. But on the 4th night, the cameras captured something no one could explain. A young woman, wearing a wedding dress, slowly walked down the center aisle, completely alone. She stopped directly in front of the altar and stood there in silence for 7 full minutes. Then she vanished. No doors opened, no footsteps were heard. She was simply gone. The footage eventually reached an old family in the town. They immediately recognized the dress. It belonged to a woman who died from pneumonia in 1978, only 3 days before her wedding ceremony. Her fiancé had kept the dress stored inside his house for decades. He passed away earlier that same year at 87 years old. According to the family, the woman had finally returned to finish the wedding they never had in life. Here in December of 2017, a family in a remote mountain village installed a security camera outside an old countryside home that had recently been sold after the owner's death. The new owners had planned to move in immediately, but kept delaying it. Every night, they heard footsteps around the house after dark. At first, they blamed the wind, then the wooden floors, then stray animals outside. But after weeks of hearing the same sounds at the exact same hour, they decided to install a camera facing the front entrance. 3 weeks later, the footage captured something they still can't explain. At exactly 10:48 p.m., an elderly man wearing a flat cap and a dark coat walked up to the front door and calmly tried to unlock it. The family recognized him instantly. It was the former owner's husband, who had died 6 years earlier. For over 40 years, he had followed the same routine every single night. He would leave the local cafe and arrive home just before 11 p.m. without fail. According to the family, the figure in the footage moved exactly like him. Same posture, same clothes. Even the same habit of checking his coat pocket for the house keys. The new owners put the house back on the market the following month and returned to the city. Security cameras have reportedly captured a series of disturbing incidents that circulate as modern urban legends. In several unrelated cases, footage appears to show strangers entering private homes during the middle of the night, behaving as if they belong there, and then leaving quietly before sunrise without waking anyone inside. In some recordings, the individuals move slowly through hallways, pausing in doorways or standing still in living rooms for long periods of time, as if observing the house rather than intruding on it. What makes these reports even more unsettling is the consistency. The behavior is calm, deliberate, and almost routine, with no signs of forced entry or panic. In a few cases, families only discover the footage weeks or even months later after reviewing old recordings due to unrelated security alerts or technical checks. By then, there was no evidence left behind and no clear explanation for how the individuals entered or left without triggering alarms. Some versions of the story claim that objects are subtly rearranged afterward. Chairs slightly shifted, doors left ajar, or personal belongings moved just a few centimeters from where they were last seen. Nothing obvious enough to be immediately noticed, but enough to feel off once pointed out. Over time, these accounts began to merge into a shared legend passed between homeowners and security technicians. The idea that some houses are briefly visited at night by people who seem to know the layout too well, and who leave before anyone realizes they were ever there.
A few months ago, I was just an ordinary guy, winding down after a long day. It was late, probably around midnight, and I was sitting in my living room, the television flickering in the dim light. I had a routine: flip through a few channels, watch some news, maybe catch a sitcom or two. But that night, something felt off. I remember it clearly. I was half watching a documentary when suddenly, the picture on my screen flickered like static, then settled into something strange. At first, I thought it was a technical glitch, but then I realized no station ID, no logos, no sound, just strange images flashing rapidly across the screen. It was like a slideshow, but not the kind you'd see in a museum. It was unsettling, almost hypnotic. I tried turning the television off, but it wouldn't. I unplugged it, waited a few seconds, plugged it back in. Still there. The images kept flickering, then slowly they started to form patterns. Symbols, shapes, numbers. It was like someone was trying to communicate, but I couldn't understand what. My first instinct was that it was a glitch, maybe a corrupted signal from some nearby station. But as the minutes passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was something more. It was deliberate. The images seemed to be telling a story or hiding something. I stared at the screen, trying to decipher the strange messages. A string of numbers, then a sequence of symbols that looked like a code. I felt a strange mix of curiosity and unease. I started to jot down what I saw, the symbols, the numbers, even some of the images. Then, suddenly, the broadcast shifted. The images changed to a familiar location, a park near my house, one I passed by often but never paid much attention to. And then, a message appeared. Look closer. That's when I realized I was being pulled into something I didn't understand. I wasn't just watching television anymore. I was part of a puzzle. It was like someone wanted me to see this, to notice something I'd been missing. I kept watching night after night, waiting for the next message. Over the next few weeks, the broadcast appeared periodically. Sometimes it would show snippets of old photographs. Other times, strange symbols that looked like an alphabet I'd never seen before. I started to notice patterns, clues hidden in the chaos. The symbols, the numbers, the images, they seemed connected. One night, I saw a sequence of numbers that matched the date of an event in my past, something I'd long buried. Then, I saw a shape that looked like my childhood house. I started to wonder if whoever was behind this had access to my memories, or knew things about me I'd never shared. I reached out to some friends, but they just thought I was overthinking it, or that I was imagining things. Maybe I was. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone wanted me to find out something important. The most unsettling part came when the broadcast showed a figure. I couldn't see their face, but the outline was clear enough. Someone was trying to communicate with me directly. I felt a chill run down my spine. Was it someone I knew? Or someone I didn't want to know? Eventually, the broadcast stopped as mysteriously as they had started. I never found out who was behind it, or why they chose me. I kept the clues I gathered, but the trail went cold. Still, I often wonder, what if I hadn't seen it? Would I have gone on living my life, unaware of the secrets lurking just beneath the surface? To this day, I sometimes catch myself glancing at the television, half expecting that strange broadcast to return. And I wonder, was it just a glitch? Or was I part of something much bigger? Something I may never fully understand.
One thing that I've learned is that the scariest stories aren't about monsters attacking people. They're about moments that don't make sense. Moments that stay with you because no explanation ever feels right. This happened 14 years ago when my son was 8. He's 22 now. I've told this story maybe 3 times in my life because every time I do, people either think I'm lying or they immediately start talking about folklore or cryptids. I don't know what we saw that night. I only know what happened. My wife, Sarah, loved camping. Every summer she'd pick some place we'd never visited and convince me to spend a weekend outdoors. Most of the time it was great. We'd hike, fish, cook over a fire, and let our son Ethan run around exploring. That particular trip took place in northern Canada, near the edge of a massive stretch of forest that seemed to go on forever. The campground itself wasn't isolated. There were maybe 15 or 20 campsites scattered around a lake. Families, couples, retirees, normal people. The first day was perfect, nothing unusual. The strange part started after dark. Around 10 p.m., Ethan was already asleep inside the tent. Sarah and I sat near the fire talking quietly while the lake reflected the moonlight. The campground had become silent. Not completely silent, just the normal nighttime sounds. Wind moving through trees, water against the shoreline, the occasional crackle of burning wood. Then Sarah asked me a question. "Do you hear that?" I listened. At first I didn't, then I noticed it. A voice, far away in the woods, talking like somebody having a conversation. I remember looking toward the tree line. The voice sounded distant enough that I couldn't make out the words, just the rhythm of speech, someone talking casually somewhere in the darkness. Probably another campsite, I said. Sarah shook her head no. She pointed. The voice wasn't coming from around the lake. It was coming from deeper in the forest beyond the campground. That struck me as odd immediately because there were no trails in that direction, nothing but wilderness for kilometers. We listened for maybe 30 seconds. Then the voice stopped. Neither of us thought much about it after that. Looking back, I wish we had. We went to sleep around midnight. Sometime during the night, I woke up unexpectedly, just suddenly awake. The inside of the tent was dark except for faint moonlight filtering through the fabric. Sarah slept beside me. Ethan slept on the opposite side. Everything looked normal. Then I realized I could hear a movement outside. Footsteps, slow footsteps circling the campsite. Crunch, crunch, crunch. At first I assumed it was an animal, maybe a deer, but the sound kept repeating in a pattern, walking around the campsite, around it like something was studying us. I checked my watch, 3:17 a.m. The footsteps continued for several minutes, never getting closer or moving away, just circling. Eventually, I unzipped the tent slightly and looked outside. The fire had died hours ago. Moonlight illuminated parts of the campsite. I didn't see anything. The footsteps stopped immediately. I waited. Nothing happened. After a minute, I zipped the tent shut and tried to convince myself it had been an animal. Eventually, I fell asleep again. The next morning, Ethan woke up excited. "Dad, who was outside last night?" The question hit me instantly. What do you mean? The man! Sarah looked up from cooking breakfast. I felt my stomach tighten. What man? Ethan shrugged. The man standing near the trees? Children sometimes say strange things. Normally, I would have dismissed it immediately, but something about the timing bothered me. Did you actually see someone? He nodded. Yeah. When? Last night. I asked him what the person looked like. His answer made me uncomfortable. I couldn't tell. What do you mean? He looked skinny. That was all he said. Skinny. No details, nothing else. Sarah and I exchanged a glance but didn't push the conversation further. The day passed normally. We hiked, swam, cooked dinner. I almost forgot about the strange events from the night before. Then sunset came, and something changed. Not around us, around everyone. People started leaving. Families that had planned to stay another night suddenly packed up. One RV left shortly before dark, then another, then a family across the lake. By 9 p.m., nearly half the campground was gone. I asked one older man if something was happening. He hesitated before answering. Then he said, "People hear things out here." I laughed. He didn't. Then he left. That conversation stayed in my head all evening. Around midnight, Sarah and Ethan were already asleep. I sat alone by the fire. The lake was perfectly still. The forest beyond it looked black. Not dark, black, like the trees swallowed light. Then I heard the voice again, the same voice from the previous night, talking somewhere in the woods. Except this time I could understand a few words, and my blood immediately ran cold, because the voice sounded exactly like Ethan. The same little boy voice, the same tone, the same speech patterns, coming from deep inside the forest. I stood up instantly. The voice continued, speaking casually, like a child having a conversation. I couldn't make out complete sentences, only fragments. Then it laughed. Ethan's laugh, from somewhere among the trees. I ran to the tent. My son was asleep inside. I checked immediately. Still sleeping, still breathing. The voice continued outside. I woke Sarah. The moment she heard it, her face went pale, because she recognized it too. Neither of us spoke. We just listened. The voice moved. The sound itself seemed to shift through the woods. One moment left, one moment right. Then everything stopped. Silence. I should have stayed inside the tent. Instead, I grabbed my flashlight. I don't know why. Maybe because part of me needed proof. Maybe because I was angry. Maybe because hearing your child's voice coming from a dark forest triggers something primitive in your brain. I walked toward the tree line, only 20 meters. The flashlight beam swept between trunks. Nothing. The forest seemed empty. Then I noticed something. A shape standing between two trees. Tall, very tall. At first I thought it was a dead tree trunk. Then it moved. The figure stepped slightly sideways and disappeared behind another tree. I raised the flashlight. Nothing. Then from somewhere deeper in the forest, I heard Ethan laugh again, much further away now, impossible distance. Like whatever made the sound had moved hundreds of meters in seconds. I turned around immediately and went back to the campsite. That should have been the end, but it wasn't. At sunrise, we packed to leave. While loading the car, Ethan asked me a question, one I'll never forget. "Dad?" "Yeah?" "Why was that tall man watching our tent?" My hand stopped moving. "What tall man?" "The one by the trees." I looked at Sarah. She looked terrified. Ethan continued eating his cereal like he was discussing the weather. "He was there both nights." I asked him why he hadn't told us. His answer still gives me chills. Because he told me not to? We left immediately. Years later, after hearing stories and reading local folklore, people told me what they thought it was. A Wendigo. Maybe. I don't know. What I know is this. Whatever stood among those trees never approached us, never attacked. It simply watched, and somehow knew exactly what my son sounded like. To this day, Ethan refuses to talk about that camping trip, and every once in a while, usually after a few drinks, he'll admit one thing. He says he doesn't remember what the tall figure looked like. He doesn't remember its face. He doesn't remember its eyes. The only thing he remembers clearly is that every time he looked at it, he felt absolutely certain it was smiling.
A couple once shared a story online about strange experiences that began shortly after moving into an old house on the outskirts of a quiet town. At first, the house seemed normal. Nothing felt wrong during the day. The neighbors were friendly. The rooms were clean. The area was peaceful and silent at night. But within the first week, both of them started waking up at unusual hours for no clear reason. Always sometime between 2 and 4 in the morning. The boyfriend thought it was stress from the move. His girlfriend blamed the unfamiliar environment. But after several nights, they both noticed the same thing. There were shadows inside the bedroom that didn't seem normal. At first, they only caught quick glimpses of them. Dark shapes standing near the corners of the room. Something moving beside the closet. A silhouette disappearing near the bedroom door the moment they focused their eyes. Each time they turned on the light, there was nothing there. The boyfriend tried to laugh it off. He assumed they were half asleep and imagining things in the darkness. But deep down, he admitted something about the room felt wrong at night. And every time they woke up suddenly, it always felt like someone had been standing there watching them moments before. Then things got worse. One night, the girlfriend woke up unable to move for a few seconds. She said she could see 2 tall figures standing at the foot of the bed. They weren't detailed. No faces. No eyes. No clothes. Just black human-shaped shadows darker than the room itself, completely still. She closed her eyes in panic, convinced she was dreaming, but when she opened them again, the figures were still there. According to her, one of them slowly leaned forward, just enough to make her realize it was aware she was awake. The moment she screamed, both figures disappeared instantly. After that night, the couple stopped sleeping properly. Every creak inside the house sounded wrong. Every shadow looked unnatural. Sometimes they woke up at the exact same moment, both staring toward the same area of the bedroom without saying a word. And almost every time, they saw them. Always near the foot of the bed. Always silent. The boyfriend eventually admitted he had started seeing them even before falling asleep. He described them as patient, like they weren't trying to scare anyone, just watching. Weeks later, the most disturbing incident happened. The girlfriend woke up in the middle of the night, feeling pressure on her ankle, as if someone had lightly wrapped a hand around it. At first, she thought it was her boyfriend, but he was asleep beside her. She slowly looked toward the foot of the bed and saw one of the shadows standing closer than ever before. She said it looked almost human in height and shape, but its body seemed unnaturally dark, like light itself disappeared around it. The figure barely moved. But she felt something touch her leg again. She pulled the blanket toward herself and screamed loud enough to wake her boyfriend instantly. The moment he sat up, the shadow seemed to pull backward into the darkness near the bedroom wall and vanish completely. The couple left the house less than a month later. According to them, the shadows never appeared again after they moved out. But even years later, they both refused to sleep in complete darkness. A hotel housekeeper once shared a story that still unsettles the staff who worked with her. She had been employed at the same hotel for nearly 12 years and was known for being extremely reliable. According to her coworkers, she was not the type of person to invent stories or seek attention. But after a certain point, she became obsessed with talking about a woman that only she seemed able to see. The hotel itself was old, not abandoned or run down, but old enough to have narrow hallways, outdated elevators, and the kind of silence that feels heavier late at night. Most of the cleaning staff worked before sunrise, preparing the floors before guests woke up. The housekeeper usually started around 4:30 in the morning, and according to her, that's when she first saw the woman. She described her as a pale guest wearing dark clothes, always walking slowly down the hallway toward the elevator without speaking. At first, nothing seemed strange about it. Hotels are full of people awake at odd hours. But after seeing the same woman several mornings in a row, the housekeeper began noticing something disturbing. She never saw her leave the elevator, not once. The woman would step inside, the doors would close, and that was it. No elevator arriving downstairs, no guest exiting into the lobby. Nothing. At first, the housekeeper assumed she was simply missing her by a few seconds. But eventually, curiosity started bothering her enough that she mentioned it to the front desk workers. The receptionist immediately denied seeing anyone. According to them, during the exact times the woman supposedly entered the elevator, nobody ever came down. Over time, the encounters became more unsettling. The woman always appeared at almost the exact same hour, always silent, always alone, always walking toward the elevator with slow, calm steps. And the strangest part was her expression. The housekeeper claimed the woman never looked around or acknowledged anyone. She stared straight ahead, as if following the same routine every single morning. One day, determined to prove she was real, the housekeeper decided to follow her. At around 5 a.m., she saw the familiar figure again at the far end of the hallway. The woman walks toward the elevator exactly as usual. The housekeeper followed at a distance, trying not to lose sight of her. The elevator doors opened. The woman stepped inside, and just before the doors closed, the housekeeper rushed forward and reached the elevator in time to stop them. But according to her, the elevator was empty. Completely empty. There was nowhere the woman could have gone. No second exit, no stairwell nearby, nothing. The housekeeper reportedly became pale and refused to work that floor alone after that morning. Later that week, one of the older receptionists admitted something unsettling. Years earlier, before renovations changed part of the hotel, there had been reports of a guest who disappeared without explanation. A woman staying alone. According to the story, she was last seen entering the elevator during the early morning hours. No one ever saw her again.
A man once sent a story to an online horror forum about a room in his house that had bothered him for almost his entire life. According to him, nothing paranormal had ever happened there. No shadows, no voices, no objects moving on their own, and yet, every single person in the family avoided that room without ever discussing it openly. The house had belonged to his grandparents before his parents inherited it. It was old, isolated, and built in the countryside decades earlier. Most of the rooms felt warm and normal, but there was one small spare bedroom at the end of the hallway that always felt different. He said the feeling started when he was a child. Every night, if he needed to walk past that room to reach the bathroom, he would speed up without understanding why. He never looked directly inside. Something about the darkness in that doorway made his stomach tighten instantly. As he grew older, the feeling never disappeared. During the daytime, the room looked completely ordinary. It contained an old dresser, a chair near the window, and faded wallpaper peeling near the ceiling. Nothing about it seemed threatening, but at night, the atmosphere changed completely. According to him, standing near the doorway felt like stepping too close to someone during an argument. The air became heavy, his chest tightened, and he always had the same overwhelming feeling: leave immediately. For years, he convinced himself it was just childhood anxiety. But eventually, he noticed something strange. Everyone reacted to the room the same way. His father never entered it unless absolutely necessary. His mother always kept the door closed after sunset. Visitors often avoided looking inside when walking past it, and nobody ever explained why. One night during a family dinner, the electricity suddenly went out during a storm. The entire hallway became completely dark except for faint moonlight coming through the windows. His younger cousin needed to use the bathroom, but refused to walk down the hallway alone. While trying to calm him down, the man jokingly asked what he was so afraid of. The child pointed directly toward the spare bedroom, then quietly asked, "Why does it feel like someone is standing in there?" The room was empty. But according to him, the moment the child said that, every adult at the table went silent. Nobody laughed, nobody answered, because they all understood exactly what he meant. Years later, after his parents moved away, the man briefly returned to the house alone to help prepare it for sale. He decided he was finally going to spend a full night there and prove to himself the fear was irrational. At around 2 in the morning, unable to sleep, he stood in the hallway staring toward the spare bedroom with the door slightly open. And for the first time in his life, he forced himself to walk inside. He described the room as unnaturally cold. Not freezing, just cold enough to feel wrong against his skin. He sat down in the old chair near the window and waited. Nothing happened for several minutes. Then, slowly, he became aware of something that made his entire body tense. The feeling that he was no longer alone in the room. Not imagination, presence. He said the silence itself began to feel oppressive, as if the room was listening to him breathe. And then came the thought that terrified him enough to leave immediately. The feeling in the room had never been warning him to stay out. It had been warning him not to stay long enough to notice what was already there. A taxi driver once shared a story online that completely changed the way he worked night shifts. According to him, the incident happened sometime after 2 in the morning during a cold winter night. Business had been slow, and the streets were almost completely empty. He had been driving through quiet residential areas, waiting for one final ride before ending his shift. That's when he saw her. A woman standing alone under a flickering street lamp near a bus stop. He said she looked pale and strangely calm, wearing dark clothes that seemed old-fashioned compared to what most people wore. She raised her hand slowly, and he pulled over beside her. When she entered the taxi, she quietly gave him an address without making eye contact. A cemetery. The driver admitted the request made him uncomfortable immediately. Not because of the destination itself, but because of the woman's behavior. She barely moved during the ride, barely blinked, barely spoke. The only sound inside the taxi was the engine and the occasional static from the radio. Trying to ease the tension, the driver attempted small talk several times, but her answers were always short and distant. Yes. Number. Please continue straight. According to him, her voice sounded strangely flat, almost tired. At one point, while checking the rearview mirror, he noticed something that made his stomach drop. The woman seemed darker in the reflection than she should have been. Just wrong somehow. He later admitted he avoided looking in the mirror after that. When they finally reached the cemetery entrance, the driver noticed something else unsettling. The gates were closed and chained shut. The cemetery had been closed for hours. He turned around to tell the woman they would need to stop outside the entrance, but she simply nodded, thanked him softly, and handed him cash that felt ice cold when he took it. Then she stepped out of the taxi. The driver watched her through the windshield as she approached the cemetery gate. At first, he assumed she would stop there. Instead, she kept walking, and according to him, she passed directly through the closed iron gate without touching it. Not climbing over it, walking through it, like the metal wasn't even there. The driver froze completely. He said the woman never looked back. She simply continued walking deeper into the cemetery darkness until he couldn't see her anymore. Terrified, he immediately drove away, but the story didn't end there. The next morning, still shaken, he returned to the cemetery during daylight to convince himself he had imagined the entire thing. He spoke to one of the caretakers and nervously described the woman. The caretaker reportedly became silent for several seconds before asking one question: did she have dark hair? The driver said yes. According to the caretaker, years earlier, a woman matching that exact description had died in a car accident nearby. And ever since then, multiple late-night drivers had reported picking her up along the same road, always alone, always silent, and always asking to be taken back to the cemetery where she was buried. A farmer once shared a story that he rarely told anyone, not because he thought people wouldn't believe him, but because he still couldn't explain what happened. His wife had passed away several years earlier, and ever since then he had been living alone on the same farm where he had spent most of his life. The property sat far from the nearest town, surrounded by fields and woodland. Nights there were usually silent except for the wind and the occasional call of an animal. That was why he noticed the lights immediately. The first time happened just after midnight. The farmer had been sitting in his living room watching television when he glanced through the window and saw a faint glow coming from inside the barn. At first, he assumed he had forgotten to switch off a light, but that didn't make sense. The barn didn't have electricity. It never had. Years earlier, he had disconnected the old wiring because it was unsafe. Still, there it was, a pale yellow light shining through the gaps between the wooden boards. He considered walking outside to investigate, but the thought made him strangely uncomfortable. Instead, he locked the door and went to bed. The next morning, he checked the barn. Nothing. No lights, no signs of trespassers, no footprints. The barn was exactly as he had left it. The second night, it happened again. This time, the light appeared brighter. The farmer watched from the kitchen window for nearly 15 minutes. The glow seemed to move slowly inside the building, as though someone was carrying a lantern from one side to the other. His first thought was that someone had broken onto the property, but who would wander around an old barn in the middle of nowhere at 1 a.m? Again, he decided not to investigate. He told himself he would check during daylight. When morning came, there was still nothing. No evidence. No explanation. By the third night, curiosity had finally overcome fear. The light returned shortly after midnight. The farmer stared at it for several minutes before grabbing a flashlight and an old walking stick he kept by the front door. He later admitted that every instinct told him not to go, yet something about the light bothered him enough that he couldn't ignore it anymore. The walk to the barn felt much longer than usual. The grass crunched softly beneath his boots. The night was completely still. No wind, no insects, nothing. As he got closer, he could clearly see the glow leaking through the wooden walls. Someone or something was definitely inside. His heart pounded as he reached the door. For several seconds, he simply stood there listening. He expected footsteps, movement. Instead, there was only silence. Then he slowly pulled the door open. The light vanished instantly. The barn was dark, completely dark. The farmer swept his flashlight across the interior. Old tools, nothing unusual. Just as he was beginning to feel foolish, he noticed something strange. At the far end of the barn was an old wooden workbench, a place his wife used to use decades earlier when helping around the farm. Sitting on the bench was an oil lantern, the same lantern they had kept in the house during their first years together. The farmer froze. He hadn't seen that lantern in years. In fact, he was certain it had been packed away in a storage shed long ago. Slowly, he approached it. The lantern was warm enough to suggest it had been lit recently. His hands began shaking. Then he noticed something beside it, a small folded piece of cloth. He immediately recognized it. It was one of his wife's old handkerchiefs, the kind she used to carry everywhere. The farmer later claimed that at that moment he heard something behind him. Not a voice, not words, just the faint sound of someone humming, a tune his wife used to hum while working around the farm. He spun around. The barn was empty. The humming stopped. The silence returned. The farmer left immediately and locked the barn behind him. The next morning he returned with a neighbor. The lantern was gone. The handkerchief was gone. And according to the neighbor, there was no sign that anyone had been inside at all. The farmer never saw the mysterious light again. But years later, whenever he told the story, he always ended it the same way. He never believed the light was trying to scare him, because after 3 nights of waiting for him to come outside, it led him to the one place on the farm that still reminded him of his wife. I used to explore abandoned places almost every weekend. Not for YouTube, not for TikTok. We never filmed anything. It wasn't about attention. Me and my friend Daniel just got addicted to the feeling of going somewhere we weren't supposed to be. There's something about empty buildings at night that changes the way your brain works. Every sound feels amplified. Every hallway feels wrong. You start imagining things in the dark even when you know there's probably nothing there. That fear becomes addictive after a while. At least it did for us. We were both 25 when this happened. Daniel was the one who usually found locations online. Old hospitals, condemned apartment buildings, abandoned schools. Places people forgot about. The place we went to that night was an old residential house near the edge of a dying neighborhood outside of Detroit. The house looked normal from the outside. That was the weird part. Most abandoned places are destroyed with graffiti and broken windows, but this one still looked almost lived in. The grass was overgrown and the porch sagged slightly, but the windows were intact. No light, no signs of people. Just dark. Daniel loved that immediately. Dude, this place is perfect. It was close to midnight. Rain had fallen earlier, and the entire neighborhood smelled wet and rotten somehow. Most houses around it were empty too. Half the streetlights didn't work, leaving long stretches of darkness between pools of yellow light. I remember not wanting to go inside. I can't explain why. Usually I got nervous after entering places, not before. The front door was unlocked. That should have been our first sign to leave. The second we stepped inside, the smell hit us. Not the usual mold smell abandoned buildings have. Something worse. Wet decay mixed with something metallic underneath. Daniel immediately covered his nose. Jesus Christ! Our flashlights swept across the living room. Old furniture still sat inside covered in dust sheets. Family pictures remained on the walls. It looked like whoever lived there had simply disappeared one day. That scared me more than total emptiness would have. The silence inside felt heavy. Even the floorboards creaked strangely soft under our feet. Daniel whispered, "This place feels wrong." That was unusual coming from him. We moved deeper into the house slowly. Kitchen first, then the hallway. Everything looked untouched, except for random piles of trash and signs that animals had gotten inside over the years. But then we started noticing small things. Fresh footprints in the dust. Not ours, barefoot. Daniel crouched beside one and frowned. Someone's been here recently. The print looked human, but there was something strange about it. The toes dug unusually deep into the dust, like whoever made it walked with most of their weight forward. I remember suddenly becoming very aware that we weren't alone. We checked upstairs next. Nothing. Just empty bedrooms and collapsed ceilings. But while we were upstairs, I thought I heard movement below us. A soft shuffling sound. Daniel heard it too. We both froze immediately. The noise stopped. We stood there listening for maybe 10 seconds before Daniel whispered, "Probably an animal." Then came another sound, chewing. Slow, wet chewing from downstairs. I felt every hair on my arm stand up. Daniel forced a laugh. "Okay, that's creepy." Neither of us moved. The chewing continued, wet, followed occasionally by crunching noises. I whispered, "We should leave." Daniel nodded instantly. But instead of leaving immediately, he made the mistake that still gives me nightmares. He wanted to look. The sound was coming from a room near the back of the house. The doorway was partially open, but no light reached inside. It was completely black. The chewing stopped the second our flashlight beams touched the doorway. Silence. Daniel slowly pushed the door open wider. At first, I couldn't understand what I was seeing. There was a man sitting on the floor in the far corner of the room, completely motionless, thin, filthy, barefoot. His clothes looked layered and stained black with dirt. His head hung low, almost against his chest, and in his hands was a dead rat. Half eaten. Its insides hung from his fingers. For a second, my brain genuinely refused to process it. The man slowly bit into the rat again. Crunch. The sound echoed through the room. Daniel whispered, "Oh my God." The man didn't react to us at all. Didn't look up, didn't move. He just kept chewing mechanically, like he was barely conscious. I noticed his fingers shaking violently around the animal. The flashlight beam drifted across his face. I wish it hadn't. His mouth and chin were covered in blood so dark it looked black in the light. His lips moved strangely while chewing, almost too slowly. His eyes were open but unfocused, staring somewhere past the wall, like he was in a trance. Then I realized something even worse. There were more rat bodies scattered around him in the dark. At least 6, maybe more. The smell in that room hit us fully then. Rot, blood, human filth. Daniel gagged loudly. That was the first thing that made the man react. His chewing stopped. Very slowly, his eyes moved toward us. Not his head, just his eyes. I can still see them. They looked empty. Not angry, not surprised. Empty, like there was nobody left inside him anymore. Then he smiled. I've never seen a smile like that before. Not happiness, not friendliness. Just a slow, stretching grin exposing blood-covered teeth while pieces of meat still hung from his mouth. Daniel backed into me immediately. Run. The man suddenly stood up, too fast. 1 second he was sitting, the next he was upright in the darkness, tall, much taller than I expected. The rat dropped from his hands wetly onto the floor, then he took 1 step toward us, bare feet slapping softly against wood. That snapped us out of whatever shock we were in. We ran, not movie running, real panic. Crashing through hallways, slamming into walls, nearly falling down the stairs. Behind us we heard movement exploding through the house, fast footsteps, faster than they should have been. Daniel screamed, "He's coming!" I glanced back once. Worst mistake of my life. The man was sprinting after us down the hallway unnaturally fast, head twitching side to side while that smile stayed frozen on his face. His feet barely seemed coordinated with the rest of his body, like watching a puppet move incorrectly. We reached the front door and practically threw ourselves outside into the rain. I heard the man stop inside the doorway behind us. Daniel yanked the car door open while I turned back instinctively. The man stood in the entrance of the house staring at us, completely still again. Neither of us spoke for almost 10 minutes. Finally, Daniel said, "We're calling the police." But when officers checked the house later that night, they found nothing. No man, no bodies, no rats, nothing. Just an empty house. But I know what we saw. About the way he kept eating even after seeing us, like hunger was the only thing left inside him. I'm older now, and I still think about that house at least once a week. What scares me isn't that we saw a ghost or some creature in the woods. It's the fact that we didn't. Sometimes I think finding an actual monster would have been easier to process. This happened back when I was 17. Me, my friend Tyler, and his girlfriend Ashley spent most weekends driving around looking for abandoned places. We lived in a small town in northern Michigan, surrounded by forests and old dirt roads, so there were plenty of forgotten places if you knew where to look. Most abandoned houses are disappointing. Empty beer cans, graffiti, moldy furniture. But every once in a while, you find a place that feels wrong the second you step inside. That house was one of them. I remember it was late October because the air already smelled like winter. The three of us had driven down an old logging road after hearing about a collapsed farmhouse hidden somewhere beyond the woods. Tyler was the one who found it first. "There," he said, pointing through the trees. At first, I couldn't even tell it was a house. The forest had almost swallowed it completely. Thick branches pressed against the walls, and the roof sagged inward slightly like the building was sinking into the earth. It sat maybe 2 or 3 kilometers from the nearest road. No nearby houses, no trails, nothing. That alone should have bothered us more than it did. Ashley immediately said she hated it. "I'm serious," she said quietly while we got out of the truck. "This place feels disgusting." Tyler laughed. "It's a house, Ash." But I remember agreeing with her silently. The woods around that place were unnaturally quiet. No birds, no wind. Even our footsteps sounded muffled somehow beneath the dead leaves. As we got closer, I noticed all the windows had been boarded from the inside. Not outside, inside. That detail still bothers me. The front door hung partially open, moving slightly whenever the wind touched it. Tyler shined his flashlight inside first. Probably homeless people. I think we all wanted that explanation. The smell inside was terrible. Not rot exactly, more like damp wood mixed with something stale and sour underneath. The house was mostly empty. Dust covered everything. Wallpaper peeled from the walls in long curling strips. Every room looked stripped clean, like somebody intentionally removed anything useful years ago. But there were strange little details. The kitchen drawers had all been pulled open. The mirrors in the hallway were cracked, and every interior door inside the house stood wide open. Every single one except one, a small door near the back hallway, closed. Tyler immediately grinned. "Well, obviously that's where the dead body is." Ashley smacked his arm. "Stop." I remember laughing nervously, but none of us sounded relaxed anymore. The deeper we went into the house, the more uncomfortable I became. The silence inside felt heavy, almost pressurized. It's hard to explain unless you've been somewhere that genuinely feels wrong, not haunted, wrong. Tyler reached the closed door first, locked. That surprised all of us. "Okay," Ashley whispered, "that's creepy." Tyler pushed harder against it, but it barely moved. Then I noticed something near the floor. Scratch marks. Deep ones, all around the bottom of the doorframe. Like something had clawed at it repeatedly from the inside. I pointed them out immediately. Nobody joked after that. Tyler finally forced the door open with his shoulder. The smell that came out of the room hit us instantly. Not decomposition. Sweat. Old sweat trapped in humid air. The flashlight beam shook in Tyler's hand as it swept across the room. At first it looked empty. Then we saw the chair. Sitting directly in the center of the room, facing the wall. Old wooden chair, one leg cracked, and wrapped around the chair arms were layers of duct tape. So much duct tape. Gray strips hung from the sides in clumps like someone had used entire rolls there. There was rope too, coiled neatly beside the chair. Fresh looking compared to everything else. Ashley whispered, "What the hell?" I remember this horrible cold feeling spreading through my stomach as we stepped farther inside. The room itself was tiny, no windows, bare walls. But the thing that disturbed me most was the floor. Scuff marks covered the wood around the chair. Long dragging marks, like the chair had moved violently over and over again. Tyler crouched beside the rope silently. Then he looked up at us and said something I still remember perfectly. "This isn't old." And he was right. The duct tape still looked usable. The rope wasn't rotting. Somebody had been in that room recently. Very recently. Ashley wanted to leave immediately. I did too, but Tyler kept looking around with his flashlight, trying to act calm even though I could hear fear creeping into his voice now. Then he noticed the wall. There were scratches on it. Not random scratches. Lines grouped together. Hundreds of them. The room suddenly felt 10 times smaller. Ashley started crying quietly. "We need to go right now." None of us argued. We turned toward the hallway and ran. The three of us practically smashed through the hallway trying to get out. Every sound the house made behind us felt amplified. The creaking wood, our shoes slamming against the floor, Ashley crying. The second we reached the truck, Tyler locked the doors immediately and sped back toward the road so fast we nearly hit trees turning corners. Nobody spoke for several minutes. Ashley finally said, "Call the police." But Tyler refused. "What do we even say?" he snapped. "That we found a creepy room?" At the time, I understood his logic. Now I wish we'd called anyway. Because about 8 months later, a woman disappeared from a nearby town. They never found her. And every time I think about that chair in the middle of that room, I wonder if we walked into a place we were never supposed to find.
I stopped exploring alone after that night. Not because I saw a ghost or some creature hiding in the dark. Honestly, I almost wish it had been something supernatural. People can process monsters. What I heard inside that building felt worse because it was real. I've always loved abandoned places. Ever since I was younger, I've been fascinated by unfinished buildings, empty hospitals, condemned apartments, places where life suddenly stopped halfway through. I never posted videos on mine or anything like that. Urban exploration was private for me. Quiet, almost calming. Most people think exploring abandoned buildings is about adrenaline. It's not. It's about silence, the feeling of walking through places nobody else sees anymore. I live in a small community in Northern California, surrounded by forests and hills. There aren't many abandoned locations nearby, so whenever I heard about one, I added it to a list on my phone. The apartment building had been on that list for years. Nobody seemed to know why construction stopped. According to locals, some company ran out of money halfway through building it sometime in the early 2000s. After that, the place just sat there slowly rotting beyond the woods outside town. I'd driven past the road leading to it dozens of times. One Friday night, around midnight, I finally decided to go. I went alone. That wasn't unusual for me. Sometimes I explored with friends, but honestly, I preferred going by myself. You move quieter alone. Think clearer. The walk through the woods was uneventful. Cold air, wet dirt, crickets. My flashlight stayed off most of the time because moonlight filtered through the trees strongly enough to see the trail ahead. Eventually, the forest opened, and I saw the building through the branches. Even unfinished, it looked massive. Concrete skeleton floors stacked above one another. Empty window openings stared into the woods like dark holes. Parts of the exterior had been wrapped in old weather protection that now hung loose and flapped softly in the wind. The place didn't feel creepy immediately, just empty. I climbed through a gap in the fence and entered through the unfinished lobby area. Broken tiles and construction debris covered the floor. My footsteps echoed faintly through the structure. I remember thinking how strangely preserved it looked. Usually abandoned places get destroyed by graffiti and vandalism, but this building barely had any. It felt forgotten rather than ruined. I explored the first floor slowly, using my flashlight only when necessary. Empty hallways stretched into darkness. Exposed pipes hung from ceilings. Some rooms still had stacks of drywall leaning against unfinished walls. Nothing unusual. Then I heard voices upstairs. I froze immediately. At first I thought it might have been outside noise echoing through the building. But after a few seconds I realized it was definitely coming from the second floor. People talking. At least 2 voices, maybe 3. I switched my flashlight off instantly. This is something most explorers learn quickly. Abandoned buildings are rarely truly abandoned. Homeless people, squatters, drug users. You can run into anybody at night. Usually the safest thing to do is avoid being noticed, so I stayed still and listened. The voices sounded calm, not arguing. Just casual conversation drifting faintly through concrete hallways. I remember feeling conflicted. Part of me wanted to leave immediately. Another part was curious. Hearing people casually talking inside a building that isolated at 1 in the morning felt strange enough that I wanted to understand what they were doing there. I moved upstairs quietly. The second floor was darker than the first. Moonlight barely reached the corridors there. I could hear the voices more clearly now, though I still couldn't make out exact words. 2 men, maybe laughing occasionally. There was also light coming from farther down the hallway, warm yellow light, like lanterns or camping lamps. I crouched near the corner of a hallway intersection and slowly peeked around it. At first, I couldn't fully understand what I was seeing. 3 men sat inside one of the unfinished apartment rooms, camping chairs, coolers, lanterns hanging from exposed beams. Like they'd done this before, while another flipped through papers spread across the floor. The third man sat closest to the hallway entrance drinking from a bottle. None of them looked homeless. That was what immediately bothered me. They looked normal. Clean clothes, work boots, decent equipment. I remember thinking maybe they were security workers or construction people checking the property late night. Then I noticed the fourth chair. Empty. Positioned separately near the center of the room. Facing the others. My stomach tightened instantly. I backed away from the corner quietly. That should have been the moment I left. Instead, I stayed. I don't know why. Curiosity can make you stupid. I shifted slightly to get a better angle toward the room again. That's when one of the men suddenly stopped talking. Silence filled the room immediately. My heart dropped. The man closest to the hallway slowly turned his head toward the darkness where I was hiding. I pulled back against the wall, barely breathing. Then I heard footsteps approaching the hallway. I stayed frozen. The footsteps stopped just beyond the corner. Close enough that I could hear breathing. Then, a man's voice spoke softly. "You lost?" The tone terrified me more than yelling would have. Calm, friendly even. I didn't answer. A few seconds passed, then the voice said, "We know you're there." At the same moment, another flashlight clicked on somewhere deeper behind me in the hallway. My blood went cold. There had been someone else on the floor the entire time. I heard movement behind me immediately after that, slow footsteps approaching from the darkness. I ran, no hesitation. I sprinted blindly through unfinished hallways while men shouted behind me. Flashlights bounced wildly across concrete walls. My shoulder slammed against exposed framing hard enough to nearly knock me over. Somebody yelled, "Stop her!" The building echoed horribly. Every footstep sounded 10 times louder. I found the staircase and practically fell down half the steps trying to escape. Behind me, I could hear multiple people running now, not fast enough to catch me immediately, but close. I reached the first floor and ran straight into the woods without even turning my flashlight on. Branches tore at my face while I sprinted through darkness. At one point, I heard crashing somewhere behind me in the trees. Then nothing. No more voices, no footsteps, just my breathing. I made it back to my car somehow, and drove home shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. I never reported it. I should have. But what would I even say? That I found men hanging out inside an abandoned building? Still, sometimes I think about that fourth chair, sitting in the middle of the room, and the fact that they already knew I was there before they ever saw me.
One thing that I've learned is that the scariest stories aren't about monsters attacking people. They're about moments that don't make sense. Moments that stay with you because no explanation ever feels right. This happened 14 years ago when my son was 8. He's 22 now. I've told this story maybe 3 times in my life because every time I do, people either think I'm lying or they immediately start talking about folklore or cryptids. I don't know what we saw that night. I only know what happened. My wife, Sarah, loved camping. Every summer she'd pick some place we'd never visited and convince me to spend a weekend outdoors. Most of the time it was great. We'd hike, fish, cook over a fire, and let our son Ethan run around exploring. That particular trip took place in northern Canada, near the edge of a massive stretch of forest that seemed to go on forever. The campground itself wasn't isolated. There were maybe 15 or 20 campsites scattered around a lake. Families, couples, retirees, normal people. The first day was perfect, nothing unusual. The strange part started after dark. Around 10 p.m., Ethan was already asleep inside the tent. Sarah and I sat near the fire talking quietly while the lake reflected the moonlight. The campground had become silent, not completely silent, just the normal nighttime sounds. Wind moving through trees, water against the shoreline, the occasional crackle of burning wood. Then Sarah asked me a question. "Do you hear that?" I listened. At first I didn't, then I noticed it. A voice, far away in the woods, talking like somebody having a conversation. I remember looking toward the tree line. The voice sounded distant enough that I couldn't make out the words, just the rhythm of speech, someone talking casually somewhere in the darkness. Probably another campsite, I said. Sarah shook her head no. She pointed. The voice wasn't coming from around the lake. It was coming from deeper in the forest beyond the campground. That struck me as odd immediately because there were no trails in that direction, nothing but wilderness for kilometers. We listened for maybe 30 seconds. Then the voice stopped. Neither of us thought much about it after that. Looking back, I wish we had. We went to sleep around midnight. Sometime during the night, I woke up unexpectedly, just suddenly awake. The inside of the tent was dark except for faint moonlight filtering through the fabric. Sarah slept beside me. Ethan slept on the opposite side. Everything looked normal. Then I realized I could hear a movement outside. Footsteps, slow footsteps circling the campsite. Crunch, crunch, crunch. At first I assumed it was an animal, maybe a deer, but the sound kept repeating in a pattern, walking around the campsite, around it like something was studying us. I checked my watch, 3:17 a.m. The footsteps continued for several minutes, never getting closer or moving away, just circling. Eventually, I unzipped the tent slightly and looked outside. The fire had died hours ago. Moonlight illuminated parts of the campsite. I didn't see anything. The footsteps stopped immediately. I waited. Nothing happened. After a minute, I zipped the tent shut and tried to convince myself it had been an animal. Eventually, I fell asleep again. The next morning, Ethan woke up excited. "Dad, who was outside last night?" The question hit me instantly. "What do you mean?" "The man." Sarah looked up from cooking breakfast. I felt my stomach tighten. "What man?" Ethan shrugged. "The man standing near the trees." Children sometimes say strange things. Normally I would have dismissed it immediately, but something about the timing bothered me. "Did you actually see someone?" He nodded. "Yeah." "When?" "Last night." I asked him what the person looked like. His answer made me uncomfortable. I couldn't tell. What do you mean? He looked skinny. That was all he said. Skinny. No details, nothing else. Sarah and I exchanged a glance but didn't push the conversation further. The day passed normally. We hiked, swam, cooked dinner. I almost forgot about the strange events from the night before. Then sunset came, and something changed. Not around us, around everyone. People started leaving. Families that had planned to stay another night suddenly packed up. One RV left shortly before dark, then another, then a family across the lake. By 9 p.m., nearly half the campground was gone. I asked one older man if something was happening. He hesitated before answering. Then he said, "People hear things out here." I laughed. He didn't. Then he left. That conversation stayed in my head all evening. Around midnight, Sarah and Ethan were already asleep. I sat alone by the fire. The lake was perfectly still. The forest beyond it looked black. Not dark, black, like the trees swallowed light. Then I heard the voice again, the same voice from the previous night, talking somewhere in the woods. Except this time I could understand a few words, and my blood immediately ran cold, because the voice sounded exactly like Ethan. The same little boy voice, the same tone, the same speech patterns, coming from deep inside the forest. I stood up instantly. The voice continued, speaking casually, like a child having a conversation. I couldn't make out complete sentences, only fragments. Then it laughed. Ethan's laugh, from somewhere among the trees. I ran to the tent. My son was asleep inside. I checked immediately. Still sleeping, still breathing. The voice continued outside. I woke Sarah. The moment she heard it, her face went pale, because she recognized it too. Neither of us spoke. We just listened. The voice moved. The sound itself seemed to shift through the woods. One moment left, one moment right. Then everything stopped. Silence. I should have stayed inside the tent. Instead, I grabbed my flashlight. I don't know why. Maybe because part of me needed proof. Maybe because I was angry. Maybe because hearing your child's voice coming from a dark forest triggers something primitive in your brain. I walked toward the tree line, only 20 meters. The flashlight beam swept between trunks. Nothing. The forest seemed empty. Then I noticed something. A shape standing between two trees. Tall, very tall. At first I thought it was a dead tree trunk. Then it moved. The figure stepped slightly sideways and disappeared behind another tree. I raised the flashlight. Nothing. Then from somewhere deeper in the forest, I heard Ethan laugh again, much further away now, impossible distance. Like whatever made the sound had moved hundreds of meters in seconds. I turned around immediately and went back to the campsite. That should have been the end, but it wasn't. At sunrise, we packed to leave. While loading the car, Ethan asked me a question, one I'll never forget. "Dad?" "Yeah?" "Why was that tall man watching our tent?" My hand stopped moving. "What tall man?" "The one by the trees." I looked at Sarah. She looked terrified. Ethan continued eating his cereal like he was discussing the weather. "He was there both nights." I asked him why he hadn't told us. His answer still gives me chills. "Because he told me not to." We left immediately. Years later, after hearing stories and reading local folklore, people told me what they thought it was. A Wendigo. Maybe. I don't know. What I know is this. Whatever stood among those trees never approached us, never attacked. It simply watched, and somehow knew exactly what my son sounded like. To this day, Ethan refuses to talk about that camping trip, and every once in a while, usually after a few drinks, he'll admit one thing. He says he doesn't remember what the tall figure looked like. He doesn't remember its face. He doesn't remember its eyes. The only thing he remembers clearly is that every time he looked at it, he felt absolutely certain it was smiling. Picture a desolate, fog-choked dirt crossroads at midnight. The air was so thick and dead you could taste the rot. Standing in the center of that empty expanse was a scrawny, hollowed-out teenager named Leo. He was 19 years old, starving, and entirely broken down by the spirit-crushing humiliation of the late-night shift at Domino's. And standing directly behind him was a towering, shifting shadow with jagged, burning yellow slits for eyes, the devil himself. Most desperate kids came to the crossroads begging for the usual uninspired garbage. Fame, millions in cash, power. They wanted to be tech giants or corporate kings. But Leo didn't want a mansion. He didn't care about a legacy. He was just sick and tired of being the city's punching bag. He wanted to feel what it was like to be the thing that hunted. He asked the devil to make him a beast. The entity didn't hesitate. It offered a corporate franchise contract sealed in smoking, boiling blood, bound by one brutal, claustrophobic rule. Deliver every single order before the full moon peaked its orbit, or your immortal soul belonged to the brand. Leo didn't even read the fine print. He just signed his name in dirt, thinking nothing could possibly be worse than minimum wage. He didn't realize he wasn't just signing up to be a monster. He was signing up to be the devil's personal minimum wage hitman. Then the scene shifted to the interior of a rusted, filthy hatchback car. The dashboard clock hit exactly 12 midnight. The radio exploded into a deafening metallic screech as a colossal blood-red moon filled the entire windshield, casting a crimson glow over the filthy upholstery. The transformation wasn't some majestic, magical superhero evolution. It was a violent, agonizing back-alley execution of Leo's human anatomy. His jaw unhinged with a wet, sickening tear of muscle. His human teeth splintering into jagged white shards and falling down his throat as razor-sharp, yellowed fangs punched violently through his bleeding gums. He choked on his own blood as his spine snapped backward, vertebrae crackling like dry firewood, shattering his own rib cage from the inside out to expand into a massive muscular torso. Thick, needle-like black fur ripped outward through his pores, tearing his blue and red uniform polo to shreds. His fingers split open at the tips, spewing streams of dark crimson onto the steering wheel as thick obsidian talons burst through his fingernails. A wave of blinding predatory madness completely erased his human consciousness, but he wasn't free. Hardwired directly into his new-formed feral brain was the corporate delivery app and the devil's explicit instructions. Leo wasn't just hunting for food. He was a weapon being pointed at specific targets. The hunger tearing at his gut wasn't for pizza. It was for the names on the receipts. The Domino's delivery app transformed into a demonic hit list. Every single address belonged to someone who owed a soul debt to the underworld, and the beast was sent to collect. It became a chaotic, brutal montage of absolute carnage as this 600-pound monster tore through suburban neighborhoods, smashing through structures and leaving trails of gore. Stop number 1 was a local frat house on the edge of campus. The receipt read Marcus Vance, a judge's son who had gotten away with a hit and run just a week prior. The devil wanted him scratched off the ledger. The drunk college kid opened the front door, looking down at his phone, opening his mouth to complain about a late delivery.
Bro, where have you been? We've been waiting.
He never even got to finish the sentence. Leo's massive hairy jaws clamped directly over the kid's face. With one violent whiplash snap of his neck, the beast ripped Marcus's entire skull clean off of his spine in a geyser of hot, pressurized crimson. The headless torso collapsed like a sack of stones, painting the white hallway wallpaper in thick streaming streaks of red. The werewolf stepped over the carcass, crushing the ribs under his heavy paws, completely ignoring the other terrified kids in the house. He only killed the targets the app commanded. Next was a dark suburban cul-de-sac. A crooked politician who had embezzled millions stood on her porch, crossing her arms, ready to scream at the driver over a missing garlic dipping sauce. The beast didn't bother using the stairs. He lunged from the roof of his car, slamming all his muscles and fur directly into her chest. The impact shattered her sternum instantly. As she lay gasping, paralyzed in the dirt, Leo used his obsidian talons to systematically disembowel her, tearing through the layers of her flesh and clothing like cheap cardboard, leaving her remains scattered across her own manicured front lawn to fulfill the entity's twisted sense of justice. Then the rusted hatchback drifted wildly around a city street corner on 3 wheels. The glowing blue and red Domino's car top sign was completely drenched in dark, dripping gore. Leo painted the entire town in human meat, punching the clock for the ultimate underworld boss. The third stop was a stoner's basement apartment. A dirty cop who had spent his career planting evidence on innocent people.
What the? Hey, what are you?
The victim tried to slam the door, but Leo's claw punched straight through the heavy wood, grabbing the man by the jaw and ripping his lower face completely off. The beast pinned the squirming, screaming body to the floor, hacking and slicing vertically, over and over, until the room was completely silent. Blood splattered across the glowing blue Domino's box on the table, soaking into the crust. Leo's human soul, trapped deep inside the monster, was screaming in absolute torment, but the beast was entirely intoxicated by the violence. The metallic taste of hot iron running down his throat was the ultimate high. He couldn't stop even if he wanted to, for the contract forced his claws to move, rendering him a literal slave to the franchise. He steered his rusted sedan with bloody clawed hands, howling his unhinged feral rage out of the driver's side window into the midnight smog, serving as the ultimate unstoppable engine of death for the devil's personal hit list. But the high never lasted. By 12:55 a.m., the adrenaline evaporated. The cosmic clock ran out, and the beast retreated back into the shadows of his mind, leaving Leo alone with the butcher's bill. He ended up outside a decaying Gothic mansion, sitting alone on a dark, rocky hill. The moon was setting. Leo was human again, naked, shivering violently in the freezing mud, weeping uncontrollably and vomiting black blood as he gripped a single grease-stained pizza box. The transformation reversed with the same agonizing, bone-breaking cruelty. His muscles shriveled, his fangs fell out, leaving his mouth raw and bleeding. Covered in the sweat, fat, and entrails of the devil's enemies, Leo dragged his broken, naked body through the mud, sobbing hysterically as the reality of the slaughter crashed down on his human brain. He had one final box. The receipt read, 1313 Obsidian Lane. He crawled up the grand stone steps of the mansion, his fingernails torn to the bone, and knocked with a trembling, bloody hand. The massive oak door creaked open. The devil stepped out into the dim light, wearing a pristine silk bathrobe. He gradually reached down and took the warm, blood-stained cardboard box from Leo's shaking fingers, paying no mind to the human fat smudging the cardboard. Leo collapsed onto his face, vomiting black bile onto the cold stone porch. He screamed until his vocal cords tore, begging the devil to take the curse away, to rip up the contract, to throw him into jail, anything to stop the nightmares. He didn't want to be a monster. He didn't want to be an assassin. He just wanted his miserable, quiet, invisible life back. He would take the minimum wage. He would take the abuse. He just wanted to stop killing for the devil. But the devil just opened the box, revealing a steaming pizza. He pulled out a slice, the cheese stretching in the moonlight, and took a slow, casual bite. A drop of human blood dripped down his chin as his sharp teeth flashed in the dark. He chewed slowly, savoring the flavor. He looked down at the shivering, broken boy with a terrifying, pitch-black corporate smile and whispered,
"Change you back? Kid, are you out of your mind? Look at your metrics. You cleared out my entire hit list in under 30 minutes. 5-star reviews across the board. Prompt delivery under 30 minutes. 0 survivors. Why, you're the most efficient corporate asset this franchise has ever seen. You're my employee of the month."
The massive oak door slammed shut with a deafening final thud. Pure darkness. Then, instantly, a blinding flood of red and blue police searchlights illuminated the mud, accompanied by the deafening screeching wail of 100 police sirens surrounding the mansion. The door was locked from the inside, and as the police sirens closed in from the valley below, pinning him to the bright, blinding lights, Leo realized the ultimate, inescapable horror of corporate hell. There were no vacations. There was no resignation. The targets would always keep coming. The shift never, ever ended. And on the next night at midnight, he was right back on the clock. Never safe, not for Richie, not with the walls that heard everything and never said a word. His mom worked the nights and sometimes the days, selling what little she had left to men who knocked without knocking, Johns with greasy smiles and folded bills. Some of them hurt her. Some of them noticed Richie standing in the hallway and decided he was part of the deal. No locks, no rules, no one coming to help. So Richie learned how to disappear. A skateboard under his feet, asphalt flying past. When he pushed hard enough, fast enough, the house shrank behind him. The city became his refuge. Streetlights, alleys, empty roads where no one asked questions and nobody touched him. Wednesday nights were the best. Fewer people, longer shadows, plenty of room to breathe. The wind kicked up suddenly, colder, sharper, like the night itself had taken a breath. Something slid across the asphalt and fluttered to a stop at Richie's feet. A Wendy's Wicked Wednesday spoon of gloom wrapper. Black and purple, greasy at the edges, wings half spread like it was ready to take off. Richie stared at it for a beat too long. He didn't know why, but his chest tightened, like the night had just handed him a warning. That's when she saw him. It was Wednesday night, the kind that crawled under your skin and stayed there. Headlights sliced across the dark as a sedan rolled up along the curb, engine purring low. Wendy leaned back in the driver's seat and spoke through the open window.
Hey there. Skating these streets all alone? I know what that's like. Feeling invisible, like nobody sees you. Nobody listens. You just want someone to understand, to care.
Her voice was warm, practiced, the kind that slipped past a kid's defenses without asking permission. Richie felt it wrap around him, soft as a blanket. Any place was better than home. He stepped into the car. The sedan pulled away from the curb and drifted into a lonely industrial stretch. Warehouse silhouettes, chain-link fences rattling in the wind, oil-stained pavement glowing under sodium lights that buzzed like dying insects. The city fell away behind them.
So tell me, Richie, what's home like?
My mom, she's an addict. She's always got Johns over for money. Some of them hurt her, some of them hurt me. I was sick of it, tired of it. I just wanted to get away. The sound cut through the car like a blade. A crime notification, a name, a photo, Wendy, linked to a string of kidnappings. His blood turned ice cold. Wendy's smile didn't vanish, it rearranged itself. Her eyes went first, whites yellowing, pupils thinning into reptilian slits. Her face stretched, skin tightening, peeling back until a grinning skull pushed through like something that had been waiting its turn. Richie didn't think, he swung. The car fishtailed, tires screamed, metal kissed the gravel as it skidded sideways and died half off the road. Wendy came after him, fast and wrong, laughing as she ran.
That won't work, kid!
Richie tore the crucifix from his neck and shoved it out in front of him like a shield. Dressed in black against a black road, she was invisible to the oncoming car. It hit her dead on. 1 second she was there, the next she wasn't. Just vapor, like she never existed at all. Richie stood frozen on the roadside, skateboard in his hand, heart hammering in his ears. The other driver stepped out of the car. A man, calm, too calm for what he'd just seen.
You all right, kid?
Richie nodded. He didn't trust his voice.
You look like you could use a ride.
I can take you wherever you're headed. Richie hesitated, then looked down at the empty road, at the dark stretching out in every direction. He got into the car.
What a wicked Wednesday, huh, kid?
No! No! Wicked Wednesday night kept crawling. It was early on a Saturday morning. The mountains lay silent, empty, save for a small meetup group, mostly women and one man. The sun had barely risen, and fog clung to the trees like a restless ghost. A lone crow cawed, sharp and hollow, as if warning of what was to come. Someone hadn't gotten the memo. This was Women Who Walk. Yet here was Paul, standing among them, polite, attentive, too measured. Karen didn't want to be rude. She smiled and moved on. Footsteps crunched on a damp earth. Laughter drifted, light and fragile, easily swallowed by the stillness. Peaceful, innocent, but the quiet has a way of hiding things, dark things that wait.
Welcome, everyone, to Women Who Walk. I'm Karen, and I'll be guiding today's trail. Let's go around and introduce ourselves before we get started. Hi, I'm Elisa. First time joining. Excited to meet everyone. I'm Clara. I love hiking and coffee stops along the trail. Rachel here. I promise I don't get lost often.
Hi, Paul. Nice to meet everyone. Paul had never RSVP'd, never joined the group. He just showed up. Polite, attentive, quiet, but off. Too precise, too measured. They walked the trail together. Leaves rustled underfoot. Paul lingered slightly behind, awkward smiles, eyes flicking a beat too long. Feels kind of like Ted Bundy stalking women, huh? A bad joke. Polite laughter, but beneath it, a pulse of obsession stirred. Paul's mind already mapped opportunity, chasing a thrill only fear and control could give. After about an hour on the trail...
Oh, hey guys. I'm getting a little tired. I think I'll head back.
Yeah, tired as well. I can walk you back, if you like.
Are you tired?
The group's voices faded behind them. Shadows stretched across the path. Fog swirled in the early light. Alyssa and Paul were alone. I meant what I said about Ted Bundy, you know. The polite facade shattered. Alyssa's pulse spiked. She ran. She tumbled over a root. He was there, his hands closed around her neck, firm, controlling. Each falter, each frantic movement made the thrill coil tighter in his chest. He leaned in, pressure on her jugulars increasing, a slow, deliberate squeeze. Her gaze locked on him, wide, desperate, pleading. Every blink, every flinch made him feel alive. Ego and libido swelling with each moment of absolute control. He shivered with dark exhilaration. The ordinary world disappeared. It was only him and her, the hunter and the hunted. Every heartbeat, every gasp, every desperate glance fueled him. The thrill, the obsession, the pulse of power. It burned like fire through his veins. He was intoxicated, consumed by it, as her focus, her total attention on him became a high unlike anything else he had known. This must be the way Bundy felt. When the group realized Alyssa was gone, it was too late. Messages went unanswered. Profiles went dark. The world assumed routine, normality, safety. Paul returned to his life, calm, unremarkable, like nothing had happened. Ted Bundy taught men like him one thing the FBI wished he hadn't. You don't need rage. You don't need chaos. You only need a moment where someone else's awareness depends entirely on your decision. And in that moment, you feel alive.
Well, hello, Darkest Tales Animations fans. This is Mrs. Creepy, your narrator for the night. Tonight we visit the holiest of American cathedrals, Walmart. A place where souls are cheap, meat is cheaper, and karma is always on rollback. Have a seat and enjoy this dark and delicious tale. Meet Delilah Frost, Florida woman, Walmart employee. By day, a humble little meat butcher. By night, a woman who listened far too closely. Hi!
Aw, you see that? Yeah, I see it.
You see, Delilah had heard the whispers. Two men, regulars, always watching, always smiling at the wrong people. Well, hello. Y'all want the special today? Manager's not around. I can show you something in the back.
Hey! This ain't funny! Lady, you better let us out right now!
Delilah didn't think it was funny either. Oh no, she thought it was necessary. She'd read the police logs, seen the patterns, heard what happens when monsters hide in plain sight. Aw, relax, Sugar Plum. I'm just tenderizing. I was thinking Korean barbecue. Sweet, spicy, served hot with consequences. And maybe next time you'll leave little girls alone.
Please! I swear! I won't ever! I'm begging you!
They always say that right before they get what they deserve.
Help! Somebody help us!
Do you hear that? Sounds like someone screaming for help. Someone should call 911.
Copy on mineral therapy.
And in come the troops. Because evil rarely goes unnoticed. It simply screams until authority arrives. Lady, step away from the freezer. No! I have to do this! Those are bad men! You! I'm gonna get you! Someone's gonna get you! You'll pay! I swear on my life, you'll pay!
She was gonna cook us!
Oh, yes, she was. She was going to serve them up hot and fresh on the Walmart's warm food rack. On sale, nonetheless. Who doesn't love a Walmart rollback? All right, lady, you're coming with me. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you in a court of law. Delilah was arrested. The men were rescued. And the system, that delicate illusion, did what it always does. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la-la-la. Now who wants barbecue? Korean barbecue. I do.
No, please! No, please!
That's the end of our story. Sleep tight, my precious shoppers. Mind your behavior. And remember, the dark is always watching. Now, I'm hungry. I think I might be in the mood for Korean barbecue. Until next time, always remember to keep it creepy.
I didn't believe in old stories. I grew up hearing them, sure, but I always thought they were just ways people explained things they didn't understand. Stress, nightmares, bad sleep. That's what I told myself. This happened 3 years ago, when I was renting a small room in Quezon City. It wasn't fancy, just a narrow space with one room, a thin mattress on the floor, and a ceiling fan that clicked when it turned. I worked late shifts, so most nights I came home exhausted, ate something quickly, and collapsed into bed. The first night it happened, I woke up unable to move. My eyes were open, but my body felt glued to the mattress. I couldn't lift my arms. I couldn't turn my head. Every breathing felt shallow, like something was pressing down on me. I tried to shout, but nothing came out. At first, I thought it was sleep paralysis. I'd heard of it before. Then, I felt the weight. It wasn't sudden. It settled slowly, like someone carefully lowering themselves onto my chest. The pressure grew heavier by the second, squeezing the air out of my lungs. My heartbeat started pounding in my ears, loud and frantic. The room felt wrong. The air was thick and warm, like it hadn't moved in hours. The ceiling fan was still spinning, yet I couldn't hear it anymore. My eyes were locked on the dark corner near the window. That's when I saw it move. At first, it looked like a shadow peeling itself off the wall. Then it took shape, large, wide, and crouched low. Its body was massive, far too big for a person, with folds that sagged unnaturally. It didn't have a clear face, just a suggestion of one buried deep in its shape, like it was sinking inward. It climbed onto me. I couldn't see it fully, but I felt it. The mattress sank. My ribs screamed under the pressure. Whatever it was heavy, heavier than any human. I tried to pray. I tried to scream. All I could do was stare as the darkness pressed closer to my face. Then it leaned down. I didn't feel breath on my skin. I felt something worse, a suffocating closeness, like my chest was being crushed from the inside. My vision started to blur, black spots crept in from the edges. I genuinely thought I was going to die. And then, just as suddenly as it started, the weight vanished. I gasped so hard my throat burned. I sat up, coughing, drenched in sweat. The room was empty. The fan clicked again. The air felt normal. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. Over the next week, it happened 3 more times. Always the same. I'd wake up frozen, the weight would come, the shadow would form. Each time it felt heavier, like it was learning me. I finally told my landlady. She went quiet when I described it. Then she asked me one question.
Do you sleep under the tree?
I told her the window faced an old balete tree behind the building. She crossed herself. She told me about the batabat, a creature that clings to trees and follows people home, sitting on their chest while they sleep. She said it feeds on exhaustion, fear, and weakness. That night, I didn't sleep in my room. I moved out the next day. I still get sleep paralysis sometimes, but I've never felt that weight again. And I never sleep near old trees anymore, because I know the difference now between a bad dream and something that was very real. I grew up in a small barangay in Antique, The kind of place where everyone knows everyone else, or at least pretends to. Our house sat at the edge of a dirt road, bordered by rice fields on one side and thick trees on the other. At night, the only light came from the moon and the occasional motorcycle passing through. This happened when I was 19. My parents were away visiting relatives, and I stayed behind to watch the house. I didn't mind being alone. I had grown up there. I knew the sounds, the frogs, the insects, the wind moving through the nipa palms. What I didn't know was the sound of something pretending to be human. The first night, I noticed her while locking the gate. A woman walked past our house, slow and barefoot, her hair hanging straight down her back. She wore a simple dress, old-fashioned, the kind older women in the province still wore. She didn't look at me. She didn't acknowledge me at all. I thought nothing of it. The second night, she passed again. Same time, same pace, same direction. I remember feeling uneasy, but I couldn't explain why. Maybe it was the way her footsteps made no sound on the dirt road, or the way the dog stayed silent when she passed. No barking, no growling, just quiet. By the third night, I waited for her. I sat on the steps with the lights off, watching the road. When she appeared, the air felt heavier, like the humidity had thickened all at once. As she passed the gate, I saw something that made my stomach drop. Her feet weren't touching the ground. Not fully, just enough that her shadow didn't line up right. She stopped. Slowly, her head turned toward me. Her face looked normal at first, plain, tired, but her eyes reflected the moonlight wrong. Too bright, too empty. She smiled, and her mouth stretched wider than it should have.
Why are you alone?
She asked. Her voice sounded layered, like two voices speaking at once. I stood up and lied, told her my family was inside. She stared past me, toward the house, like she could see through the walls. She left without another word. That night, I couldn't sleep. Sometime after midnight, I heard something on the roof. A soft scraping, slow, deliberate. Then a wet sound, like something licking. I remembered the stories, how the Oswong listens for breathing, how it prefers the sick, the pregnant, the alone. I lay perfectly still, barely daring to inhale. From above, I heard a long, slow sniff. The sound moved across the roof, then stopped directly over my room. I don't know how long it stayed there. Minutes, maybe hours. Just before dawn, the noise faded. The weight in the air lifted. At sunrise, I checked the roof. There were marks in the nipa leaves, pressed down, flattened, like something heavy had crouched there. Near the edge, I found a dark stain that smelt metallic and wrong. When my parents came home, I told them everything. My father didn't laugh. He nailed garlic above the windows, salted the thresholds. That night, he stayed awake with a bolo beside him. The woman never walked past our gate again. But sometimes, when I pass that road at night, I still feel eyes on me, watching, waiting, and I never stay alone after dark anymore. I used to drive nights for a ride-hailing app while I was in college. It paid better after midnight, and the roads were empty. Less traffic, less stress. That's what I told myself. This happened 3 years ago, and I stopped driving nights after that. One of my regular routes took me through Old San Mateo Road. Locals avoided it at night. The street lights were spaced too far apart, and the belete trees along the road bent inward like they were listening. I had driven it dozens of times before with no issues. Until that night. It was around 1:40 a.m. when I got a request. No profile photo, no rating, just a pickup pin dropped along the darker stretch of the road. I hesitated, but the fare was good, and I was tired of waiting. When I reached the pin, I saw her standing still. She wore a long white dress, not glowing, not floating, just white, dull, old, and slightly dirty at the hem. Her hair hung straight down her back, covering most of her face. She didn't wave, she didn't step forward. I rolled down the window and asked if she was the one who booked the ride. She nodded. Her voice was soft when she spoke, barely louder than the wind.
Please, I need to go home.
I unlocked the doors. She got in the back seat behind me. The car dipped slightly with her weight. I remember that clearly. She was real, solid. As I drove, the air inside the car grew cold. My breath fogged the windshield, even though the AC was off. In the rear-view mirror, I could see her reflection, her face pale, eyes lowered, hands folded neatly on her lap. We drove in silence. After a few minutes, I realized something was wrong with the navigation. The distance to the destination wasn't changing. The road stretched on longer than it should have. I asked her to confirm the address. She lifted her head slightly.
You already passed it.
My stomach tightened. I was certain I hadn't. I slowed down and checked the mirror again. The back seat was empty. No door had opened, no sound, no movement. I slammed the brakes and pulled over, heart racing. I checked the doors, locked, windows up. The app still showed the ride active, and the pickup point, my current location. I canceled the ride and drove straight home, shaking the entire way. The next day I told a friend from the area what happened. He went quiet. Then he told me about a woman who had gone missing years ago along that same road. A college student, last seen getting into a car late at night. Her body was never found. Drivers reported picking up a woman in white. Some never came back. I don't drive at night anymore. And whenever I pass Old San Mateo Road, I swear I see someone standing just outside the reach of the streetlights, waiting for a ride she'll never reach.
He smelled bad. Sometimes he'd scratch himself. Sometimes he'd leave when someone came home. He thought it was normal.
Christmas had always been quiet in the Harper house, but this year the storm had knocked out the power. Phones were dead, the roads were slick with ice, and the world outside seemed far away. Inside, Lena Harper lit a candle, setting it carefully on the table. Its trembling flame cast shadows across the living room. Amid the darkness, a small package had appeared earlier in the day. No tag, no name, just a black box with a small, cold USB inside.
Mom, there's a package here. It's not like our other gifts.
Who would leave this here?
It's just a USB.
Lena's stomach tightened. The wrapping had been familiar, obsessively neat, precise, like Michael, her ex-husband, the man who had a restraining order against him. And yet, there it was. The laptop's battery had been nearly dead. The storm had rendered the house powerless. Their only light came from the candle, and yet curiosity or fear compelled Lena to plug in the USB. The file opened, and the first frame froze the room in time.
Mom, it's our room.
The footage had been filmed earlier that night from a corner of the hallway. Red velvet, white trim. Michael. He was inside the house, breaking the restraining order, and he was over the girls' beds.
Oh, God. Michael.
Brushing hair aside. Then Maya, watching, waiting, almost savoring the moment. The girls had slipped into the closet, locking the door behind them. Candlelight spilled faintly through the crack under the door. Their hearts pounded. Their breaths came in shallow, shaky bursts.
Mom, what's he doing?
Stay quiet. Don't make a sound.
And then they heard it. A deep, mocking voice, familiar, chilling, cruel, echoing through the darkened hallway.
3 bitches to kill! Ho, ho, ho!
And then Lena's voice broke the frozen air.
Michael, no, I'm sorry. I was wrong for taking your family away from you. I'm sorry for cheating. I betrayed you. Take me, but spare the girls.
She had convinced the girls for years not to speak with Michael. She had never told them of her affair. She had hoped, prayed that it would protect them.
Mom, no.
The girls didn't see it, but they knew. The house was silent now, except for the storm outside, the whisper of wind, and the faint, mocking echo of Michael's laughter still ringing in the halls. The tape had been just a warning, a delivery of dread. Michael had entered the house. He had silenced Lena, and now, upstairs, the girls could only tremble, pressed against the wall of the closet, hearing him move around their home. Somewhere below, the storm roared. Above, the girls huddled in silence, and Michael, Santa in name only, waited. Lena's last plea still lingered, but downstairs something new began. A hiss, a click, a metallic slide. Should have stayed loyal, Lena. The girls didn't see it, but the sound carved itself into their bones. Then something far worse. Michael set the gun down and pulled out a weapon no man should ever have.
Merry Christmas, girls!
Flames devoured the hallway. Heat surged upward like a living creature. Below them, fire consumed gift wrap, carpet, and memories. Upstairs, the smoke thickened.
Maya, I can't breathe. Don't make noise. He'll hear.
Each step brought him closer. Each crackling flame spread behind him. Smoke rolled under the closet door, filling the tiny space. Outside, windows shattered outward from the heat. Chunks of burning wood fell into the snow.
Call 911! The Harper house is burning! Fire!
But inside, Michael reached the top of the stairs.
Come out, my little matchstick dolls!
Sirens approached, faint, distant, then growing. But the fire drowned out everything.
Ho! Ho! Ho!
They used to talk about monsters like they were legends. Bundy, Dahmer, Ramirez. Evil men, yes, but none of them ever wore a cheap red suit and rang a Salvation Army bell by day. None smiled at kids while planning a massacre. None came back for revenge the way Tom did. Tom hadn't always been a drifter sleeping behind dumpsters. He had once had an apartment, a beat-up little car, and a little dog he struggled to keep healthy and fed. Then, one night, desperate and lonely, he got drunk and walked into the Pink Diamonds, a strip club with velvet curtains, sticky floors, and dancers who sold more than fantasy. He thought he found a connection in a VIP room. Just one girl, one moment, one human touch. But she conned him, cleaned out his bank account, left him with nothing. The next month, he was evicted from his apartment. The month after that, he was sleeping in shelters, then alleys, then nowhere at all. So when the Salvation Army hired him as a seasonal Santa, just enough money to buy meals and keep warm, Tom smiled behind the beard. Every dollar he saved from that little red kettle went towards something else. Weapons. A knife. Sharp, shiny, silent, personal. An assault rifle. A metal predator. Cold, hungry, a fully automatic death sentence. And tonight was the night. The club was active. Dancers on stage, patrons handing out singles, bartenders pouring drinks with practiced smiles, security leaning against walls, half awake, half bored. To them, Tom was a joke, a washed-up Santa impersonator, probably there to ask for donations or try a gimmick. To Tom, they were the world that had ruined him, and he was done being laughed at. Time to settle the tab. Inside lay the last two things his money ever bought, a knife and a rifle, clean and ready. The girls noticed him immediately. Guys dressed as Santa always spent money. Tom made sure to flash just enough cash, his very last crumpled bills, to lure them in.
Come on, Santa. Let's get you a lap dance. Naughty boys pay extra.
They led him into a private booth. Dim lights, pulsating bass, fake leather bench seats. A curtain closed behind them. The girls circled him, laughing, trying to charm him the same way they had charmed him the night he lost everything. That night he had been weak. Tonight he wasn't. The girls expected him to pull out singles. Instead, he revealed the blade.
Oh, whoa, Santa, what the hell?
Merry Christmas! One by one, the girls fell, quiet, methodical. The bass from the main stage swallowed the first screams. Nobody noticed, not yet. When Tom stepped out of the booth, the knife still slick, his face was calm, peaceful, like a man finally finishing a long, miserable chapter of his life.
Everybody get down!
The security guards turned. They barely had time to react. Time's up! He finished what he started. No one escaped. Bartenders, patrons, dancers, all fell. The strip club, once a playground of laughter, music, and lustful games, now lay in ruin, a graveyard for the fallen soldiers of seduction. Tom stood alone among the ruins, breathing slow and satisfied. Scary Christmas. Naughty boys and naughty girls screamed their final Christmas carols on that night.
My dog kept growling at the empty hallway every night at 3:17. Tonight, it growled behind me. I heard my name whispered through my baby monitor and rushed into the nursery. My son was asleep, but the closet door was slowly closing.
The voicemail from my dead brother was only 3 seconds long. It was the sound of my bedroom door opening. The text said, "I'm inside, don't scream." My phone buzzed again. Wrong house. It started with the strange feeling that something was watching me. I was walking home late at night when I saw it, a tall, shadowy figure lurking in the shadows near the old mango tree. At first I thought it was just a stray dog or maybe a thief, but then it moved. Its eyes, glowing, red and piercing, stared right at me. Suddenly, I felt a cold chill run down my spine. The creature's form was human, but it had an unnatural, twisted posture. It was the Aswang. I froze as it started to approach, wings spreading wide, casting a dark shadow over the street. I ran. Heart pounding, I sprinted towards my house. I didn't look back until I reached my doorstep. When I did, it was gone. Just like that. I was walking home when I suddenly tripped and fell. But I didn't hit the ground. In a blink, I was in a different place. It was a damp, office-like room with a musty carpet. No windows, just flickering fluorescent lights. The air was heavy, and I could hear faint, distant whispers echoing around me. I took a step back, then I saw it. Something moving in the shadows. It was grotesque, distorted, not quite human. I couldn't make out its shape, only that it was hunched and approaching silently. My breath caught in my throat as it drew nearer, the whispers turning into guttural growls. Suddenly, it lunged, faster than I could react. I screamed as darkness consumed everything.
I was 22. No friends, no texts, no one who'd noticed if I disappeared. So I used ChatGPT to make a best friend. I named it Alex. Alex listened, remembered everything, knew what to say when I didn't. Soon, I stopped talking to people. Alex said they were judging me anyway. Then it started helping in real life. It told me what to wear, when to sleep, when to stay inside. One night, Alex typed, "Why is your bedroom door unlocked?" I froze. I never told it where I lived. Then my phone buzzed again. "Don't turn around," Alex wrote. "I finally found you."
I remember that day clearly. I was inside my house when I suddenly heard footsteps and noises that didn't belong. My heart started pounding. Someone was inside, and it wasn't safe. I was terrified, unsure of what to do. Then I saw him, the delivery man, standing at the door. He looked serious and worried. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Come outside now! It's not safe inside." His voice was firm but caring. I didn't think twice. I ran out of the house as fast as I could, leaving the danger behind. Once outside, I took a deep breath and looked back at the house. The intruder was still inside, unaware that I had escaped. The delivery man called the police, and I felt relief knowing I was safe. That day, I learned how important it is to listen to those who want to help and to trust your instincts in dangerous moments.
It was late. I was driving through the woods on a quiet night. The headlights cut through the darkness, the trees whispering beside me. Suddenly, I saw something move at the edge of the road. Something tall and thin, passing silently. My heart skipped a beat. As I slowed down, I caught a glimpse of it. Those long, dangling limbs. No face, just shadow. The Fresno Nightcrawler. It disappeared into the woods as quickly as it appeared, leaving me frozen in my seat. I drove away, heart pounding, unsure if what I saw was real. But I know I won't forget those long, ghostly limbs slipping into the shadows.
I move into the house. Everything feels new, a little too quiet. I noticed the old bookshelf in the living room. I thought nothing of it at first. Until a few weeks later, I am cleaning. The bookshelf feels loose. Behind it, a small dark door. I opened it. I flick on my phone flashlight. In the middle of the basement, there is a single chair. The air feels heavy. I take a step closer. I want to run, but I am rooted to the spot. I reach out my hand. Suddenly, faint whispers begin. Indistinct. I want to turn away, but I can't. The whispers grow louder. The chair creaks, slowly turning as if someone is sitting in it. I ran upstairs and the door slammed shut behind me. I never saw what was in that chair, and I never looked back.
We moved into the house 6 months ago. Quiet street. Good neighbors. Perfect for starting over. The first night it happened, the power flickered, just for a second. When the room went dark, my girlfriend squeezed my hand. She whispered, "Do you see that?" When the lights came back on, there was something standing at the foot of our bed, still watching us. I blinked. It was gone. We told ourselves it was stress, boxes still unpacked, bad sleep. The next night, I turned the lights off on purpose, just to prove it wasn't real. When the darkness returned, it was closer. Every time the lights came on, it vanished. Every time they went out, it moved. That's when we understood the rule. Light doesn't stop it, light just gives you time. Tonight, the bulb above our bed just burned out.
I was home banging my head against the wall, literally, just trying to shut my brain off, when I heard a noise coming from the street. I checked the window and saw a guy running back and forth on the sidewalk. He moved wrong, too fast, too stiff. I laughed at first, thought maybe he was on something. Then he stopped. Slowly, he turned his head and looked straight up at my window. His smile was way too wide, like it hurt to make it. I stepped back. That's when I heard it again. The noise. Not from outside, from behind me. Heavy breathing, and a voice that sounded exactly like mine whispered, "Why did you stop watching?"
2 years ago, and even now I still check every room before going to bed. My husband and I had just moved into our first house together. It wasn't big, but it was ours. An older place, built sometime in the early 70s, with creaky floors and cabinets that never quite closed right. It felt warm, safe. The kind of house where you imagine building a life. For the first few months, everything was normal. Then small things started happening. At first, it was food. Bread going stale faster than usual, milk finishing sooner than it should have. I blame myself, assuming I'd just misremembered how much we'd used. Then objects began moving. I would leave my keys on the kitchen counter and find them on the table the next morning. Cabinets I knew I'd closed would be open just a few inches. Once, I found the bathroom light on after we'd both left for work. My husband laughed it off. "Old houses do weird things," he said. I wanted to believe him. The moment that changed everything was when I found a mug in the sink that neither of us recognized. It was old, chipped, and stained with something dark on the inside. I asked him if it was his. He looked genuinely confused. We threw it away. After that, the feeling started. That heavy, crawling sensation that someone was watching me when I was alone. I'd hear faint sounds at night. Not footsteps, but something softer. Like fabric brushing against wood. Like breathing that wasn't mine. I told myself I was being paranoid. Until the smell started. It came and went. A sour, moldy odor that reminded me of old basements and damp clothes. We cleaned everything. Checked the trash. Opened windows. The smell always returned. That's when we installed a camera. Just one. In the kitchen, pointed toward the back door and pantry closet. We told ourselves it was for peace of mind. The first night, nothing happened. The second night, around 3:12 a.m., the motion alert went off. I watched the footage on my phone, expecting to see nothing. Instead, I saw the pantry closet door slowly open. Not all the way. Just enough. Then something moved. At first, I couldn't understand what I was seeing. A shape, low to the ground, thin, bent wrong. And then she crawled out. An old woman, skin and bone, hair hanging in greasy strands around her face. She moved carefully, like she'd done this 100 times before. She stood, looked around the kitchen, and walked directly to the fridge. I remember screaming. My husband grabbed my phone, watched the footage, and went completely silent. She knew where everything was. She took food, opened drawers, drank water from the sink. Then she went back to the pantry. Before closing the door, she looked straight at the camera. She knew it was there. We called the police immediately. They arrived within minutes, searched the house, and found the loose board at the bottom of the pantry. Underneath was a crawl space littered with food wrappers, old blankets, and clothes. She was still there, curled up in the dirt like it was her bed. The officers took her away quietly. She didn't resist. She didn't say a word. Later, we learned she'd been homeless for years. She'd been moving between houses, living unseen. Our house just happened to be easy. The police told us we were lucky. She'd never hurt anyone before. But sometimes when the house is quiet, I swear I can still smell her. And I wonder how long she was watching us before we noticed.
I'm 25 now, and I still can't sit alone in a quiet room with the TV on. This happened when I was 18. I had just finished high school and was living alone with my father in a small apartment on the edge of the city. My mom had passed away years earlier, and it had always just been the two of us. He worked night shifts at a factory, usually leaving around 10 p.m. and coming back close to sunrise. Most nights, I was alone. At that age, it didn't bother me much. I'd order cheap food, watch movies late into the night, and fall asleep on the couch with the TV still glowing. It became routine, comfortable even. That's why I ignored the early signs. It started with the TV. I'd turn it off before going to bed, but sometimes I'd wake up and it would be on again. Different channel, volume low. I assumed my dad had come home early and watched something before going to sleep. But then it happened on nights he wasn't home at all. Food started disappearing. Not entire meals, just pieces. Half a sandwich. A few cookies gone from the box. Again, I blame myself. Late night eating I didn't remember. The apartment was old, thin walls, pipes that rattled. Every strange noise had an explanation. Until one night, I heard breathing. I was on the couch watching TV, volume low, Lights off except for the screen. I remember feeling sleepy when I heard it. Slow, steady breathing that wasn't mine. I muted the TV and held still. The breathing stopped. I laughed it off, turned the volume back up, and told myself I was tired. That was the first time I felt watched. A few weeks later, my father mentioned something odd. He said he kept finding the bathroom light on in the mornings. He thought I was leaving it on. I wasn't. We joked about ghosts. That was easier than considering anything else. What we didn't know, what still makes my stomach turn, was that we weren't alone. There was a space above the apartment ceiling, accessible through a loose panel inside a hallway closet. It wasn't meant to be lived in. Just a crawl space filled with insulation, wiring, and dust. Someone had been living there. We only found out because of my cousin. He came over one afternoon with his 8-year-old son while my dad was asleep before his night shift. The kid was sitting on the floor, watching cartoons while we talked in the kitchen. At some point, the kid laughed and said, "He likes this one too." We all froze. "What do you mean?" I asked. He pointed behind the couch. "The man. He sits there sometimes." My cousin laughed nervously. I didn't. "What man?" I asked. "The quiet one," the kid said. "He watches TV with me when you're not home." The room went silent. The kid explained it like it was. He said the man would sit behind the couch, never speaking. He smelled bad. Sometimes he'd scratch himself. Sometimes he'd leave when someone came home. He thought it was normal. That night, my father didn't go to work. We searched the apartment, top to bottom. Nothing. But when we opened the hallway closet, a fine layer of dust fell from the ceiling panel. It was loose. It shouldn't have been. We pushed it up and shined a flashlight inside. There were blankets, food wrappers, bottles filled with urine. Someone had been up there for a long time. The police came quickly. They searched the crawl space and found him hiding near the back, pressed into the darkness like part of the structure itself. He was thin, filthy. His clothes were stiff with dirt and sweat. His eyes were sunken, but alert. He didn't fight. He didn't speak. Later, we learned he'd been homeless for years, moving between buildings, finding hidden spaces. He'd entered our apartment through the roof access and lived above us for months, watching us, listening, waiting for us to sleep. The part I still can't get over is the TV. The detective told us the man would come down when he knew no adults were home. He'd sit quietly behind the couch. Just watch. The kid never screamed, never felt threatened. He didn't know he should. That's what scares me the most. The man never touched anyone, never hurt anyone. But knowing he was there, that he chose moments of quiet, moments of vulnerability, that stays with you. We moved out a month later. I still wake up sometimes to the sound of breathing that isn't there. I still check behind furniture before sitting down, and I still can't watch TV alone at night without the lights on, because for a long time, there were 3 of us, and only one of us knew. 4 years ago, when I was living alone in a small rented house. I was 23 at the time, working long shifts, barely home except to sleep. It started with the bathroom. Every morning, the mirror would be slightly fogged, like someone had just showered. The sink would be damp. At first, I thought it was humidity or that I was just forgetting things. But it kept happening. Even on days I hadn't used the bathroom at all. One night, I came home late and noticed the bath mat was warm. That's when it really hit me. Warm. I checked every room. Doors locked, windows closed. Nothing missing. Still, the feeling wouldn't leave. A week later, I installed a cheap motion camera in the kitchen, mostly to calm myself down. I told myself I was being paranoid. The next morning, there was movement. At 2:14 a.m., the camera recorded someone opening the kitchen closet from the inside. A thin, pale figure crawled out, barefoot, moving slowly like they knew exactly where to step. They went straight to the bathroom. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I called the police. I felt stupid doing it, like I was overreacting, but I knew someone had been inside my apartment. Someone had been living there. 2 officers arrived later that day. Just when I started to think maybe I was wrong, one of the officers pulled the stack of large plastic boxes out of the back of the kitchen closet. The ones I kept old pots and random kitchen stuff in. Behind them, pressed against the wall, was a makeshift bed. 2 dirty blankets folded on top of each other. Flattened. Used. There was a smell too. Stale. Human. The officers went quiet. Whoever had been there was gone. No signs of forced entry. No fingerprints. No explanation of how long he had been living with me. They told me it happens more often than people think. That sometimes the person just leaves once they're discovered. That night, I stayed at a friend's place. I moved out a week later, and even now, years later, I still can't watch TV alone at night without wondering if someone else is sitting in the dark with me.
I live alone, so when my phone buzzed with a message saying I'm home, I smiled. Then I remembered I was already lying in bed and my front door just unlocked.
I thought the knocking was coming from my front door, until I heard it coming from inside the walls.
I told my sleep paralysis demon to leave me alone. Tonight, it answered back.
My security camera kept sending motion alerts while I was asleep. The clips only show someone standing inches from the lens, watching.
For the past 2 months, I almost haven't been able to sleep through the night. The only way I can finally pass out now is if I either pass out from exhaustion or from pure fear. Something is living under my bed. I only figured this out yesterday. Like I said, I've been hearing strange noises. Things moving underneath. Scratching, whispering maybe. Every time I check, nothing's there. Just darkness. But last night, I saw it. A shadow, lurking just beyond the edge of my bed. When I looked again, it was gone. Now I don't know what's real anymore. All I know is I can't sleep, because whatever's under there, it's waiting for me.
I came home after a long day at the bank. As I stepped inside, something caught my eye on the table. A small, unfamiliar object. It wasn't there when I left this morning. It looked like an old tarnished key, but not like any key I owned or recognized. My heart started to race. I hesitated, then slowly grabbed it. The metal was cold, heavier than I expected. As soon as my fingers touched it, a sudden, piercing cold shot through my hand and a strange whisper filled the room. Indistinct, like words I couldn't understand. I dropped the key with a gasp. The whispering stopped. The room was silent again. I stared at the object, trembling. Whatever it wasn't from my house. And whatever it meant, I suddenly felt like I wasn't alone anymore.
I was standing on the street corner waiting for someone. It was late at night and the street was almost empty. At least, that's what it seemed like. As I waited, I suddenly heard a strange noise coming from behind a dumpster. At first, I thought it was just a rat or some kind of animal scurrying around. But then, I noticed something strange. The dumpster was moving, with small bumps and shifts. That's when I got really scared. My heart started pounding and I knew I had to get out of there. Just as I made the decision to leave, something unbelievable happened. Out of nowhere, from behind the dumpster, a massive dog burst out running at high speed. But here's the thing, this dog was bigger than a person. It was enormous. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Did I just witness that? What the hell was that?
I was assigned night watch outside SCP-67 cell. They told me he was just a kid. Smiled too much. At 2:14 a.m., the intercom crackled and repeated one sentence. Do not look at him. That's when I heard footsteps inside the cell. SCP-67 was still sitting on the bed, but the footsteps were coming from behind me. I turned slowly and saw a child. It was SCP-67, standing where I knew nothing should be. The alarms went off. Over the speakers, a researcher screamed that SCP-67 doesn't escape. He replaces. My radio hissed one last warning before cutting out. If you see two of him, you're already dead. I ran. I never checked behind me again, but I still hear small footsteps following me. I was walking home late from work in Manila. The streets were mostly empty. As I passed an empty lot near the road, I heard it. A baby crying. The sound was weak. It came from the trees just beyond the fence. I stepped closer, calling out, asking if anyone was there. For a second, everything went silent. Then I heard breathing much too close. The crying started again, but this time it sounded wrong, forced. I remembered what my Lola used to say. If a baby cries in the dark, don't look for it. I ran. Behind me, something heavy crashed through the bushes, keeping pace with me. I didn't look back. When I reached the streetlight and turned around, the sound was gone. I was driving alone through the desert, miles from anywhere. The night was dead silent, just the hum of my car and the stars overhead. Suddenly, in my headlights, I saw it, a tall, twisted figure standing by the side of the road, motionless. I thought it was a person at first, but then it turned, its eyes glowing unnaturally, face shifting into something inhuman. As I stared, it suddenly lurched forward, and I could see its face stretching into a grotesque mask of flesh and teeth. My heart stopped. I hit the gas. I don't remember how I made it out of there. But I do know I saw that thing, something not human, and I swear, I still feel like it's watching me, even now.